Cement a clear Republican frontrunner? Will it end a campaign? A vicious snow and ice storm paralyzes much of southern China. Millions of people traveling for the Chinese New Year now stranded. And they're brimming with chemicals. Did the government downplay health risks to Katrina victims? New questions about FEMA trailers today, Tuesday, January 29th. You are in the CNN newsroom. First up this hour, sun, sand, surf, and a potential springboard to the Republican nomination. Polling places are open in Florida for today's presidential primary. The state that decided the presidency in 2000 could have a big say in choosing the Republican nominee today. John McCain, Mitt Romney are fighting to become the party's clear frontrunner. They're facing a strong challenge from Mike Huckabee. And this will be a critical day for Rudy Giuliani. He bet big on Florida, even hinting he could drop out if he doesn't win. The Democrats don't have any delegates at stake in Florida, so they are focusing on the battleground states of Super Tuesday, 1 week from today. Let's get to the front lines now of the GOP's fight for Florida. CNN's Dan Lothian is at a polling place in Orlando for us this morning. So, Dan, are Republican voters turning out?
They really are. We moved up the road from where we were last hour, and at this location, just a lot of people pulling in here, jamming this parking lot as they go in to cast their votes. The polls here in Florida have been open for about 3 hours, and as you mentioned, it's really a competitive race that's driving a lot of people to the polls. Record voter turnout expected on this day here in the Republican primary certainly. And the top of the ticket, that contentious race between Governor Mitt Romney and Senator John McCain is what's been getting so much attention. Senator McCain going after Romney, saying that he's a flip-flopper on a lot of key issues. Governor Romney going after McCain on issues such as immigration, and also comparing some of his policies to those of what he called liberal Democrats. Now, in St. Pete, Florida today on the campaign trail, Senator McCain was asked about this contentious fighting between the two top-tier Republican candidates, and he described it this way. He said, quote, "It looks like it's just Sunday school picnic compared to the Democrats." Now, watching all of this is Rudy Giuliani. Of course, you know, Heidi, this was supposed to be his big day here in Florida. He has been spending so much time here, passed up some of the early contests, and he was hoping to do well here in Florida, to use this as the springboard to Super Tuesday and beyond to gain the nomination. He pointed out that in order to get the nomination, you have to win here in Florida, but now he is running in third place, at least according to the polls. But out on the campaign trail today in Miami Beach, he is still insisting that he's confident that he can pull off a win, that he can win. He's been asked whether or not he'll drop out if he doesn't do well, but he still thinks that he can win. He's planning to be out in California for the Republican debate, but certainly all of that may change depending on what happens here today. Heidi?
Yeah, lots of questions, I'm sure. We heard something about his spending something like $1 million a week in advertising there in Florida. We'll find out soon if that is going to be working for him. Dan Lothian from Orlando this morning. Thank you, Dan. And in just a few minutes, we are going to be hearing from Rudy Giuliani's campaign. Could a dismal showing today in Florida mean the end of his presidential bid? We're going to hear the answer coming up in just a few moments. Meanwhile, Democrats looking to Super Tuesday. CNN's Jim Acosta is in Blackwood, New Jersey this morning. He's at a Bill Clinton event scheduled for this hour at Camden Community College. So what are the Clintons focusing on as we head towards Super Tuesday now, Jim?
Heidi, they're focusing on the future, if you can believe that. After what has happened in the last few days, you really can't blame them. Bill Clinton is coming to New Jersey because this is one of those big states on Super Tuesday, very important for Hillary Clinton. You know, it's only a week away now, and she needs a victory, a string of victories is what she's hoping for after what happened down in South Carolina. The former president is coming here, as I mentioned, after a tough couple of days for her campaign. First came that loss in South Carolina. Some Democrats have privately grumbled that a few of Mr. Clinton's negative attacks against Barack Obama actually backfired and damaged her campaign, prompting the likes of Senator Ted Kennedy to endorse her rival Barack Obama. Yesterday up in Massachusetts, she telegraphed what may be a changing campaign tactic, taking her aim off of Obama and putting it on the Bush administration, which is always a popular applause line for these revved up Democratic crowds. But as for those questions, will we see a little more Hill and a little less Bill? That does not appear to be the case. If you just take a look at his schedule right now, he is heading next to, of all places, Barack Obama's home state of Illinois. After that, he will head to Colorado, Oklahoma, New Mexico, all of these states figuring very heavily on Super Tuesday, which is essentially a national primary. So what we're going to see over the coming days is Bill and Hillary Clinton in separate planes heading in separate directions to see how much ground they can cover between now and next Tuesday.
It is fascinating. All right, CNN's Jim Acosta for us in New Jersey this morning. Thank you, Jim. And all this week, CNN is bringing you special coverage of the presidential candidates as they crisscross the country ahead of Super Tuesday. Watch the CNN Ballot Bowl today at noon Eastern. Well, the House is set to vote today on a $150 billion plan to give the economy a shot in the arm. It includes rebates for many of you and tax breaks to businesses. Last night in his State of the Union address, President Bush called on Congress to take quick action.
The temptation will be to load up the bill. That would delay it or derail it, and neither option is acceptable. This is a good agreement that will keep our economy growing and our people working, and this Congress must pass it as soon as possible.
The Senate takes up its own version of the stimulus package tomorrow with changes and add-ons, and that could put senators on a collision course with the president. Developing overseas this hour, more killing in Kenya. An angry response to the death of an opposition party lawmaker. Men taking to the streets with machetes, burning at least one body in the middle of the road. Police are trying to restore order. Army helicopters firing rubber bullets into the crowds. This is just the latest escalation of violence in Kenya. The Red Cross says more than 800 people have been killed since the disputed election in late December. More than 200,000 people forced from their homes in the tribal fighting. Former UN Secretary General Kofi Annan is in Kenya right now trying to get government and opposition leaders to reconcile their differences. Our senior international correspondent, Nick Robertson, is on the ground watching these developments. We will hear from him coming up live this morning right here in the newsroom. Digging out from ice and snow, the scene playing out across much of the West this morning. Parts of Colorado got as much as 2 feet of snow. Several mountain passes and parts of Interstate 70 shut down last night. Drivers were warned of blizzard-like conditions. In Utah, hundreds of wrecks and at least one death. Parts of Interstate 84 shut down near the Idaho line. Heavy snow in northern Idaho damaged the roofs of several businesses. More snow expected there and Washington State. Many roads still impassable. Spokane saw a record 13.7 inches of snow. California getting ready for more wet weather Wednesday. Flooding and minor mudslides followed a week of rain and snowfall. The Midwest is feeling the freeze. Meteorologist Rob Marciano is live in the Severe Weather Center. Boy, seriously, this time, I don't know of any weather you don't have to talk about.
I think you're right. I think we have just about everything, including rain in the desert. We want to show you that, Heidi, out of Arizona. Rain enough to make it flood in places near the Phoenix area, but around the little Colorado River, we had some flooding there. We also had some issues around the Blue River and around the Santa Catalina Mountains. So across the state, it doesn't take much. You see how sunny it is there. You know, they get a half an inch of rain in a few hours, and that's where it all just comes crawling apart. But today, they should be okay. I think LA South should be all right, but San Francisco North, another punch of Pacific moisture is coming your way, turning to snow at the higher elevations. We had a rare snow across parts of Portland and south towards Eugene. Still a snow advisory out today. Could see snow mixing in all the way down to the valley floors, but I think most of the snow will be up and over about 1,000 feet. All right, here's your storm that came through California. The Rocky Mountains pretty much shut down I-70 and much of the Rockies with 2-3 feet of snow falling at not even the highest elevations. Now we're going to have extreme fire danger. Behind this front is dry. Fast winds come across Texas, Oklahoma. Could see some tornadoes pop. If not that, just damaging straight line winds with some hail. And on the backside of this system, we will see blizzard conditions. Now, there's not a tremendous amount of moisture, or at least snow with this, but there's a tremendous amount of cold air. Look at this. Currently, it's 46 in Chicago. Meanwhile, it's 6 in Minneapolis. minus 10 in Fargo. So you've got, what, 50-plus degree swing from those two cities. That doesn't include the wind chill. You get the wind chill in there, and I mean, it's just frightening. Minus 25 is what it feels like in Sioux Falls, and minus 60-plus in Regina. Here's your little sliver of moisture that's heading across the plains, so maybe a couple of inches of snow, but it will be the blowing snow and that deadly wind chill that will be the main concern. And now these storms just across the Tennessee Valley are beginning to get active. We could see some severe thunderstorm watches posted for the south. So, you're right, Heidi. I can't think of anything we haven't mentioned.
Yeah.
Besides a hurricane, which we can wait a few months for that.
Yeah, let's just not even talk about it.
All right, take it.
All right, Rob, thank you.
See ya.
A cashier one-ups a robber. He walks out during the stick-up. Last hour, we heard from Mitt Romney's campaign. So right now, the presidential bid of Rudy Giuliani. Susan Molinari is a senior advisor for the Giuliani campaign. She's also a former congresswoman. Thanks for being on the newsroom today, Susan. We appreciate it.
Delighted to be here.
I'm sure that you are taking questions about the intentions of Rudy Giuliani at this point. We know that Florida has been a place where he has pretty much put all of his marbles, if you will. I mean, he has skipped Iowa, Wyoming, New Hampshire, Michigan, Nevada, South Carolina. What do you say to the people who say, geez, does he really want to be president?
You know what? He was a guy that looked, and, we're not a self-funding campaign like Mitt Romney's. We had to, look at all 50 states, Super Tuesday states coming up, which, as you know, are very expensive to campaign in. New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Illinois, California, Missouri, all states that, we've been working. But Rudy really believes that Florida was the place where his message of low taxes, cutting taxes, the largest tax increase in American history to turn our economy around, going on offense on the war on terror, the National Catastrophe Fund, the only candidate to support it. Rudy really believes that who he is, his leadership, will be in thorough sync with the voters of Florida. We already have 1 million people who have voted before the polls even opened today. We think the overwhelming majority of those people are ours, and we believe that the rest of the voters are going to prove the pundits wrong, and they're going to support Rudy Giuliani today.
If you had to look at this strategy all over again, would things be done differently?
I don't see how it could be. I believe so strongly in this man that I would have put him in play in many more of those states, because I believe his message of leadership and integrity and courage and taking America to where it needs to be, like he did New York City when everyone said it couldn't be done, I think resonates in so many states. But again, there's for all candidates, there's a limited amount of resources that we have in order to spread the message and get the message across. So, Florida is the place where we are banking that we're going to win today. And then we have a week to go into Super Tuesday states where we feel very confident that we will rack up the delegate count.
All right, you know what I'm going to ask next. We have heard him say many times, and most recently, I believe it was over the weekend, possibly even yesterday, he said himself, Rudy Giuliani, saying that whoever wins Florida is going to get the nomination. If he does not win Florida, what happens next?
Oh, you know what? When you're running a campaign of this intensity, you just look at the state that's in front of you. I've been traveling with the mayor for the last several days. My husband was traveling with him the week before. The crowds are in the thousands. The people are very psyched. There's an intensity there that belies it. Florida is very important to all three Republican frontrunners right now. Cindy McCain said ostensibly the same thing, that they needed to win Florida to stay in the game. So it is just that Florida is such an important state, giving whomever wins the momentum sort of the wind at their back going into Super Duper Tuesday, and I believe that's going to be us.
We know that Rudy Giuliani has spent about $1 million in advertising dollars a week in Florida. Are you surprised, or do you see it as a problem that those polling numbers are a little bit higher because of all that money spent?
I think the polling numbers are very much a reflection of, what the headlines are on the newspapers, what the pundits are saying, so that when people get the call, we've seen this in polls, certainly in this campaign, but, with the Democrats, but in other campaigns where people say in response to a poll what they think the questioner wants to hear. And so, we'd like it to be the other way around, but you know what? Again, based on what we've seen with the $1 million in the bank, the majority of which we think are going to be Giuliani voters, I believe believe in, 10 hours left to go, and the only poll that counts at the end of the day is the ones who vote, and the people here in Florida, I believe, understand Rudy Giuliani understands them best and wants to take this country in Florida in the direction they want to go.
Well, based on what some voters have seen so far in this campaign, they might be looking to him for vice presidential nomination. What does he think about that?
I think, Rudy is the ultimate leader for this country. So I imagine that President Giuliani sounds better than Vice President Giuliani, and he really is the only guy that's got the qualifications to deal with the two issues that are troubling the American public. The international war on terror, where Rudy says we're going to go on offense for as long as he's president, and he is the only one that has turned an economy around like New York with the great deficits, unemployment, large welfare, and brought it back to the city that it is today.
All right, well, we will be watching, and it is going to be very interesting indeed. Certainly appreciate your comments this morning, Susan Molinari, with the Rudy Giuliani campaign. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, we have now heard from the Giuliani and Romney campaign. So next up in the newsroom, John McCain's camp. We'll have it for you coming up next hour. 10:20 Eastern Time. Now let's check out the big board. Dow Jones Industrial Averages up about 51 points, resting at 12,435. So we are watching those numbers as well as many other numbers, including the possibility of another interest rate cut. The Fed meeting right now. We are going to learn about the results of that meeting tomorrow. Meanwhile, they survived a natural disaster, but are some Hurricane Katrina survivors now at risk from man-made dangers? We're keeping them honest, and our Sean Calebs is here now with new information about a controversy over FEMA trailers. This involves a little bit of a fight, if you will, between FEMA and the CDC.
Right. The allegation is FEMA knew pretty much right after the storm when they started putting trailers, both mobile homes and travel trailers, big difference, down in the Gulf area, and people began moving in them. It became apparent very early on that there was a possibility of formaldehyde poisoning. Now, formaldehyde is an agency that is used, an agent rather, that is used to preserve wood. Now, FEMA had an entity of the CDC called the Agency for Toxic Substances and Disease Registry. Got all that? Do a study on the short-term effects of living there, because the concern was for FEMA, look, people aren't going to be living in those trailers that long. We want to find out what they're exposed to, what the dangers are, and if we need to move people out of those trailers instantly. Now, what we're looking at now, however, a congressional subcommittee, the Committee on Science and Technology, looked at the notes between FEMA and the CDC, and what congressional investigators are worried about is maybe FEMA asked the CDC to whitewash or not do a long-term study on the long-term effects of living in the FEMA trailers. FEMA says, look, that's not the case. You're talking about apples and oranges, but boy, this is just going to ratchet up the heat on FEMA. And I think more than anything, Heidi, it's an example of how poorly prepared FEMA was to provide help to that region. Everybody who lives there, I've been there more than 2 years now, knew that the big one would put tens of thousands of people out of their homes. Yeah. So what was the answer?
Well, I wonder, because I'm not sure I understand the difference between these travel trailers and the actual FEMA trailers that we had heard so much about, that they had so many of them just sitting around and nobody was really moving into them.
That's a great point, because a travel trailer is a thing you've seen people hook up to the back of their truck, take to the lake for a couple of days. People aren't supposed to live in those for 18 months. It's not supposed to happen. So what you had, whole families living in just a few hundred square feet. They were looking at them right now. Can you imagine a whole family living in that? So what happens? The floor buckles, you expose the plywood to people living in there. And what is an agency used to preserve that plywood? Formaldehyde. Also, the roof on something like that, it's supposed to be caulked periodically. People didn't get a whole lot of advice when they got the FEMA trailer. Here's the best way to take care of the trailer. So that's what we're looking at.
Wow. Well, that's a heck of a story. We will continue to follow that one alongside you. Sean Calebs for us this morning. Thanks, Sean. I want to take a moment to look at some of the most clicked-on videos on CNN.com this morning. A father is sentenced to 4 years in prison for using a high-voltage stun gun on his 18-month-old boy. A prosecutor says the man wanted to make the child tough. The boy is now 2, and he is fine. A Parasecurities trader is out of jail. Jerome Curviel still faces charges and a $7 billion loss at a French bank. And how about being paid to study? Students at 2 Atlanta area schools will be paid to attend tutoring sessions. Sounds pretty good. To see all the most watched stories, go to CNN.com. And while you're there, don't forget to download the CNN Daily Podcast. Just go to CNN.com and click on Podcasts. A storm emergency. Winter paralyzes southern China today. Millions of frustrated travelers stranded. See the scene for yourself next.
Live in the CNN Newsroom, Heidi Collins.
Good morning once again, everybody. 10:30 Eastern Time now. Welcome to the CNN Newsroom. Developing this hour, a winter wallop in China, the worst in half a century. Dozens of people are dead and thousands are stranded before the start of the Chinese New Year. We want to get the very latest now from CNN's Hugh Remington by phone in Guangzhou, China. Hugh,
Heidi,
good morning to you.
Yeah, Heidi, I'm standing in a shelter with 50,000 people. It's late at night now. It is pouring with rain outside, very bleak and miserable. This shelter, one of 13 in this city alone, as the south of China and the central areas groan under the strain of millions of people trying to travel for the Chinese New Year, who've been caught up in a terrible winter snowstorm that has swept out. It's the worst storm on record in many areas, certainly in the years of modern recording techniques. The snowfalls, the depths, the temperatures have all been extremely severe, and it's led to scenes with up to 500,000 people trying to crowd into train stations when no trains are coming to pick them up. Some really desperate scenes have been seen here over the last few hours, Heidi.
Wow, it's unbelievable looking at some of these pictures right now. Hugh, what type of warning, what type of forecasting was done? It seems like everyone was absolutely caught by surprise.
I think the weather has been much more severe than anyone could reasonably have expected. And this really creates problems for the Chinese government because there are a lot of things that are essentially being caused by this storm. The most obvious visible thing is the fact that this enormous movement that happens every year of Chinese workers trying to get home for their one real holiday of the year, the Chinese New Year holiday, are being frustrated in being able to do that. But also they've had to ration coal. People are cold, but they can't burn the coal that keeps them warm. Food is not getting through to many of the cities, so that food, it's not so much that there's a starvation issue, but it's just that the prices are going through the roof, and that has led the Chinese premier to issue an almost unprecedented apology to his own people.
My goodness.
I apologize to you all. We're currently trying our best to repair the system. First, we'll fix the electric grid. After that's fixed, the trains will run again. We don't need a lot of time. Then all of you can go home for Chinese New Year.
Now, they know, Heidi, that it is just the fear of some sort of trigger that might get people active, moving en masse on things that might be annoying them, the sorts of irritations that kind of exist and are often suppressed in a place like China, suddenly getting some sort of voice and energy out of a crisis like this. That's why they're being very attentive to try to sort it out as quickly as they can, setting up shelters like the one I'm standing in across southern China, Heidi.
Oh, wow. Hugh, is there any indication, does anyone have any idea where you are when the weather might improve?
Well, really, in the end, this is weather dependent. That's the real critical thing. And the weather forecasts are not good over the next few days. The real China New Year rush really starts this weekend coming up. So there's still going to be a critical issue there of trying to convince people not to travel so that they don't get disappointed, so they're not stuck out in the freezing cold and in the rain, frustrated and angry, trampling people as we've seen in some of these situations where riot police have been deployed. Beyond that, there is obviously some major infrastructure work that needs to be sorted out so that rail systems don't break down when you have snowstorms. But that's a longer-term thing, certainly, Heidi. The first thing they're going to want to get through is the next few days.
Absolutely. All right, CNN's Hugh Remington reporting for us from Guangzhou, China. Thank you, Hugh. Concerns over a kidnapped American leads to a rare sight in Afghanistan today. Some 500 Afghan women, many wearing burqas, gathered in a wedding hall in Kandahar. They called on Sid Meisel's captors to release her immediately. It may seem like a small protest compared to mass demonstrations in the West, but today's rally was rare for women in this conservative region. One woman said she got permission from her husband to attend. Mizell was kidnapped along with her driver on Saturday. No one has claimed responsibility, and Kandahar's governor says there are no suspects in the case. Mizell has worked for an aid agency in the area for the last 3 years. She's been focusing on projects to help women and families learn to make money. In the Middle East now, resealing the border. Egyptian and Hamas security forces working to repair breaches along the Egyptian-Gazan border. The barbed wire and other barriers meant to slow the traffic of Palestinians into Egypt. Tens of thousands of Gazans crossed over last week after the border breach. They were desperate for medical attention and goods in short supply because of an Israeli blockade of Gaza. The Egyptian-Gaza border is supposed to be jointly maintained by Egypt and the Palestinian Authority, but it had been closed since Hamas took over Gaza and split with the Palestinian Authority last year. Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas and Egyptian President Hosni Mubarak are scheduled to hold talks on the situation tomorrow. The road to the White House now leads through Florida today for Republican candidates. Polling places are open, and so is the race to become the party's nominee. Mitt Romney and John McCain are locked in a battle to become the Republican frontrunner. Mike Huckabee has mounted a strong challenge, and Rudy Giuliani has bet big on Florida. He even hinted he could quit if he doesn't win. Here's his bottom line pitch.
Here's the thing to remember. I'm the person that gets things done. I've gotten things done in the past. If I promise you something, we'll do it. We will get it done.
The Democrats don't have any delegates at stake in Florida, so they're focusing on the battleground states of Super Tuesday. That is 1 week from today. Looking past Florida now, Super Tuesday on the horizon. One state possibly playing the biggest role in sorting out the Republican race. CNN senior political analyst Bill Schneider is part of the best political team on television.
California is all set to play a political role the state hasn't played in years. Kingmaker. 2 weeks ago, the Republican race was up in the air in California. Now, two candidates have made significant gains. John McCain's support has nearly doubled, giving him a solid lead in the Golden State. And Mitt Romney has picked up 10 points, putting him in second place. McCain has a big lead among moderate Republicans.
He's doing very well with those Republicans, for example, who had no trouble voting for Arnold Schwarzenegger. And, Schwarzenegger has always been able to get a majority of the Republican votes.
That's important because only registered Republicans can vote in California's Republican primary. The state party bars registered independents from its primary.
I'm confident that I can get the majority of our conservative base, and the fact that we got a lot of independent votes would also, I hope, motivate some of our conservatives to believe that I'm the best qualified to win the general election.
Right now, McCain and Romney are running neck and neck among conservatives in California. The system for winning delegates in California might actually help Romney.
Whichever candidate gets a plurality in each of the 53 congressional districts gets 3 delegates. It makes no difference if you're dealing in Nancy Pelosi's congressional district that has 30,000 Republicans, or you have an Orange County congressional district that has 300,000.
It's 53 separate Republican primaries with a prize of 3 delegates in each. Romney may be the only Republican with the resources to run a campaign in all of them. Among California Republicans, Romney is rated slightly ahead of McCain on handling the economy. McCain has a solid lead on national security. And here's the surprise. Among Republicans in California, a border state, McCain is rated better than Romney on illegal immigration. Bill Schneider, CNN, Washington.
Beginning tomorrow night, the candidates face off in the California debates, the last debates before Super Tuesday. Wednesday, it's the Republicans. Thursday, the Democrats. You can see both here, Wednesday and Thursday nights at 8 p.m. Eastern, only on CNN, your home for politics. All this week, CNN is bringing you special coverage of the presidential candidates as they crisscross the country ahead of Super Tuesday. You can watch the CNN Ballot Bowl today at noon Eastern. The battle for big-name endorsements.
Now that Sylvester Stallone has endorsed me, I'm sending over to take care of Chuck Norris right away.
High stakes in the presidential race. Iraq, important to Florida voters today, but do the Republican frontrunners really disagree about the war? CNN's Brian Todd explains.
In a razor's edge race in Florida, John McCain and Mitt Romney counterpunch on Iraq. A comment from Romney in an interview with ABC's Good Morning America last April, now getting picked apart. The question, do you believe there should be a timetable to pull U.S. troops out?
The president and Prime Minister al-Maliki have to have a series of timetables and milestones that they speak about, but those shouldn't be for public pronouncement. You want to have a series of things you want to see accomplished in terms of the strength of the Iraqi military and the Iraqi police and the leadership of the Iraqi government.
For McCain, that means one thing.
Governor Romney wanted to set a date for withdrawal, similar to what the Democrats are seeking, which would have led to a victory by al-Qaeda, in my view.
Romney calls that misleading and dishonest.
Those are the same kind of timetables we're dealing with right now. For instance, in bringing our troop strength down by July, we bring down by 5 brigades. Timetables and milestones are what, of course, you have as you manage a particular setting. But I've never said that we should have a date certain to withdraw. He knows it.
There doesn't seem to be much daylight between them on how to move forward. Both candidates have spoken about political and security benchmarks for the Iraqis to reach. Both say they don't tie those to troop withdrawal. Both candidates favor maintaining a U.S. troop presence in Iraq, although not necessarily at the current levels. McCain has talked about the possibility of a lengthy commitment like in Germany or Japan. Romney believes that should be determined by consulting commanders on the ground.
I think McCain has this vision of staying there for a very, very long time that's a little bit different from Romney's. Romney has never embraced the idea that the war was a good idea in retrospect, knowing what we know now.
On the troop surge in Iraq, McCain favored that long before it was even proposed and took heat for it. Romney supported the surge when it was announced, but just a few weeks before that, when asked in an interview with the publication Human Events if he favored sending in more troops, he said, "I'm not going to weigh in. I'm still a governor." Brian Todd, CNN, Washington.
For more on the presidential candidates and their next stops, go to cnnpolitics.com. It's your one-stop shop for all things political. We've been reporting for months and months about the growing number of people who have lost homes due to foreclosure. Now we have the hard numbers, and they are staggering. Susan Lesovich is on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange with the details. Susan, boy, 75% spike in 2007.
Yes, and you know what goes along with that is 405,000 homes that people just lost last year. They went into foreclosure. That is a terrible number, and that is the 75% that you're talking about for total foreclosure activity. Everything from auction sale notices to bank repossessions shooting up 75% from one year over the other. California, the hardest hit state, followed by Michigan and Nevada. But in Nevada, the percentage of people losing their homes was actually twice California's. So we're talking, the number was greater in California. It's a much bigger state with population-wise. But in Nevada, there was so much speculation. Think about how hot Las Vegas was, how much growth you saw there, and Nevada particularly hard hit. Realty Track is the organization compiling these numbers. What it does is it tracks foreclosures online. It says more than 1%, Heidi, of all U.S. households last year were in some sort of foreclosure activity, and it could be worse this year because you saw the deterioration. December of 07 was so much worse than 06. Brace yourselves, we're not out of it yet, Heidi.
Boy, it doesn't sound like it. What about, though, Susan, the president's plan to freeze rates for subprime lenders? Isn't that going to help?
Well, there's certainly a lot of talk, and there is a lot of discussion as to whether it will help. And there is an advocacy group, a large advocacy group, the Center for Responsible Lending, which says, no, it actually really won't help. It says that plan will only help 3% of subprime borrowers, which would translate into about 118,000 homes. It says a better plan is actually to let bankruptcy judges set rates. It says that would save 600,000 homes. Now, the Mortgage Bankers Association disputes those figures. It says more than half of subprime borrowers refinance before rates reset. It says that that the advocacy group plan made things harder, would make things harder for borrowers. A congressional committee meets this afternoon to discuss that very issue. In the meantime, there's more fallout from the housing mess countrywide, which has been at the center of it as one of the nation's largest mortgage lenders, posting a wider than expected quarterly loss of more than $400 million. Stocks in the meantime, however, are making, well, it's a mixed performance, making some gains, but we're talking modest gains. The Federal Reserve holding the first of its two-day meeting today on interest rates. That's pretty much the major story of the week, but there's a lot going on. We did get a good number, surprisingly good number on big ticket orders. It's called durable goods. Everything's from laptop computers and toasters, TV sets to jet planes, to jets, posting better than 5% rise. So that was good news. The numbers right now, pretty good too. We've got some positive momentum from yesterday's triple-digit gains from the Dow. The Dow is up 50 points. The NASDAQ is down 4 points, but pretty quiet here, not surprisingly.
Yeah, it sounds very quiet, actually, behind you there. Everyone must be whispering, Susan.
Well, you wait until 2 p.m. on Wednesday. Boy, 2:15. Yeah. This place is like a tomb. It's really remarkable.
Yeah. All right, Susan, thanks so much. We'll check back a little bit later on. Great, thank you. Everybody in the pool, the endorsement pool, that is. Here now, CNN's Jeannie Mose.
Ted Kennedy may have been delivered to the Obama camp. This isn't the campiest endorsement. How about actress Scarlett Johansson joking she's engaged to Obama when asked about her real boyfriend? Or a fashion designer like Kimora Lee Simmons, better known for how she dresses, and for addressing political issues, endorsing Hillary Clinton. There's Kevin Bacon trying to bring home the bacon for John Edwards. I'm cutting it loose. Talk about footloose. Performer John Mayer seemed loose all over, arguing with actor Justin Long about Mayer's favorite candidate, Ron Paul.
Ron Paul. I'm talking about Ron Paul. Kind of leaves him, man. Not RuPaul, Ron Paul.
RuPaul's only platform is the kind you wear on your feet. Of course, there was Oprah's endorsement of Obama and his payback campaign promise delivered on Letterman.
3 words. Vice President Oprah.
Yeah. Of course, the campiest endorsements of them all pitted Rambo against Chuck Norris. Chuck is for Huck, but when Norris suggested McCain is so old he could die in office.
I'm just afraid that the vice president will wind up taking over.
McCain called in reinforcements.
Now that Sylvester Stallone has endorsed me, I'm sending over to take care of Chuck Norris right away.
The opposite of Rambo's is Toni Morrison's endorsement. The African-American writer who first called Bill Clinton America's first black president has now endorsed the guy who really would be the first black president if he won. There are those who proudly opt for the anti-endorsement. Rudy put out this web ad.
Rudy Giuliani is not endorsed by the Tampa Tribune. He's not endorsed by any of the liberal newspapers.
And then there's the endorsement from beyond the grave. You know how the Republicans are always invoking Ronald Reagan? Well, guess who the Kennedy clan endlessly invoked?
President Kennedy.
President Kennedy.
And John Kennedy.
In the days of John and Robert Kennedy.
When my father was president.
As we had with my uncle.
Portraits of John and Robert.
Cross-dressing is one thing, but if all this cross-endorsing keeps up, cartoonist Jeff Danziger may turn out to be prophetic with his Monica endorses Obama. Jeannie Mose, CNN, New York.
A cashier one-ups a robber. He walks out during the stick-up.
Andrew, back up, back up, back up.
The uncooperative clerk in the newsroom. A new arrest warrant for a Marine accused of murder. This one from Mexican officials. A cousin of fugitive Marine Corporal Cesar Lorien says he saw him near Guadalajara, Mexico earlier this month. His whereabouts right now are not known. Lorien is wanted for the murder of pregnant Marine Maria Lauterbach. Her body was found buried behind Lorien's home in North Carolina. The arrest warrant means Mexican authorities are now authorized to follow leads and attempt to apprehend Lorien. Authorities in Miami say it was a miracle no one else was hurt. A cab fell at least 30 feet from an overpass onto a highway during rush hour. The cab driver survived and was taken to a hospital. Officers described what happened.
according to witnesses, loses control and basically pinballs on the expressway, knocked from guardrail to guardrail.
The speed was too fast for that particular ramp. I've seen several crashes in this exact location. Sometimes they turn out like this, and sometimes they turn out fatal.
The officer said the driver's life was probably saved because the cab landed on its wheels, but the driver's luck may have run out. He faces a reckless driving charge. It is his 33rd citation since 1995. Call him brave or maybe something else. A store clerk confronted by an armed robber. What the clerk did may surprise you. John Borsa of affiliate WKBW has more.
It happens in an instant. A man walks into the 7-Eleven store on Sheridan Drive and purchases a scratch-off lotto ticket. As soon as the cash register door opens, the armed man immediately demands cash and displays a weapon, a small handgun. But the store clerk is not cooperating. In fact, he's doing the opposite, fighting with the gunman, refusing to hand over any cash.
I wouldn't exactly call it a fight, but he made it a little more difficult for our would-be robber here to get away with what he was looking for.
Despite repeated threats to his life, the store clerk continues to give the suspect a hard time. At one point, he closes the cash register drawer and walks out of the store, leaving the suspect to fend for himself.
The clerk tried closing the drawer, walking away from the area. A lot of things I wouldn't recommend most of the time.
Eventually, the suspect rips the till right from under the counter and leaves with half the cash register under his arm. The take? Just $50.
No one was hurt. It is the second armed robbery, though, in the town in a week. Police are looking for any possible links. Florida's Cuban Americans, long a stronghold for Republicans, but they may be losing their grip. CNN's John Zarella has a story.
In Miami's Little Havana, the cup was always filled with Republican votes. But for some, it doesn't taste quite as good as it used to.
We have been made a lot of promises by the Republican Party. They come here, they say, viva la libertad, down with Fidel Castro, and then they ignore us.
These Democrats that are out there hiding because they don't want to come out. We need to bring them out.
At a Democratic Hispanic Caucus of Florida meeting, they talk of getting out the vote. The simple fact there's a meeting at all says a lot. Cuban Americans blamed President Kennedy and the Democrats for the failure nearly 50 years ago of the Bay of Pigs invasion aimed at overthrowing Castro. Ever since, they have voted overwhelmingly Republican. That was reinforced when Elian Gonzalez was sent back to Cuba during Bill Clinton's presidency. If you are a Cuban American, it was sacrilege to be anything but. Millie Herrera says in the past she was harassed for daring to be different.
I will not cede ground to anybody. I will not accept anybody to tell me that I am less patriotic or less beloved of Cuban American and Cuban freedom just because I'm a Democrat.
The Cuban American National Foundation, a rock-solid ally of the Republican Party since the Reagan era, is no longer handing out automatic support.
Our community have been changing our outlook toward the Republican Party because of the failure of this administration to really provide some of the promises.
For decades, nearly every Republican candidate and president played to the audience, vowing to bring a free Cuba, and for good reason. Census figures show 1.5 million Hispanic voters in Florida. 36% of them, 540,000, are Cuban American. The majority are registered Republicans, and political observers say they'll probably stick with the GOP in the general election. But Democrats sense an opening. Bottom line, if the Republican nominee wants that cup filled with votes again, he may, for the first time in 50 years, have to work for them. John Zarella, CNN, Miami.
Good morning, everybody. You're with CNN. Hi there. I'm Heidi Collins. Developments keep coming into the CNN newsroom on Tuesday, the 29th of January. Here's what's on the rundown. Republicans counting on Florida. Will the state propel a candidate to front-runner status? Voting underway right now. Mobs with machetes. Kenya falls into a new round of bloodletting. Our Nick Robertson, live from Africa. Healthcare reform in a war zone. Baghdad's best medical care ranks among the world's worst. Hospital hardships in the newsroom. Sun, sand, surf, and a potential springboard to the Republican nomination. Polling places are open in Florida for today's presidential primary. The state that decided the presidency in 2000 could have a big say in choosing the Republican nominee today. John McCain and Mitt Romney are fighting to become the party's clear frontrunner. They're facing a strong challenge from Mike Huckabee. And this will be a critical day for Rudy Giuliani. He bet big on Florida, even hinting he could drop out if he doesn't win. The Democrats don't have any delegates at stake in Florida, so they are focusing on the battleground states of Super Tuesday 1 week from today. Let's get to the front lines now of the GOP's fight for Florida. CNN's Dan Lothian is at a polling place in Orlando. So, Dan, how are things looking now?
Well, Heidi, we still see a steady stream of voters showing up here at this Presbyterian Church, a polling place in Orlando, Florida. Not as many people as we saw sort of the pre-work hours. Everyone would come and vote before they headed off to work. No doubt it will pick up as we see the lunchtime hour approaching. But they're expecting across the state to have very strong voter turnout, in particular because of that heated race you're talking about on the Republican side between Senator John McCain and Governor Mitt Romney. They really have been going at each other over the last couple of days leading up to the primary. McCain pointing out that Romney is a flip-flopper on a lot of key issues. Romney pointing out that McCain and some of his issues are comparable to those of what he said were liberal Democrats. Now, McCain, who was at a polling place in St. Pete with the governor of Florida this morning, was asked about this contentious battle between the two leading Republicans, and he described it this way. He says it looks like, quote, Sunday school picnic compared to the Democrats. But he also pointed out that he thought this all could be blamed on Mitt Romney. Here's what he had to say about that.
Governor Romney has attacked literally all of us. Mayor Giuliani and I haven't attacked each other. Governor Huckabee and I haven't attacked each other. Fred Thompson and I didn't attack each other. Ron Paul and I haven't attacked each other. It's only been Governor Romney who decides to attack opponents when he thinks that they are moving up and succeeding. I mean, that's just the way he campaigns. It's just a matter of record.
Now, Romney would point out that he's just pointing out the facts when he is attacking Senator McCain. As for Rudy Giuliani, this was supposed to be his special day in the Sunshine State. He had spent so much time here in Florida. This was essentially what he was using to be his springboard, a win here, a springboard to Super Tuesday and beyond. He pointed out that whoever won the primary here would get the nomination. But of course, he's running third in the polls. He was at a diner in Miami Beach this morning. He still seemed upbeat, and when he was asked about what his chances were and what would happen if he didn't do well here tonight, he says, I still think that I can win. So he's still showing a lot of confidence, but certainly it's going to be a difficult road for him because he spent a lot of dollars, millions of dollars here in the state of Florida, and was really hoping to do well. And at least if you follow the polls, that does not appear to be the case. Probably will not happen. But he did say that he is planning on heading out to California to take part in the Republican debate. Of course, all of that could change depending on what happens here. Heidi?
And we will be watching very closely. Thanks so much, Dan Lothian from Orlando this morning. So we've heard from the Giuliani and the Romney campaigns. Next up in the newsroom, John McCain's camp. We're going to have this coming up live in the hour. Democrats looking to Super Tuesday. CNN's Jim Acosta is in Blackwood, New Jersey. He's at a Bill Clinton event. It's scheduled to begin very shortly. So, Jim, it looks like a lot of fans of the former president are there behind you. Are they excited about Hillary Clinton as well?
Absolutely. Both Clintons know how to fire up a crowd, and Bill Clinton should be here at any minute. And actually, we're starting to hear some cheers now, so he may be stepping up onto the stage shortly. But Bill Clinton is campaigning in New Jersey, a Super Tuesday state, after a tough couple of days for his wife's campaign. There was a loss in South Carolina, and the former president was blamed in part by some Democrats for that defeat because some of those sharply worded negative attacks against Barack Obama. Some Democrats saying that may have prompted Ted Kennedy to go and endorsed Barack Obama. But yesterday, when Hillary Clinton was campaigning in Massachusetts, she telegraphed what may be a new tactic for the campaign, taking the focus off of her rival Barack Obama and putting it back on the Bush administration, which is always a crowd pleaser for Democrats.
I don't know about you, but when this administration started way back in 2001, I spent a lot of time yelling at my TV set. And then I thought, well, wait a minute, I'm in the Senate. I've got to do better than that. But really, you couldn't make up a lot of the stuff they've done. Who would believe it? You know, taking that balanced budget and that surplus, turning it into deficit and debt again, getting us into so many problems around the world. And then when the vice president shot that guy in the face, I thought that was it. What more can happen?
Now, speaking of Hillary Clinton, she has just released a statement from her campaign saying that she expects to announce a major endorsement coming up at 1 o'clock this afternoon. So we'll wait and see what she says there. But in the meantime, some people are wondering whether or not Bill Clinton is going to take a less visible role in the campaign. Well, obviously, this event puts some of that to rest. But take a look at his schedule coming up, or take a listen to his schedule coming up. He's going to Ohio and then to Barack Obama's home state of Illinois. So it's clear that Bill Clinton loves this stuff too much to take sort of a backbench role when it comes to campaigning for his wife. He's going to be out there just as much as he has been from all indications, Heidi.
Well, that's certainly the way it looks. All right, CNN's Jim Acosta coming to us from Blackwood, New Jersey this morning. Thank you, Jim. Appreciate that. And all this week, CNN is bringing you special coverage of the presidential candidates as they crisscross the country ahead of Super Tuesday. Next hour, in fact, you can watch the CNN Ballot Bowl. It's all this week at noon Eastern, only here on CNN. The House is set to vote later today on a $150 billion plan to give the economy a shot in the arm. It includes rebates for many of you and tax breaks to businesses. Last night in his State of the Union address, President Bush called on Congress to take quick action.
The temptation will be to load up the bill. That would delay it or derail it, and neither option is acceptable. This is a good agreement that will keep our economy growing and our people working, and this Congress must pass it as soon as possible.
The Senate takes up its own version of the stimulus package tomorrow with changes and add-ons that could put senators on a collision course with the president. Severe weather leaving a mess and snarling travel literally around the globe. A cyclone strikes Fiji, killing at least 6 people. Winds up to 88 miles per hour ripped the roofs off hundreds of homes, and flooding already a problem. Dozens of deaths in China blamed on a snowstorm. We heard from our Hugh Remington on the devastation just a short time ago. It's described now as the worst winter weather there in half a century. Icy roads making travel difficult. Hundreds of thousands of travelers are stranded at train stations. Several power plants running out of fuel. And a volcano in Mexico sends out a plume of smoke and steam. The volcano southeast of Mexico City has been intermittently erupting for the past 4 years. The Midwest, in this country anyway, feeling the freeze. Meteorologist Rob Marciano is live in the Severe Weather Center now with more on that. St. Louis we're looking at now.
Yeah, and you know what? They're not feeling the freeze yet, but if you're not, you will soon. I love this picture. I mean, almost as pretty as that picture of the volcano. There's the Gateway Arch. KSDK is our affiliate. Take a look. Currently at 63 degrees. Isn't that beautiful? Just makes you want to go out, walk the dog, take a jog, what have you. Tonight's low temperature in St. Louis will get down to 14. So rapidly dropping temperatures. That's the main weather story across the Midwest and the northern tier. For instance, it is currently 46 degrees in Chicago. That's the actual temperature. Meanwhile, the actual temperature, not including wind chill, is -2 in Sioux Falls. And I'm going to move the map ahead, hopefully, and get to that. All right, so we have blizzard warnings out and also winter storm warnings posted for a good chunk of Chicago to Milwaukee, but it shouldn't snow all that much. The big story is going to be the cold and the big-time winds. Want to show you what's going on right now on I-90, which is right there. We're looking at an avalanche that has just occurred. And I-90 over Snoqualmie Pass is now shut down between milepost 47 and milepost 80. Here's the Department of Transportation camera right there on the mountain at the pass. You can see there's not a whole lot of traffic there. So an avalanche has shut down I-90 right now until further notice, and there are avalanche warnings posted for the Cascades and the Olympic Mountains today, with more rain and snow pounding the Pacific Northwest. It'll hit the north part of California as well, all the way down to San Francisco. Shouldn't get a whole lot more south of that. And here's a little sliver of snow that is really the leading edge of that cold, cold air that's going to pound the northern tier. To the south and east of it, maybe some severe weather as well. So we're getting all sorts of weather, and we've just now added avalanche, although it's not really weather, it's weather-related to the mix. So China has its headaches for sure.
Boy.
We've got them here in the U.S.
Yeah, that is an unbelievable story in China. We are going to be keeping an eye on it with our correspondent there, Hugh Remington. He's actually at one of those train stations where everybody is sitting around.
The number of people affected is just mind-boggling.
Yeah, because of the Chinese New Year.
All right.
Unreal. All right, Rob, thanks so much.
Okay.
Unfolding overseas this hour, new outrage in Kenya. More people take to the streets with machetes after the killing of an opposition lawmaker. A live update ahead.
Covering the angles, uncovering the details. See for yourself in the CNN Newsroom.
A desperate situation this morning in Kenya. Peace talks are underway, but mobs carrying machetes are threatening to push the country into chaos. CNN senior international correspondent Nick Robertson is in Nairobi, Kenya now. So, Nick, what's the latest on these peace efforts?
Well, we've just had a meeting by the president, or between the president here and the leader of the opposition. The meeting was quite cordial. They were both seen drinking tea together. The body language was formal, not friendly, but the language, perhaps the diplomatic language behind it, and of course these two leaders have been brought together by the former UN Secretary General Kofi Annan. The diplomatic language behind it, if you will, is not promising. At least that's what analysts here are saying at the moment. Kofi Annan had asked both these leaders to propose a negotiating team. We've proposed a number of members for that negotiating team. The assessment is here that both the president and the leader of the opposition have proposed quite hardline members of their teams, and that's an indication here that perhaps these talks are not going to go too quickly this time, Heidi.
All right, CNN's Nick Robertson reporting for us live now after he has made his way to Nairobi, Kenya. Nick, we know you'll be watching the situation there. Now to news affecting your health. A strenuous workout, a robust drink. Put them together for a healthier heart? Well, that's the findings of a new study. I talked about it earlier with CNN Chief Medical Correspondent Dr. Sanjay Gupta.
They've known for some time that moderate amounts of alcohol, nothing crazy here, can actually be good for your heart. The question was how good and how much alcohol are we talking about here specifically? So researchers in Denmark took this a step further and tried to answer that very question, trying to establish just how much risk reduction do you get from drinking, exercising, and maybe even both together. Take a look at some of the numbers there. First of all, your highest risk is if you do nothing. You don't drink at all and you don't exercise at all. Look at the next number, though. 50% lower risk if you're a moderate drinker, 1 to 2 drinks a day, and you exercise. 30% lower if you just exercise, and 30% lower if you just drink. So actually drinking does confer some benefit all by itself. We've known that for some time, but this idea that you can add those two things together and get the greatest benefit, good news, very popular column, I should add as well.
Yeah, I bet it is. I bet it is. But that is amazing, though, because I think that it said 1 to 2 drinks a day is perceived as a moderate drinker. I don't want to get off course here, but yeah, that seems like a lot.
Yeah, two drinks for men and 1 drink for women. That's how they define moderate for the purpose of this study.
Okay. So explain to us exactly what happens when your body is drinking or exercising. We know about the anticoagulation, right?
Right. The anticoagulation from alcohol, a really important thing, but what, sort of the holy grail, if you will, in preventing heart disease is raising your levels of good cholesterol. It's called HDL. How do you raise those levels up? Pharmaceutical companies have been researching this. People are really trying to figure this out. We know that exercise can do it, and we also know that drinking can do it. And now we know, at least as a result of this study, that it's additive.
And one other thing worth mentioning, age matters. The study found no evidence that alcohol helps the heart until age 45 or 50. To get your daily dose of health news online, log on to our website. You'll find the latest medical news, a health library, and information on diet and fitness. The address, cnn.com/health. On call to see the worst of war.
I told one of my friends once that we must all go to heaven, we Iraqis, because we've already been into hell. Image of the doctor.
A doctor who's kept his oath in the midst of war. In the newsroom. Republican candidates on the stump in Florida. Leaders of some of those campaigns on the record with CNN. 4 campaigns joining us in the newsroom today. Right now, it's Mike Huckabee's turn. So joining us from that camp, Tim Hutchinson, who serves as senior campaign advisor. Tim, nice to see you. Thanks for being with us today.
Glad to be with you, Heidi.
As you well know, Governor Huckabee won big in Iowa, but it kind of seems like it's been downhill since then. What is the campaign focusing on now?
Well, of course, the big prizes are Super Tuesday, and Governor Huckabee is leading in 6 states in the polls right now on Super Tuesday. Has been splitting time between Florida and Tennessee and Alabama and Georgia, so we feel very, very good. He's still second nationally in the polls, very close to Senator McCain in the national polls, and second in delegate count. So we feel very good about where the campaign is and optimistic about how things are going to go as we look at Super Tuesday.
All right, but what about today? What about the primary in Florida?
Well, of course, the polls don't look particularly good, but the governor has a strong base of support. He's got a lot of very dedicated and loyal workers out there. And I think, well, we're not predicting any kind of win. I think he'll do better than expected. But the big prizes, once again, much bigger prizes. Georgia has far more delegates than Florida. The big prizes are going to be next week, and that's where we feel especially good about the governor's prospects.
Let's talk about the financial situation of the campaign for just a moment. We know that he's cut back on advertising a bit. Some staffers are now working without pay. Is some of this sort of pointing towards the downturn in what we have seen in the polls?
Well, no, not really. You know, after the second place finish in South Carolina, I was personally amazed to see how the money kept coming in. They've raised millions of dollars since the South Carolina second place finish. And so these supporters are very dedicated. These donors are very dedicated, coming in over the internet, through the mail. And so while the Huckabee campaign, those who are not, or who are volunteering their time, it's really more of, I think, an indication of their dedication than a lack of funding to pay those. They wanted to put the money into the media, and they now have we have a national media buy to get that exposure across all the states for Super Tuesday. So this campaign can run a very lean operation, much more so than, you know, a campaign where you could, the candidate can write a personal check to keep it going. So okay. I think this guerrilla operation is being very effective.
All right, well, if we call it a lean operation, it is interesting to look at what type of TV announcements and commercials, if you will, you're running. In Florida, chosen to run one that talks about calling an end to the IRS. If funds are tight, why would that be the issue that the campaign would choose to run in the state of Florida?
Well, there are few institutions of government more of greater concern to the American people than the IRS. And of course, the fair tax proposal, which really resonates with working people whom the governor has a special appeal to, you know, would eliminate the IRS and establish a sales tax that would, I think, be a far simpler and a far fairer tax program for the American people. So that, I think, has had great appeal in all of the states where the governor has campaigned, and certainly with retirees in Florida, the military in Florida. That is a message that we want to get out. So that the governor's appeal is far greater than just the social conservatives that we often hear about.
Okay, well, as you have already mentioned, Super Tuesday, it's exactly 1 week away. The game plan for tackling those states?
Well, there are a number of states, as I said, 6 states where we're in the lead: Alabama, Georgia, Tennessee, Missouri, Oklahoma, West Virginia. He's very competitive. And the governor's going to be making hopscotching all across those states, very strong grassroots, picking up state right-to-life endorsements, one state after another, which I think is really going to help in the grassroots operation for Governor Huckabee.
Tim Hutchinson is a senior campaign advisor for the Huckabee campaign. Appreciate your time here very much. Thanks, you. Heidi. We've heard now from the Giuliani, Romney, and Huckabee campaigns. So coming up next in the newsroom, we will hear from John McCain's camp. Stick around.
Live in the CNN newsroom, Heidi Collins.
Welcome back, everybody. I'm Heidi Collins. Unfolding this hour, a snow emergency, the worst in China in half a century. Dozens of people are dead and thousands are stranded before the start of the Chinese New Year. I want to get an update now. Our Hugh Rivington is on the phone with us this morning from Guangzhou, China. So, Hugh, tell us what things look like now where you are.
It's just gone midnight here, Heidi, and there are hundreds of thousands of people sleeping rough again tonight, or sleeping in hastily arranged government shelters because so many hundreds of thousands of people have been trying to travel for the Chinese New Year, but having simply no luck. They've been turning up at train stations like the one where I'm in Guangzhou, a major city in southern China, to find no trains are running to the places where they want to go. The main lines between this key southern hub and the capital, Beijing, have been pretty much cut off now for days. People have got nowhere to go. They've been literally sleeping rough in the streets in some cases, still determined to try to make a train, should one ever turn up, that will take them home to see family for this once-a-year New Year holiday, Heidi.
Hugh, I just wonder, by looking at some of this video here, and certainly the video that we're showing of the crowds, you think of vacation, you think of children. Are there several children amongst all of these people as well?
Oh, there are several children, all right. I mean, you definitely see them. One thing which does make China, traveling in China, a little different, say, to the United States, other parts of the world, is that the one-child policy here means you do tend to see fewer children than you might see in the United States and other parts of the world. However, they're there with their families, but also in many cases these are workers. Workers have migrated away from their home provinces to seek their little stake in the Chinese economic revolution, working in factories, etc. They're separated from their wives and their children. Often they're women separated from their children and their husbands. That's why it's so important for them to try to cram onto trains to get home for this one time of the year, and why there's so much desperation. It's not just a travel problem. They're running out of coal. It's freezing cold. They've got coal rationing going on in 17 provinces. That's going to make people feel pretty grumpy, as they can't even get warm. Also, food is not getting to many of the cities, and that's bumping up food prices in a number of the key cities across China.
It's overall a horrible situation. But as you stand there in this crisis where you are now, is there any sort of organization? Are there government authorities, police, or aid relief workers walking around?
Yeah, I mean, certainly one thing about China is that it is a centralized governmental system. It believes in big government, and so there have been riot police deployed around the train stations. They've laid on emergency shelters. They've got lots of officials around trying to make it work. They don't have much in the way of infrastructure to make this all that comfortable, but they are aware that if there was to be a lot of huge public disquiet arising out of this, then that might pose a threat to the government of Beijing. There's been a personal apology from the Chinese Premier Wen Jiabao. They know the stakes are high. They've got to try to make people feel that they're being looked after, even though they're in pretty miserable circumstances for the next few days.
It is an incredible story. You're doing a great job with it, too. We appreciate it. CNN international correspondent Hugh Remington coming to us from Guangzhou, China today. We'll keep our eye on that story, certainly. Not at Baghdad. It's one of Baghdad's best, but the conditions at this hospital show why Iraq's health care remains in critical condition. CNN's Arwa Damon reports.
Just a few months ago, the bulk of Baghdad's casualties came through the doors of the emergency ward at Yarmouk Hospital. A time when those saving lives risked losing theirs.
Many times, wounded military people or militias come in here with guns, and they threaten us or they abuse us verbally or physically. And we are sometimes some doctors have been shot at.
The majority of Iraq's doctors fled the violence, but Dr. Mohammed stayed, fulfilling the dream of his childhood.
It was the image of the doctor that I liked when I was a child, as in white coat. I used to go to a pediatrician when I was a child. He always gave me a lollipop when he finished examining me. But I like this idea very much.
As always, here in Baghdad, with the good comes the bad.
I see some improvements, but the government has many issues, so I think they put us on the last of the list.
Even by Baghdad standards, this hospital ranks among the best. Electricity isn't an issue, thanks to a dedicated line from the power plant. And if that fails, there are 6 generators. But it's medical equipment and supplies that are lacking. And the water quality leaves much to be desired.
Security, although much better, still does remain a problem. Things like roadside bombs can shut the streets down for hours. For example, this is our second attempt to try to get here. On the first one, quite simply, the roads were all blocked off, and to try to get patients to the hospital, emergency staff had to walk 500 meters down the road with stretchers to bring them in.
The hospital director, Dr. Haqqi, says the health ministry is trying to deal with problems it can control, but wants improvements faster.
Still, we always tell our people that you must be always ready to any flare-up of the situation.
The memory of hardships the hospital once endured are still very fresh.
Did you ever imagine when you were going through medical school that you would see everything you've seen over the last few years?
I told one of my friends once that we must all go to heaven, we Iraqis, because we've already been into hell. So I didn't imagine. I didn't imagine that, ever.
Arwa Damon, CNN, Baghdad.
Sun, sand, surf, and a potential springboard to the Republican nomination. Polling places are open in Florida now for today's presidential primary. The state that decided the presidency in 2000 could have a big say in choosing the Republican nominee today. John McCain and Mitt Romney are fighting to become the party's clear frontrunner. They're facing a strong challenge from Mike Huckabee, and this will be a critical day for Rudy Giuliani. He bet big on Florida, even hinting he could drop out if he doesn't win. The Democrats, though, don't have any delegates at stake in Florida, so they are focusing on battleground states of Super Tuesday, 1 week from today. In fact, when I take you to Blackwood, New Jersey, now we've been waiting for this event to begin. You see the former President Bill Clinton there on the campus of Camden County College. He, of course, is attending this event on behalf of his wife. The Solutions for America rally. It comes just a couple of days after, as you well know, Barack Obama won an easy victory over Hillary Clinton in the South Carolina primary. So now, lots of talk about Bill Clinton. He was pretty critical of Obama. Attacked it. Some people are saying may have cost his wife some votes. Again, coming to us from Blackwood, New Jersey this morning. So far today, we have heard from Mitt Romney's campaign and Rudy Giuliani's. So now the presidential bid of John McCain. James Woolsey is an advisor to the McCain campaign. He is also former director of the CIA. Welcome to the program. We appreciate you being here.
Thanks, Heidi. Good to be with you.
Thank you. Just want to ask you right off the top here, how important is today when we are looking ahead to Super Tuesday?
I think it's an extremely important day. Florida is an extremely important state, and those of us who are working with him very much hope that John McCain wins this.
Well, you know, Mitt Romney, of course, came out swinging as Senator John McCain yesterday. I wanted you to listen with me, if you would, to something that he said, and we'll get your comment.
He's known for some things which frankly are not conservative Republican kind of movements, but instead would have pulled the nation to the left. And I just don't think that those liberal answers are what America's looking for, not for the Republican Party or for any party for that matter.
How do you respond to that criticism?
Well, I think John McCain's a conservative Republican. He has been ever since he's been in public life. I've known him for 31 years. He deals with some issues straightforwardly that a lot of candidates like to dance around. For example, some folks are in favor of ethanol subsidies when they're in Iowa, but not when they're not in Iowa. And John McCain says the same thing across the board. I think that Governor Romney's coming out strongly here because he really got caught up on something. Last April 3rd on network television, and just as the surge was beginning, which John McCain has advocated now for 3.5 years, Governor Romney was asked whether or not he favored a timetable for withdrawal. And he said, well, I favor timetables. He didn't say for withdrawal in his sentence, but that was the question. He said, I favor timetables, but they ought to be secret between the U.S. and the Iraqi government. And then he went on to say, if we were driving toward the Rhine in World War II, and we had a timetable we'd worked out with the Russians, presumably for going home, he said, for going home, we shouldn't have communicated it to the Germans. You know, that's just an extraordinarily naive statement. It's not cutting and running, I think, advocating. It's sort of cutting and dancing around. But it's talking out of both sides of your mouth, and John McCain doesn't do that.
And we had heard the senator talking quite a bit about those very comments over the weekend on several different programs. But back to the question about, because it's not the first time that Senator McCain has been criticized or at least questioned about his conservatism. Is it something that the campaign is paying attention to?
Well, I believe so. I work more on energy and related issues than I do on campaign tactics. That's not my long suit. But John McCain has a well over 80% lifetime rating from various conservative organizations for his votes in the Senate and the House before. He's not 100%. It's well over 80%. He's a very solid conservative individual, and right. I think he'd make a very fine president.
But if we're talking about the independent vote, because a lot of people really are looking at the independent vote, because they say that it is exactly what brought victory to him, at least in New Hampshire and South Carolina. Obviously, that is not going to be the case in Florida, simply because independents cannot vote there. So is that something that the campaign is now talking about?
Well, he does well with independents and with some Democrats, and as he puts it, he would like to have the support of the vegetarians and the Trotskyites, too. He has a broad appeal because he is an independent-minded man, and he calls it like he sees it. And, you know, I think a lot of people vote for president not because they agree with the candidate on each and every issue, but because of his character and because he's willing to stand up for what he thinks is right and doesn't talk out of both sides of his mouth. And whether he was being tortured in Vietnam in prison in order to keep from being released early so he wouldn't damage the morale of his buddies in prison, or whether he's talking straight about corn-based ethanol in Iowa, this is a man who calls it like he sees it, and what you see is what you get.
Well, we appreciate your time here on his behalf. Certainly, James Woolsey, advisor to the John McCain campaign and former CIA director. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
From Iraq now to Phoenix in a flash. An airman is Super Bowl bound. How he got there? Ahead. A new arrest warrant for a Marine accused of murder. This one from Mexican officials. A cousin, a fugitive Marine Corporal Cesar Lorian, says he saw him near Guadalajara, Mexico earlier this month. His whereabouts right now are not known. Lorian is wanted for the murder of pregnant Marine Maria Lauterbach. Her body was found buried behind Lorian's home in North Carolina. The arrest warrant means Mexican authorities are now authorized to follow leads and attempt to apprehend Lorian. Concern over a kidnapped American leads to a rare sight in Afghanistan today. Some 500 Afghan women, many of them wearing burqas, gathered in a wedding hall in Kandahar. They called on Sid Meisel's captors to release her immediately. It may seem like a small protest compared to mass demonstrations in the West, but today's rally was rare for women in this conservative region. One woman said she got permission from her husband to attend. Meisel was kidnapped along with her driver on Saturday. No one has claimed responsibility, and Kandahar's governor says there are no suspects in the case. Meisel has worked for an aid agency in the area for the last 3 years. She's been focusing on projects to help women and families learn to make money. And in the business headlines this morning, Walmart is borrowing a plan from Washington to help stimulate spending. Susan Lesovich is at the New York Stock Exchange now with details on this. Hi there, Susan.
Hi, Heidi. Only a retailer the size of Walmart would have the nerve to say this, that it's developed its own economic stimulus plan. No, you won't get a check in the mail, but Walmart says it will roll back prices this week from 10 to 30% on groceries, electronics, and other home-related products. Walmart used a similarly aggressive price-cutting strategy this holiday season, and while other retailers like Target saw sales declines, Walmart has been able to do pretty well in a tough retailing environment. It's also the days leading up to Super Bowl when a lot of people typically buy things, so they sit around the tube all day. So the timing is perhaps not a coincidence here either, Heidi.
They sell couches there at Walmart?
Yeah,
I don't know.
I think so.
Well, interestingly, though, they are not the only company that's in price-cutting mode.
No, this is from eBay, which has had some troubles of its own lately. It saw a temporary drop in the number of listings, and its CEO just stepped down. So the online auctioneer is changing its pricing strategy. Fees to list items will be cut up to 50%. eBay will make up for it on the back end. When an item sells, the commission eBay gets is going up. That will lower the risk for those who are listing items. So if you don't sell it, then no, you don't have to pay anything. New prices go into effect, or you don't have to pay as much, I should say. New prices go into effect on February 20th. eBay shares down nearly 2% today. Walmart down fractionally. Stocks in general moving, well, just slightly ahead of tomorrow's Fed decision on interest rates. The Dow Industrials right now up about 67 points. The NASDAQ is up 2 points. The S&P is up about 0.5%. That's pretty good. But shares of Disney are down more than 2% after an analyst today downgraded the stock, citing declines in discretionary spending. In these challenging times, perhaps people won't be going to Disney World as much. Yeah, it can all add up, right? So that's at least the thinking. So Disney shares are under a little bit of pressure, but the rally continues, Heidi.
It does. I saw that.
Yeah.
67 to the positive?
67 points, you know, inching their way back up.
Yep, we'll take the inches forward instead of backward, that's for sure.
Exactly.
Susan Lisovich, thank you.
You're welcome.
The showdown in the sunshine. Will Florida Republicans make John McCain the clear frontrunner? The CNN ballot bowl coming up at the top of the hour. Let's take a look at some of the most clicked on videos on CNN.com now. A father is sentenced to 4 years in prison for using a high voltage stun gun on his 18-month-old boy. The prosecutor says the man wanted to make the child tough. The boy is now 2 and is fine. A parasecurities trader is out of jail, but Jerome Curvio still faces charges in a $7 billion loss at a French bank. And how about being paid to study? Students at 2 Atlanta area schools will be paid to attend tutoring sessions. You can see all of the most popular by going to CNN.com. And while there, download the CNN Daily Podcast. It's easy. Go to CNN.com and click on podcasts. From Iraq to Arizona, one lucky airman is getting a free trip to the Super Bowl. Airman First Class Chadwick McDaniel arrived to a raucous welcome in Phoenix just off the plane from Tikrit. He won a drawing for the trip provided by the nonprofit organization Packages from Home. But tickets to Sunday's game won't be his only reward. He's also seeing his mother and little brother for the first time since his deployment 4 months ago. There won't be much time for a post-game party. He heads back to Iraq on Monday. A kinder, gentler Bill Clinton, that baby, the new strategy after Hillary Clinton's South Carolina loss. Here now, CNN's Carol Costello.
Bill Clinton, long a Democratic darling and once considered a huge asset in his wife's campaign, now seems to be a liability. The tabloids call him wild, the big mouth of the South. The Daily News screams calm down and has Hillary pleading with him to end the bitter talk. Even those who consider Bill Clinton a friend say,
I think he really, as they would say in Gullah Geechee country, he needs to chill a little bit.
But as one Democrat who's talked with Bill Clinton told me, the former president didn't chill because he thought he had enough political capital to go on the attack, to come out unscathed.
The biggest fairy tale I've ever seen.
He was wrong.
Well, I think he's a pretty impulsive guy who trusts his instincts, and they're usually pretty good politically. I think what's interesting about what happened in South Carolina is the available evidence suggests that they miscalculated, and his intervention actually was counterproductive.
Many pundits say Hillary Clinton's 26-point loss in South Carolina is clear evidence of that miscalculation. The question now is whether Clinton has hurt his wife's campaign in the long run. If you look at the latest numbers in the CNN Los Angeles Times Politico poll conducted by Opinion Research Corporation in California, taken after Bill Clinton's bitter attacks started in South Carolina, Hillary Clinton's support increased by 2 points, from 47% to 49%. Supporters aren't surprised, saying Democrats who love Bill Clinton know he's misunderstood right now.
The real issue is the reporting of what the president is actually saying, President Clinton. I'm being there with him and traveling with him and hearing what he said and hearing how the questions are coming through. It's the clip and snip, and it's coming out the wrong way.
Still, according to the New York Times, the Clinton campaign will try to shift the former president back into the sunnier spouse role that he played before Mrs. Clinton's loss in the Iowa caucuses. And that is a role Bill Clinton plays brilliantly, even when in the midst of attacking Obama in South Carolina. When asked by a child, what do you do when you get married?
When you get married, if you're really lucky, then your husband or wife becomes your best friend. And you get to live with your best friend for life.
That is the potent Bill Clinton. Analysts say Hillary Clinton needs to win.
Gloria Borger, our own analyst, says Hillary Clinton must take control of her own campaign, and she appeared to be doing that on Monday. You didn't see much of Bill Clinton. Carol Costello, CNN, Washington.
In Rudy Giuliani's gamble, today's Florida primary will be the first domino to fall. CNN's Mary Snow now, part of the best political team on television.
If we win in Florida, we're going to win every place else. Florida is going to lead the way.
It's Rudy Giuliani's Florida gamble, and the odds are against him. Once the favorite, he's now the underdog in the polls. In his final pitch, he took aim at the two GOP frontrunners in Florida, seizing on the bitter sniping between Senator John McCain and Mitt Romney.
Our message is a positive message. Our message is not name-calling. Our message is not negative campaigning. This is too important.
Giuliani has been hitting two main themes: national security and his days as mayor of New York during 9/11, and economic security, touting his plans for tax cuts. Despite his decline in polls, he told me he's looking forward to a win Tuesday.
We're very hopeful. We are very optimistic. These crowds are terrific. They're very enthusiastic, and they have been working for a long time.
Some of Giuliani's supporters, though, are not as confident, saying Giuliani's decision to largely stay out of early races in places like South Carolina and Iowa hurt his chances here.
Even if he would have lost in those places, at least his name would have been visible and his face would have been visible. And I think he just let the other guys get the jump on him, and now he's got a problem.
But political science professor Susan McManus says with limited money and time, Giuliani didn't have many options outside his Florida plan.
I don't think it was a mistake. In politics, you have to look at demographics, and you have to look at the place where you have the best shot of making a mark big. And that was Florida for him.
Analysts say Florida was Giuliani's best bet because of its diverse population. It's more in line with his home state of New York, and because of Giuliani's support of abortion and gay rights. That's seen as more in line with moderate Republicans here. Mary Snow, CNN, Clearwater, Florida.
I'm Heidi Collins. CNN Newsroom is just 1 hour away, so stay tuned for Ballot Bowl. It is coming up next with special coverage of the presidential candidates as they crisscross the country ahead of Super Tuesday. Almost said Super Bowl Tuesday. That would be right. Ballot Bowl comes your way in just a few moments.
Welcome to a special edition of Ballot Bowl 08. I'm Dana Bash in Miami, Florida. Ballot Bowl, what we do is try to bring you the presidential candidates in their own words, unscripted, unfiltered, and do that as they try to go around the key crucial early contest dates and try to get your vote, and of course as they try to secure their party's nomination. Now this hour we have a very, very busy hour ahead because where I am here in Florida, it is primary day, and it is a very crucial day. Democrats and Republicans are already at the polls. They have been voting since early this morning. But for Democrats here in Florida, because of a squabble with the National Party, it is sort of a beauty contest at this point because there are going to be no delegates that will actually be seated at the National Convention from Florida on the Democratic side. But for Republicans, it is a crucial day in the state of Florida. 57 delegates are going to be at stake in today's race here in Florida, and the four Republican contenders, the candidates who have been really campaigning here in Florida, as you can imagine, are all over the state trying to get every last vote before the polls close. This is a very important state in Florida, particularly for Republicans, because it is the last important contest state before Super Tuesday on February 5th, where there are about 24 states at stake. And this is also important because so far no Republican candidate has really been able to capture momentum, the big mo as it is called in politics, so So one of these candidates is hoping that they will be able to become finally a front runner in the GOP contest after today's primary here in Florida. Now, we have a very busy hour ahead, as I said. We also have some of my colleagues who are reporting on this important contest on the Democrat and Republican side. Dan Lothian is in Orlando. He is at a polling station. He's been talking to voters as they've been coming out, casting their votes. And up north in New Jersey, in Blackwood, New Jersey, that is where we have Jim Acosta. And Jim is joining me now. There, Bill Clinton just wrapped up a rally. I think, Jim, you're in suburban Philadelphia, and Bill Clinton obviously was up there campaigning for his wife. And Jim, let us know just the gist of what Bill Clinton was saying.
Well, Dana, it was back to those bread and butter issues that defined the Clinton presidency, the economy, health care, the budget deficit. A lot of people were wondering today which Bill Clinton would show up. Would it be the Bill Clinton that we saw down in South Carolina with those sharply worded attacks targeting Barack Obama, those attacks that created so much controversy and made a lot of people wonder whether or not he had actually damaged his wife's candidacy in a way that led, of all people, Ted Kennedy to go over and endorse Barack Obama. But what we saw here in New Jersey today is the Bill Clinton of old. The Robert Redford natural, if you will, of politics. He went back to those domestic issues and talking about how his wife would make a better president. And it should be noted that Bill Clinton did not mention any of the other candidates in this race, at least on the Democratic side, keeping things very positive at this event here at a community college in New Jersey. But here is Bill Clinton just a few moments ago talking about the issues that he believes will define this race for the White House.
After 8 years of over 22 million new jobs and nearly 8 million people moving out of poverty, we now have 7 years of 5 million new jobs and 5 million people falling into poverty. Middle-class incomes are stagnant. Most people think they're in a recession already. People are paying more for health care, for housing, for education, for transportation. And now we have the looming specter of this home mortgage crisis. These are tough, complicated times, but we can bring America back. We have done it before. She will lead us in doing it again and rebuilding the middle-class life. The second thing we've got to do is to reclaim the future for all these young people in the audience. America has to... America, go ahead. America. She says America has to reclaim its leadership in science and technology. Often it generates more than half of our economic growth, and we've fallen behind in investment, and we've gotten too far off the track in letting politics and ideology interfere in scientific research on everything from stem cell research to human genome research to global warming. Get the politics out and the money in, and America will go forward.
Now, the closest Bill Clinton got to drawing a distinction between his wife and Barack Obama came towards the end of this speech when he talked about all of the things that had happened during the Bush presidency that voters didn't know about back in the 2000 election because they hadn't happened yet. And as he put it, you need a president who can handle all of that. But there was no use of the phrase ready on day one, that phrase that became a bit controversial over the last few days because some people were suggesting that the president and Hillary Clinton were sort of overtly saying that Barack Obama was not ready to become president. But also sharing the stage today was the governor of New Jersey, John Corzine. He did mention endorsements at the beginning of his statement to this crowd, warming up this crowd. He said that I was one of the first governors to endorse Hillary Clinton. I was right then and I'm right now. So that was as close as we got to some of the stuff that has been coming up on the campaign trail over the last couple of days. Some touchy moments for the Clintons over the last couple of days. And it appears that Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton are putting those days behind them. Bill Clinton apparently will be taking on a prominent role, will continue to take on a prominent role with his wife's campaign. He is planning to campaign in Ohio and then Barack Obama's home state of Illinois before heading out west. Dana?
Certainly a very different kind of tone as you described, Jim. And I'm wondering, you were reporting yesterday on the reaction in the Clinton campaign to Barack Obama getting Senator Ted Kennedy's endorsement. And I'm wondering what you're hearing, if anything, about any kind of sort of feeling of being a bit chastened, particularly because of reports that perhaps Ted Kennedy, one of the reasons why he endorsed Barack Obama is because he was so angry at Bill Clinton for just what you were talking about, for the way he was perceived to have been treating Barack Obama.
Dead silence from the campaign, Dana. They are acting as if all of this did not happen, by and large. There was a conference call that Hillary Clinton led where she talked about these endorsements and, you know, basically saying endorsements come and endorsements go. But the campaign did put out a press release earlier this morning saying that they are expecting to announce a major endorsement. That's their words, not mine, at 1 o'clock this afternoon. So the war of the endorsements continues. But as you put it, this was a kinder, gentler Bill Clinton, a softer, a much softer Bill Clinton out on the campaign trail today. None of that rhetoric that we saw down in South Carolina comparing, you know, the Barack Obama candidacy to Jesse Jackson and that sort of thing. All of that apparently is out the window, and those domestic issues are back in. One thing we saw from Hillary Clinton yesterday is that she was starting to redirect much of her fire at the Bush administration, and that does get these crowds whipped up, as you know. Bill Clinton did some of that earlier today as well. But as for these endorsements, as for what happened down in South Carolina, I think it's safe to say Bill and Hillary Clinton are looking ahead and not behind them.
That's right, Jim. I love that. Endorsements don't matter, but we have a big one coming at 1 o'clock. That's classic.
That's right.
Jim,
Yeah, exactly. Mixed message, right?
In the very Yeah, no mixed message, exactly. Jim, thank you very much. In the very important Super Tuesday state of New Jersey, my home state, I should say. Thanks, Jim. Now, obviously, we want to come back to Florida, where I am, a very, very important day in the Republican race. I mentioned that there are four prominent Republican candidates who have been campaigning here for quite some time, particularly today as they try to get the very last votes as they try to win this nomination. But it is really important for one particular candidate, and that is Senator John McCain, because John McCain has had a couple of big wins. He won South Carolina's primary. He won New Hampshire's primary. He has not called himself the front runner. He has not wanted to use that word, and perhaps because he really isn't yet. But his campaign, every other campaign, acknowledges that the person who does win Florida could be perhaps the front runner. So we want to take you to John McCain at a polling station in St. Petersburg earlier today as he tries to clinch the momentum that really so far no one Republican candidate has gotten in this race.
I'm committed to working with him to address these serious problems, ranging from the Everglades to making sure that every citizen of Florida and across the Gulf is able to have the assurance and the confidence that their home will not be wiped out in a hurricane. We've been working already on it, Senator Martinez, Senator Nelson, on a bipartisan basis, and I look forward to it. And finally, could I just say that I do have a bit of nostalgia here, because my family stayed in Jacksonville. I went through pilot training in Pensacola. The first place I landed in the continental United States after I came home from prison in Vietnam was the Naval Air Station, Jacksonville, Florida. The people of Florida have been very good to me, and I'm very grateful. And I'm most grateful for the thousands and thousands and thousands of young Americans from the state of Florida that are serving our country in the armed services today, and I pledge I will keep them safe. Any questions?
Senator, how critical is a win for you today in Florida?
Pardon me?
How critical is a win for you today?
Oh, I think it's very important, and frankly, it's not only, I think the governor will tell you that it's not only important in a primary, but if any Republican is going to win a national election, that we have to carry the state of Florida, so it's a very, very important state.
Senator, there's been a lot of attacks and counterattacks in your campaign and Obama's campaign, especially over the past few days. Do you see this as continuing to pass Florida?
Well, it began, of course, Governor Romney has been campaigning that way. He spent millions of dollars in attack ads against Governor Huckabee in Iowa. He spent millions of dollars in attack ads against me in New Hampshire and in South Carolina. I mean, that's just the way he campaigns, so we have to respond. I mean, I was astonished yesterday. I guess the desperation level was that I'm a liberal. Now that was particularly entertaining. But look, he can run on his record as governor of Massachusetts, where they had huge job losses, third worst economy in the United States of America, $730 million in tax increases. State is now saddled with a $245 million debt because of his government-mandated health care plan. But the real key, I think, here in Florida is who can keep America safe? Who is it that has got the experience and background and knowledge to take on the challenge of radical Islamic extremism? Governor Romney has no experience there. In fact, he wanted to have a timetable for withdrawal at a very difficult time. I think that's why the people of Florida will make the judgment on my behalf.
Where do you go from here? I know you're focused on Florida today, but where do you go?
You know, we have a schedule, I think, of going around, obviously, to the February 5th states, and I'm usually the last to know.
Senator McCain, are you confident this morning?
Yeah, I'm feeling good. I think, you know, endorsements matter. Endorsements matter. And when I'm able to stand here with the most popular and most important member and politician, elected official in the state of Florida, it helps. And after Governor Christ endorsed us, we did see a uptick in the support, and I'm always going to be extremely grateful to him for that courage, because it would have been very easy for Governor Christ to just say, look, I'm not going to get into a contested primary. I'm very grateful and very appreciative.
Senator McCain, what's your opinion about the National Catastrophic Fund?
Governor Christ and I and Mel Martinez and Bill Nelson have had very long, detailed discussions about that. We're going to get the governors, the regulators, and the state officials together, and we're going to create a situation where, going across state lines, we're going to have pools of money so that every person, not just in Florida, but every person who is subject to hurricanes is going to be able to have a hurricane insurance so that they won't lose their homes. I'm sure we can do that, and I'll give you a little straight talk. And so will Senator Martinez and Senator Nelson. The bill that passed the United States House of Representatives, which has no insurance reform, which is a vital part, will never pass the United States Senate. But we have been working together, with the regulators, the governors, the legislators together, and we'll work this out. And as president, it'll be one of my highest priorities, because we can't have people with this kind of vulnerability. And I'm proud that Governor Christ has made it his top priority.
Well, all politics is definitely local. There you heard Senator John McCain, a candidate for president, but talking about something very important to a lot of Florida voters, and that is the fact that their home insurance has gone through the roof over the past several years, a big campaign issue here in Florida. Also talking very tough against his chief rival here in the state of Florida, that is the former Massachusetts Governor Mitt Romney, going after him on national security, and specifically, again, something that was quite controversial over the weekend, saying that Mitt Romney supported a timetable for withdrawing troops in Iraq, something that Mitt Romney vehemently denies and says actually that John McCain is being dishonest about when he says that. And we're actually going to hear from Mitt Romney after the break. He is one of the many candidates that we're going to bring you in his own words throughout this hour of Ballot Bowl. We're also going to hear from Democratic candidate Barack Obama. And we also want to remind you that it is, of course, primary day here in Florida. So you want to tune in tonight to our special coverage of primary day, and that is at 8 o'clock Eastern. Stay with us. A lot more Ballot Bowl ahead. Welcome back to CNN's Ballot Bowl. I'm Dana Bash in Miami, Florida. Florida is D-Day here for the Republicans. It is primary day, 57 delegates at stake. It is a very important day. It's winner take all, which means that the person who captures those delegates here in Florida on the Republican side will be in a very good place to perhaps be the front runner, something we have not seen in the almost month plus of voting in the Republican primary contest. Now, before the break, we brought you John John McCain. He, in every poll, appears to be in a neck-and-neck race with the former Massachusetts Governor Mitt Romney to actually win Florida's primary. You heard John McCain with some pretty tough talk against Mitt Romney. So we want to bring you, as we do here on Ballot Bowl, a long portion of what Mitt Romney was telling voters in Jacksonville, Florida, as he was making his closing argument to voters about why he wants them to vote for him, not John McCain or any of the other candidates. Take a listen.
About 3 weeks ago, everybody was saying it was Mayor Giuliani's race and we might as well stay home, but somehow we got our message out that we wanted to see change in Washington and that we're the right team to do it. You see, we've had the fun of going up and down the country and hearing what people had to say about Washington politicians and how much they want to see change. We've heard for many, many years Washington politicians tell us that they would finally solve the problems in Social Security, but they haven't. We will. We heard Washington politicians say they would cut back on the pork barrel spending and the earmarks. They haven't. We will. We heard Washington politicians say they would live by high ethical standards. They haven't. We will. You know, the politicians told us that they'd find a way to get everybody health insurance that was affordable and they could keep it throughout their lives. They haven't. We will. And they told us they'd end illegal immigration. They haven't. We will. And you know, right here in Florida, you've heard it time and time again, we value and appreciate legal immigration. It's a great source of vitality for our country. People come here from all over the world seeking opportunity. But illegal immigration, they said they'd stop that. They haven't. We will. You know, when I was in the primary in Michigan a couple of weeks ago, I think people learned that when you tell the American people they can't do something, the American people give a big surprise. I was behind in the race there to Senator McCain, and we came there and talked about how we're going to fight for every good job in that state. We're going to make every effort we can to protect every job in this country, to have good jobs for our citizens, and to strengthen the economy. And Senator McCain, having gone from way ahead, ended up falling a significant degree behind. And we're going to do the same thing right here tomorrow. You know, one of the great experiences I've had in my life has been to have a job in the business world, in the real world, to understand how the real... And I learned a lot by doing that. 25 years in the real world has taught me a lot about how the real world works. And frankly, if you want somebody who understands how Washington works, you can elect the other guy. But if you want somebody who understands how America works, elect me and our team. Now, I've got a friend here with me I want to introduce to you because he's kind of unusual. He came to me about, I don't know, 20 years or so, 20 years ago, and he said, I have an idea. He said, you know, when big companies want to buy office supplies and computers and printers and paper, they get big discounts. It's real cheap. But if you're a little guy with 1 or 2 people in your business, you have to pay through the nose. Office equipment and supplies and furniture are so expensive. He said, I want to open a store almost as big as this hangar and sell office supplies at 50% off. And so I said, boy, that sounds like an unusual idea. I went out and talked to people and said, what do you think of this idea? People said it's a lousy idea. They said, people don't want to have to get in their car and go buy office supplies. They'd rather have them delivered. And at the beginning, we didn't have the idea of delivery, but I decided this guy was a pretty good guy, and we studied his business thoroughly, and we put the first dollars in the first Staples store.
And that's former Massachusetts Governor Mitt Romney trying to close the deal as a former businessman, explaining and really pleading with voters here in Florida to understand that he believes that the economy is the #1 issue and should be the #1 issue for them and their vote. And he insists, and as he has been, frankly, over the past several contest states in Michigan and in South Carolina and Nevada, that he believes that that his experience in the private sector as a venture capitalist should be make him the best person to be the Republican nominee at this point. Now, we want to switch over to the Democratic side and give you some news for Barack Obama. It's another day and another endorsement. He is going to get, we are told later today, the endorsement of Kansas's Governor Kathleen Sebelius. You probably saw her last night giving the Democratic response to the President's State of the Union address. She is going to, we are told, give Barack Obama an endorsement in Kansas. Kansas is one of the many Super Tuesday states that is going to vote on February 5th. Barack Obama is going to be in El Dorado, Kansas later today. Barack Obama has some connection to Kansas. His mother is from Kansas. His grandfather, I believe, is actually from that town of El Dorado. And Kansas is the reddest of red states in this country. In fact, no Democrat has actually carried the state of Kansas since 1964. Yet there is a Democratic governor, so perhaps Barack Obama is hoping against hope. If he were to become the nominee, he would have a little bit more of a chance there because of his ties to the state of Kansas. And speaking of Barack Obama, I said we were going to hear from him later on this afternoon. But in the meantime, we want to bring you back to a big endorsement that he got yesterday, an endorsement from a senator who is very well known to all of our viewers and somebody who Barack Obama is hoping is going to give him a lot of weight with Democratic voters who still have a bit of nostalgia for his name, and his name is Kennedy.
I believe that's true for millions of Americans. I've seen it in the offices in this city, where portraits of John and Robert hang on office walls or collections of their speeches sit on bookshelves. I've seen it in my travels all across this country, because no matter where I go or who I talk to, one thing I can say for certain is that the dream has never died. The dream has never died. The dream has never died. It lives on. It lives on in the older folks I meet who remember what America once was and know what America can be once again. It lives on in the young people who've only seen John or Robert on television but are ready to answer their call. It lives on in those Americans who refuse to be deterred by the scale of the challenges we face, who know, as President Kennedy said at this university, that no problem of human destiny is beyond human beings. And it lives on in those Americans, young and old, rich and poor, black and white, Latino and Asian and Native American, gay and straight, who are tired of a politics that divides us and want to recapture the sense of common purpose that we had when John Kennedy was President of the United States of America. That is the dream we hold in our hearts. That is the kind of leadership we long for in this country. And that is the kind of leadership I intend to offer as President of the United States of America. So make no mistake, the choice in this election is not between regions or religions or genders. It is not about rich versus poor, young versus old, and it is certainly not about black versus white. It is about the past versus the future. It is about looking backwards or marching forwards. It's about whether we are going to seize this moment to write the next great American story. So someday we can tell our children that this was the time when we healed our nation. This was the time when we repaired our world. And this was the time when we renewed the America. That this was the time when we renewed the America that has led generations of weary travelers from all over the world to find opportunity and liberty and hope on our doorstep.
And that was Senator Barack Obama of Illinois speaking yesterday after getting a coveted endorsement from Senator Ted Kennedy. He, of course, was there with his son, Congressman Patrick Kennedy, and Caroline Kennedy, the senator's niece, and, of course, the daughter of John F. Kennedy. Now, that is an endorsement that Senator Obama is still hoping will have him do well, and not just with people who are nostalgic for the Kennedy name, but perhaps with the vast connections that Senator Kennedy still has and tremendously across the country in the Democratic community and party. Now, we're talking about the Democrats now, but we have a big story here in Florida. It is voting day. It is primary day here in Florida, and it is most important for the Republicans. It could be a game changer for the Republicans. We're going to go to our Dan Lothian, who is at a polling station in Orlando, Florida, and we're going to talk to him about something that you might be interested in terms of Florida voters. Don't worry, it's not hanging chads, but it's an interesting fact about the votes going on here in Florida today. Stay with us. Hello and welcome back to a special edition of Ballot Bowl 08. I'm Dana Bash in Miami, Florida, where it is primary day here in Miami. And what we try to do in Florida, all of Florida, it is primary day, but what we're trying to do here in Ballot Bowl is bring you the candidates as they are trying to appeal to voters in the very last moments here in Florida, like they are trying to get every last vote. But we're also trying to put this in context a bit for you, because Florida, of course, is incredibly important. Democrats and Republicans have been voting today. In fact, the polls have been open for about 5 hours. But for the Democrats, it is not as important. It's probably more of a beauty contest, as some are calling it, because the national party for the Democrats, they sanctioned or punished the Democrats here for moving up their primary to today. So there are no delegates at stake, but there are 57 delegates at stake for Republicans here. It is absolutely crucial for the Republican candidates in this race. And it comes just 1 week ahead of Super Tuesday. Super Tuesday will have more than 20 states at stake. It is a very, very big day. And actually about 1,600 delegates will be up for grabs in that Super Tuesday contest. Again, that is just 1 week from today. But before we look ahead to next week, we want to, of course, get to the important day today here in Florida, and that is voting. And we want to bring in our Dan Lothian, who's actually at a polling station in Orlando, Florida. And Dan, you know, it's been fascinating to watch. Obviously, not just that voters are going to the polls today, but this is one of the 30-plus states here in Florida that actually allows voting to start, I think, January 14th. So almost 1 million voters have already cast their ballots.
That's right, they have. It started in mid-January and then wrapped up over the weekend. So, yes, about 1 million or so voters have already cast their ballots. But today, obviously, is that critical day, as you mentioned, when both Republicans and Democrats are coming out here and voting. And you did mention that Democrats don't have the delegates to drive them out to the polls, to get them to the polls, to motivate them. But nonetheless, there are Democrats who are going out and voting because, A, they feel that this is their duty. This is something that they must do. They have done it for years, and so they're not going to back down. And they're also hoping that perhaps something might change. We know that Senator Hillary Clinton has been lobbying to get those delegates to count, and they're hopeful that perhaps something will happen along the way and that their vote will not be done in vain. And also, secondly, there are the local races that driving some of the Democrats out to vote as well. So those two key components making this important for Democrats as well as Republicans.
It is really interesting because, you know, we talked about the fact that voters, almost 1 million, have already cast their ballots. 400,000 of them apparently are Democrats. They're voting for a contest which apparently won't really matter when you're talking about actually picking the Democratic nominee, because they're not seating them at the convention, which is sort of quite interesting. But I want to ask you, from your perspective there, Dan, what kind of turnout are you seeing? I know that there's been a lot of talk about the fact that there is an important ballot measure on property taxes, which is very important in any state, but especially important here in Florida. So what's your sense of turnout there?
We've seen pretty good turnout here. In fact, we touched base with local officials here in the Orange County area, and they told us that they're seeing quite high turnout. They couldn't give us any specific numbers at this time, but they say that they believe it's pretty heavy, statewide expected to be heavy as well. And you know, one of the things, as I was talking to some of the voters who are coming here, they are driven by some of the issues, at least the Republicans here, driven by some of the issues that the Republicans are laying out there. Also, this tight contest that we're seeing between Romney and McCain, that has engaged a lot of these Republican voters. And I was talking to one lady here. She's will be 84 in 2 weeks, and she says she's voted every single time. She's a loyal voter. She said she couldn't miss this at all. But one of the things, and this goes back to something that you've been talking about in the past half hour, the negative campaigning, what we have seen, these sharp attacks that have been taking place between Romney and McCain. And, you know, as you talk to all of these people, including this woman who will be 84 years in 2 weeks, she said that she was turned off by the negative campaigning, that politics should not be about this. It should be about honor. It should be about the issues. It should not be about this negative campaigning, because she says that it sort of lowers it. It lowers this, you know, what this campaign should be about, what politics should be about. So obviously, at least the voters that I've talked to, they're turned off by the negative campaigning, but they also feel that it's important to come out and vote. And in this particular case, this woman I'm talking about, she is an evangelical who is voting for Mitt Romney. And in her case, she said that, you know, everybody's been talking about, you know, Romney being a Mormon, being turned off by that. She says, I believe in what he stands for, and that's why I'm voting for him.
That is very interesting, particularly given the controversy over the Governor Romney's religion. And, you know, the negative campaigning, Dan, as you know, every voter says that they don't like it. But as we see these races get tighter and tighter, it is as sure as the wind in Florida that we're going to see negative campaigning. We've certainly seen that over the past couple of days. Thank you very much, Dan. Thank you for that. And Dan, of course, was talking about an important about what's going on here today in Florida, and that is the voting. And it is perhaps most important to somebody who has spent more time here than any other of the Republican candidates, any other candidate at all, and that is the former mayor of New York City, Rudy Giuliani. We caught up with him this morning as he was searching for every last vote. He was actually at a coffee shop in Fort Lauderdale. We're going to hear from him what he told voters there, what he told reporters there right after the break. Stay with us. Hello and welcome back to CNN's Ballot Bowl 08. I'm Dana Bash in Miami, Florida. And, you know, what we try to do here on Ballot Bowl is give you, the viewer, a chance to see a lot more of the candidates, perhaps some of what we as political reporters get to see on the stump. And as we witness these candidates try to convince voters to vote for them, to give them their party's nomination. And here in Florida, it is primary day, it is voting day, and it is perhaps the most important, perhaps telltale day for Rudy Giuliani, the former mayor of New York City. He campaigned here for almost 2 months straight, if you add up all the days, much more than anybody else. He, for some time, had made very clear that because he did not intend and did not do well in the earlier contest states, he was actually 0 for 6 in all of those, that he had everything banking on the state of Florida. He last night actually said something interesting. He said whoever wins then Florida will likely win the nomination. Perhaps that was Rudy Giuliani's way of saying, given the fact that now he is in a distant third place in almost all of the polls, perhaps his way of saying he does not think he is going to get the nomination. Nevertheless, he has been out campaigning very, very hard, going from town to town, particularly in southern Florida, where they have a lot of New York transplants there, people who are familiar with the name Rudy Giuliani. And we want to show you a bit of what he was talking about this morning at the Rascal House. The Rascal House, for people who don't know, is generally a good place to get the early bird special in southern Florida. And he was there very, very early this morning, greeting voters and talking to reporters about the reality of his chances here in Florida.
Big day for you. You spent a lot of time here in Florida. What do you have to say to the voters heading to the polls right now?
Come out and vote. The main thing is to get out to vote.
Okay.
We had a very, very strong, early vote showing. 500,000 Republicans.
So a lot of Republicans went out to vote.
Someone told me 500,000 Republicans, 1 million votes overall. So now we want people to come out and vote, not to be influenced one way or the other by any polls, any predictions. Polls and predictions have been wrong as often as they've been right. And the way you prove them wrong is you go out and vote.
And so what do you have to say about the polls that say that McCain and Romney are now tied for the lead?
What I have to say about it is the poll in New Hampshire had Barack Obama beating Hillary Clinton. It turned out the other way. We could find as many examples of polls that work as polls that don't. Just get out and vote. People should go out and vote, make their vote count. I believe I'm the candidate that has been the most relevant to the people of Florida. I'm the only one supporting the National Catastrophe Fund to help reduce insurance rates. I'm the only one who has proposed a tax reduction of the dimension of really one of the largest in history, a single-page tax return. We've talked about what has to be done to preserve the Everglades. We've talked about what needs to be done for the space program. And I'm the only one that's also managed an economy and been able to take it through a crisis. And therefore, I think there are a lot of good, positive reasons for Florida Republicans to vote for me. And we've stayed out of the negative campaigning.
And where do you plan to go from here?
Wherever they tell me. We're traveling up and down the state. I think we end up in Orlando later today, but you do. I think we're going to Delray Beach at some point. That's right. I remember seeing that on the schedule.
Get poppies at Delray Beach, kind of like this. And what about the polls? And I've heard that if this is a make or break day for you, how do you feel about that? Is that true in your opinion?
This is a day that we're going to win. We contemplate nothing else other than victory. We got people, you know, up until 7 o'clock tonight deciding whether to vote. We want them to vote. We want them to realize their vote counts. We want Florida's vote to count. We want them to realize that if they go vote, we can win. The votes are there. We've been organizing.
That's right.
How long, Bill?
For 8 or 9 months now, we've had a tremendous grassroots organization, largest committee of these campaigns by far.
Natalie, we're here live actually with Rudy Giuliani, who's at Mookie's Deli.
So don't. Pardon me?
Hispanic vote?
Hispanic vote.
Oh, I think the Hispanic vote is very important. We've had a very strong campaign, specifically to reach people in the Hispanic community, but also to reach everyone in Florida. I think the Hispanic community in Florida is interested in the same things everyone else is interested in. They're interested in lower taxes. They're interested in less government spending. They're interested in greater opportunities in society. They're interested in help with their property insurance because you know, there is a problem in real estate right now, and they're interested, and I find that there's a tremendous amount of interest in the Hispanic community, in particular in my position on school choice, that parents should be deciding on the school that their child goes to. And I think our 12 commitments to the American people, which we outlined originally in New Hampshire, have, you know, a tremendous amount of relevance to people in the Hispanic community, but really to everyone.
Talk about a raw moment. There's the former New York City Mayor Rudy Giuliani over a bowl of Raisin Bran, explaining to voters and to reporters why he thinks that he is the best person to be the Republican nominee. He says because of his experience on the economy and also on national security. He says that he's the whole package. Well, you know, we talked about that raw moment, and we have a very interesting, very fun, unscripted moment that we just got in from former Arkansas Governor Mike Huckabee. You don't want to miss this. Stick around until after the break. Welcome back to CNN's Ballot Bowl. I'm Dana Bash in Miami, Florida, where it is voting day. It is primary day here in Florida for Republicans. It is absolutely crucial. 57 delegates at stake here. And one of the Republican candidates who has been spending some time here in Florida, but also been already looking ahead to the Super Tuesday contest states, particularly those in southern states, is a fellow Southerner, and that is the former Arkansas Governor Mike Huckabee. Now, we told you that what we try to do here on Ballot Bowl is bring you some of the raw and unscripted moments from these candidates, some of the things that we get to see on the campaign trail. So we want to bring you a bit of what happened this morning in Tampa, Florida, when Mike Huckabee was at a polling station trying to get some more votes.
Now, let's see, you hold this in? Or it'll be like Mitt Romney eating fried chicken, right? Whoa. Let's see, yeah. Now, I hit left-handed, so that wouldn't even work, would it?
Well, club. Yeah,
absolutely. How are you? Great to see you.
Morning, sir.
Has anybody thrown a rotten banana at you or anything like that?
No, everybody's waving.
Oh, that's good. with all their fingers?
If you couldn't tell, that was a polling station at a golf club, apparently. Mike Huckabee standing there, and a voter came up and handed him a golf club. The former Arkansas governor trying to make clear, as he does throughout his campaign, that he's not necessarily a golfer. He's more of a hunter, and a not-so-subtle dig at Mitt Romney there. So it was sort of an interesting moment, but telling in terms of what he was trying to do, Mike Huckabee, and that is he just went to a couple of polling stations in Tampa, and we're told from our producer Peter Hamby on the scene that there weren't a lot of people with him. In fact, a group of homeschoolers are sort of a natural coalition of people who are with Huckabee. They traveled from one polling station to the other to sort of be around him, to sort of be there for the camera. So that is kind of a bit of color from the campaign trail. Mike Huckabee is now already gone from Florida. He's in Missouri, hoping to do well there on February 5th. And we have a lot more of Ballot Bowl, a lot more of the important day here, campaign day, primary day here in Florida. We'll tell you a lot more about that after the break. And we also want to make sure you tune in to CNN tonight to talk about and get the first-hand experience of the results from today's primary. That is at 8 o'clock Eastern tonight. You don't want to miss it. Stay with us. I'm Dana Bash in Miami, Florida, very windy Miami, Florida, where it is primary day here in Florida, and voters have been at the polls now for about 7 hours, and they close at 7 o'clock tonight. So we are going to be covering the campaign, covering the primary all day, just as we have during this hour of Ballot Bowl. So you want to stay with CNN all day long. We also want to remind you that tonight, when the polls close, we are going to have very special, very in-depth coverage of this Florida primary. It is going to be at 8 o'clock tonight Eastern. And also, we are going to have what we did for you today here, Ballot Bowl, where we try to bring you the candidates and very large portions of what they say to voters, of what they say to the reporters, how they try to explain and defend their candidacy, really. That is going to be every day this week at 12 o'clock Eastern. And we also want to remind you that all day long, you can log on to cnnpolitics.com. That's 24/7, where you will have the most up-to-date news from all of us who are out in the field, and also all of the reporters, the producers. We have embedded producers with every single one of these candidates. So this is the place to get your most important political news. And we also want to make clear to you that we hope that you understand and enjoy what we're doing here on Ballot Bowl, because this is a chance, as we have said, for us as reporters to give you, the viewer, kind of an inside, more in-depth look at what we get to see on the campaign trail every day with these candidates. They have some unscripted moments. They also have a lot of scripted moments, but nevertheless, they have very intense arguments for why they should be the next nominee for their party and why the others shouldn't. So you got to enjoy that today. Thank you very much for joining us. I'm Dana Bash in Miami. Stay tuned for Ballot Bowl tomorrow, and Newsroom is next.
Your vote, your money, your home. A big day for all three. 7 hours to the last polls close in Florida in a primary that could have a big say in who the GOP nominee will be.
And we're also watching the big board on Wall Street, and investors are watching the Fed for another rate cut.
Foreclosures soar, lawmakers scramble. On the table today, your mortgage and your tax dollars.
We're covering it all from Florida to Washington, Chicago, New York, and beyond. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Don Lemon, live at the CNN World Headquarters in Atlanta.
And I'm Kira Phillips. You're live in the CNN Newsroom.
But first this hour, blizzards, bitter cold, and dangerous winds all over the place. Chad Myers working out to be one wicked winter.
Temperatures going down like 50 degrees in 5 hours in some spots here, and blizzard-like conditions across south of Omaha into Kansas City and up into places like Iowa, Algona, Iowa, in fact, now kind of under the gun, more snow coming in. They sent the kids to school this morning. Now the roads are all covered in snow, and they're going, what are we going to do with them? And some of the schools up there in northern Iowa on lockdown until things get a little bit better. Another thing we're talking about today, severe weather, significant tornadoes possible today with a lot of energy in the atmosphere, a big cold front going to push down through, drop temperatures in Chicago right now. You are still, at this point in time, you are still in the 40s, but behind it, this is Algona. This is a tower cam from Algona from KCCI in Des Moines, and that's what it looks like now. air temperature there is 0 degrees, and that's as good as you're going to do for the rest of the day. To the east, the severe weather. To the west of the blizzard, and to the southwest is extreme fire danger, even worse than we had a couple of days ago. We'll keep you up to date as the day goes on.
And in the Weather Center, a very busy meteorologist today. All right.
Tap dancing today, buddy.
Thank you, Chad.
You bet.
Now to our financial security watch, as smart money is banking on another interest rate cut from the Federal Reserve. We're going to know tomorrow when Chairman Ben Bernanke and his colleagues wrap up a two-day meeting. In the meantime, CNN's Ali Velshi is at the Chicago Board of Trade, and our Susan Lesovich is at the New York Stock Exchange. Ali, let's start with you.
You're actually right. You said the smart money. The rest of us guess about what the Fed's going to do. Here at the Chicago Board and Trade, these men and women around me are placing real money on what's going on and on bond trading. Now, the smart money here says that the Fed is going to cut rates tomorrow, about 25 hours from now, probably by about half a percentage point, 50 basis points. Now, that means that the Fed rate, which is 3.5% right now, might drop to 3%. 3% higher than that is the prime rate, 3.5%. So that's for those people out there with loans. I'm sorry, 6% is what I meant to say. If the Fed cuts rates, you get a discount on your debt. Also, the folks over here trade bonds. Bonds are where your fixed mortgages are set. The fixed mortgages don't move up and down with the Fed rate, but if the Fed cuts rates, fixed mortgages come down too. So that'll start to happen. That's why we're looking at this so carefully. If the Fed cuts rates in 25 hours, and the mood here is that the Fed will cut rates once again, everybody in America with debt gets a discount. Kara?
All right, give us the word as soon as you know. Ali Velshi, appreciate it.
All right, CNN Susan Lesovich keeping track of what's happening with the markets. She joins us now from the New York Stock Exchange. She's on the floor. What do you have for us, Susan?
Well, Don, it's very quiet here because there is really so much debate as to what the Federal Reserve would do. Why would the Federal Reserve cut interest rates again less than 1 week after it stepped in, or 1 week, I should say, after it made that emergency dramatic rate cut of 3/4 of a percentage point? Well, I'll give you a couple reasons. One is that the Census Bureau today reported the biggest one-year drop in the rate of home ownership on record. Those records go back to 1964. The home ownership rate just under 68% right now. A separate report said 405,000 households actually lost their homes last year, completely foreclosed, and that foreclosure activity of all kinds shot up 75% from a year before. There was a separate report that showed home prices plunged on record. That was by a record amount, 8.4% in November. So these are a lot of different reports suggesting that not only are we not out of the woods, that things are getting worse. Stocks in the meantime quiet ahead of that big decision by the Fed and its statement that accompanies it tomorrow afternoon. Don.
All right, 405,000. Oh, my goodness. All right, Susan, thank you very much for that. Well, you won't see a foreclosure sign in front of this house. There it is. Well, but there are plenty popping up in just about every corner of the nation as hundreds of thousands of people lose their homes. A House panel meets this hour to try to find shelter in the foreclosure storm. We'll monitor that and what they say on the Hill this afternoon.
Bringing home the bacon, historically a top priority of lawmakers of both parties, accomplished by attaching pet projects called earmarks to spending bills. Presidents hate them. And in his final State of the Union speech, President Bush issued this warning to Congress.
If you send me an appropriations bill that does not cut the number and cost of earmarks in half, I'll send it back to you with my veto.
Mr. Bush is scheduled to sign an executive order targeting earmarks just after 2 Eastern. We will have live coverage from the White House. The economy could be a driving force in today's Florida primary. The high-stakes Republican battle is drawing the most attention, with the Democratic race on the back burner since no delegates are at stake. Florida had the second highest number of foreclosure filings last year, and Republican Mitt Romney is banking on his business chops to give him an edge. Rudy Giuliani, meantime, hopes Florida will be his springboard, not his swan song. Let's get straight to Orlando and CNN's Dan Lothian. Hi, Dan.
Hey, hello, Kara. Well, you know, you talk about Rudy Giuliani. He has spent so much time here in the state of Florida, in the Sunshine State, some 57 days. He really passed up some of the early contests of Iowa, South Carolina, spent some time in New Hampshire, but really has just camped out here in Florida, hoping that he could pull off a win here, use that as a bump going into Super Tuesday, and then use Super Tuesday to bump into getting the nomination. He has pointed out that winning Florida, the Republican winning Florida, would win the nomination. But, you know, he's still confident. Even though he's showing that the polls are showing that he's down in third place or so, he is not giving up. This morning at an event in Miami Beach, he was talking to supporters and saying that he's still confident that he can win. He's still planning on the future. He hopes to go out to California tomorrow to take part in the Republican debate. But he says, you know, depending on what happens tonight, depending on what happens in Florida, we'll decide what his next move will be. He'll make that decision tomorrow morning. So still remaining confident, Rudy Giuliani, and also pointing out that he is above the fray. What he's talking about, the other two front runners, Senator McCain and Mitt Romney, who have been duking it out at the top. It's very close for the #1 spot here in Florida. And certainly whoever wins here, the Republican that wins here, could use that to catapult into front runner status, and certainly would be the momentum needed going into the February 5th, Super Tuesday. They have been going at each other, and they continue doing that today. Senator McCain pointing out that Governor Romney has flip-flopped on a lot of key issues. Governor Romney going after Senator McCain on issues such as immigration. And so it really has been a tight battle for that #1 slot. And as we were talking to some of the voters here today, they say that they've really been turned off by the negative campaigning, the tone of the campaigns. Although one of the people I talked to, a woman who's a Republican, said she's voting for Mitt Romney, but she says she doesn't like what has been taking place. She says the campaign should be about honor, integrity, and the issues, not about negative campaigning. Kira?
And we'll be tracking it. Dan Lothian there in Orlando, Florida. Thanks, Dan. And right now you can be a part of the best political team on television. If you're a Floridian voting today, share your experience with us and the rest of the world. Send your video or pictures in an iReport to cnnpolitics.com.
Right now, let's go to the Democrats. As we said, they don't have any delegates at stake in Florida this year, but that won't stop Hillary Clinton from heading to the state tonight to thank her supporters. The Dems are looking ahead to Super Tuesday 1 week from today and the 24 states holding contests. One of those states is New Jersey, and that's where Bill Clinton is stomping for his wife today. We'll get to Jim Acosta in New Jersey in just a moment, but first we want to tell you, there he is. Jim, we thought we lost you there for a second. Tell us about Bill Clinton stomping for his wife today.
Hey, Don, that's right. He was in New Jersey today, which is a critically important Super Tuesday state coming up for Hillary Clinton. And this was not the Bill Clinton that we saw down in South Carolina. Gone were the jabs that were directed at Barack Obama. This was all about those bread and butter domestic issues that defined his presidency and that he feels defines his wife's campaign for the White House. During a fairly lengthy speech to a packed audience here at the Camden County College in South New Jersey, Bill Clinton ticked off all of the issues that he says are critically important in this race: health care, the economy, the budget deficit, and he also talked about the need for more of a universal health care program in this country. Here's what he had to say about that.
One of the things I worry about is when the baby boomers retire, we'll impose an unconscionable burden on our children and their ability to raise our grandchildren. To avoid that, we have to do a better job of keeping seniors well. So if you want a plan that covers everybody, brings costs in line with our competitors so you can afford it, and keeps us well, elect Hillary president, and that's exactly what you will get.
Now, the only moment that he seemed to draw any contrast between Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama was when the former president said that, you know, the voters back in 2000, they hadn't heard of 9/11, they hadn't heard of Katrina, they hadn't heard of what was happening in Pakistan, because none of those things had happened yet, and you need a president who is prepared to take on those issues. But there was not even a mention of that catchphrase that has been used on the Hillary Clinton campaign, which is ready on day one. We didn't even hear that today. Bill Clinton did share the stage with Governor John Corzine from New Jersey, who has endorsed Hillary Clinton for president. We talked to Governor Corzine after this event was over, and he believes that the Clintons perhaps learned a few lessons from what happened down in South Carolina. Bill Clinton obviously created some controversy down in the Palmetto State with some of his comments about Barack Obama. All of that was gone from this event that we saw here today. Don?
And after what happened yesterday, we saw the endorsement by the Kennedys, and a lot of people were sort of watching the body language and the faces last night for the State of the Union. Hillary Clinton and Senator Barack Obama greeted lots of colleagues, but not each other at President Bush's State of the Union address last night, Jim.
That's right. There was a very interesting picture that was taken down in Washington at the State of the Union address. There was a moment when Hillary Clinton and Ted Kennedy shook hands. Obviously, this happened on the day that Ted Kennedy, the patriarch of the liberal wing of the Democratic Party, endorsed Barack Obama, which was a huge win for Obama in this race for Super Tuesday. And at one moment, it appeared, and this is according to people who were there at the time, I wasn't there certainly, that Barack Obama seemed to turn away from Hillary Clinton and that they sort of missed one another, if you want to put it that way, in terms of greeting one another. So it's possible that a lot of the negative feelings that were generated down in South Carolina are still alive and well, but perhaps what happened here in New Jersey today, Bill Clinton, not really going negative, staying positive. The sunny summer Bill Clinton, as some have described it, was back in full force. So we'll see if we'll see more of that as the days move forward here, Don.
We shall see. Jim Acosta, much appreciated. And check out CNNPolitics.com today for the latest on the Florida primary from all angles and for a look ahead to Super Tuesday. It is a place to go for the freshest polls, the latest fights, the political ticker blog, and much, much more. CNN.com.
The U.S. Army launches a criminal investigation over the deaths of some captured Iraqis. Were American soldiers to blame? We're going to get the latest from our Pentagon correspondent, Barbara Starr.
Here's what everyone wants to know. Everyone. What is the real key to staying young? Researchers say they have found the answer, and you might be surprised by what they discovered.
Whiskey.
All right, 16 past. Coming up about 2 seconds. There we go. 16 past the hour. 3 of the stories we're working on for you in the CNN newsroom. This is a scene across the West right now. Heavy rain, heavy snow, I should say, is triggering avalanches, collapsing roofs, and causing car wrecks. Searchers are looking for 3 snowmobilers missing in Colorado in the mountains there. U.S. and UN officials trying to keep Kenya from spiraling completely out of control. The killing of an opposition lawmaker is inflaming the already fierce protest over last month's presidential election. Former UN Chief Kofi Annan is talking with Kenyan leaders while the U.S. is calling for calm. Well, she was a singer, an actress, a writer, and the only child of President Harry Truman. Margaret Truman died today in Chicago. She was 83 years old. Recalling her time in the White House, which began while she was in college, she once said, quote, "Some of it was fun, but most of it was not."
It's one of the most dangerous jobs for U.S. troops in Iraq, going into the field to hunt for bad guys. The Army is now investigating allegations that American soldiers killed Iraqis captured in the field last year. Barbara Starr is at the Pentagon with the latest. Barbara, what'd you find out?
Well, Kara, all of this is, as you say, allegations only, but the Army has opened a criminal investigation into whether members of the 1st Infantry Division last year killed Iraqis they had captured and detained. All of this being very cautiously discussed here at the Pentagon. Very few details are available. Army officials we have spoken to are indicating that this happened last year when this unit of the 1st ID was on their deployment in the Baghdad area, and it is believed that the information is just coming to light because a soldier tipped the Army off that some misconduct may have occurred. Earlier today, the Pentagon spokesman Jeff Morrell spoke about it with great caution.
We, of course, take seriously any credible allegation of abuse or mistreatment of detainees. And so I think the Army Criminal Investigation Command has now opened an investigation into this matter. I think they've even requested assistance from other soldiers who may have been in this unit at that time.
Indeed, what Mr. Morrell is saying there, in fact, the Army has put out a statement asking anybody who has any information about this alleged incident to come forward and report to Army investigators. That's a fairly unusual step for them to take in how they announced all of this. A press release put on their website last Friday night at 9 o'clock. Just noticed today. Kara.
Barbara Starr from the Pentagon. Thanks.
What's the real key to staying young? What researchers have just found might surprise you. All right, listen up, all you vain people, even not so vain people. Forget about the Botox. put down those supplements and get off that couch. Researchers say they've discovered the real key to staying young. Is this a fountain of youth? Elizabeth Cohen joins us now to tell us all about it. It is a new study. Can we call it the Fountain of Youth study?
You sort of could call it the Fountain of Youth study, because the secret, drum roll please, to staying young is exercise. Right, exactly. And that kind of YMC. Yeah. Right, exactly. The whole thing. Right, the whole thing.
I wasn't doing the YMC, I was just kind of doing a jumping jack there. All right. Don't start stuff now. Go ahead.
What the study found is if you do the YMCA dance, no, I'm just kidding. If you do exercise, it has a real profound effect on how your body ages. And I don't just mean you look better. I mean, when they get down to the cellular level, when they look at the cells, they can see a difference. So let's take a look at this study. It was really fascinating how they did it, different from other studies that have had similar conclusions. Let's say you have twins. Start out as babies, but they end up growing up. One is a couch potato, just hangs out, doesn't do anything, and the other is active. When researchers actually looked at the cells of the active twin, the cells looked 9 years younger. So again, they weren't just looking at, gee, who had more lines on their face. This was much more scientific than that.
This is the inside. This is what your body looks like. Okay. So how much exercise? Is it a particular kind of exercise? You know what I've noticed lately, because every once in a while, you know, us vain people, we do trainers and that kind of thing. Less weightlifting and more sort of calisthenics to get your heart rate up and get you moving.
That's the key.
Is
the
that
heart
it?
rate up is the key. People did all sorts of things.
Yeah.
They ran, they jumped rope, they did swimming, they did all sorts of stuff, but it wasn't just a walk around the block. They really had to get their heart rate going. And one of the things that's great about this is that they found a benefit even when you were splitting it up. So let's take a look at the actual time. What they found was that folks who did 3 hours a week got great results, and people who did about even just 1.5 hours a week, that is not much, got pretty good results. They were better off than the couch potatoes. And some of these folks split it up. So they might do 15 minutes of jump rope on Monday and then 20 minutes of biking on Tuesday. It didn't have to be in 1 hour segments. You could do all sorts of different things for different lengths of time.
Ah, okay, very interesting. So what do you mean? Someone, I don't even get this. And, you know, I'm sort of in the business. You look at someone's cells. What is that? Do you take a microscope? Do you take a picture? I mean,
microscopes were used.
Oh, okay.
Yes, I can tell you that. Microscopes were used, and what they did was they actually looked at people's cells, and they looked at the telomeres. This may not be a word that you use in conversation every day, so I'll explain it to you. All cells have tails. You can see here, the tail here actually is at the top of these cells. The one on the left has a long cell. That means that it is younger. The one on the left, you can see it has a short little tail, a short little telomere, and that means that it's older. So those tails can tell you a lot. And so what they found is that the more exercise people did, the longer the tails, so the younger the cells.
Right, so it's like roots. When you look at that thing, it's like
it does
the
look
longer,
like that, right?
Long root that's dug in, even though it's older, it's sturdier.
Right,
it's kind of what it's like.
Longer's better. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
You are so welcome.
Well, a happy ending, or perhaps a new beginning, to a story CNN brought you last year. I need a kidney. That's what Butch Morgan told the world on a billboard in Houston. Well, just last week, he got one, courtesy of Thomas Reardon of Chicago. Reardon decided to donate one of his kidneys after seeing Butch's story on CNN. Both are doing fine, actually more than fine.
I would say, you know, I mean, Tom was an angel sent, a God sent to me. That I would tell him I'll love him for the rest of my life. If I don't ever get to see him again the rest of my life, he will always be in my prayers, in my family and my prayers. You know, and I know we will stay in touch, but I definitely, you know, I love this guy. He's a blood brother to me now.
It's a good feeling that you could, you know, extend somebody's life. That's actually what the doctor told me down there. He goes, you put 20 years on this man's life. So for me to spend, you know, a week or two on the bench doesn't really hurt me.
If you want more information on how to become an organ donor, you can go to organdonor.gov. Once again, that's organdonor.gov.
Well, the next time weather messes up your travel plans, think of this. See all those people? Hundreds of thousands of people stranded across China, and not just for one day. Hello, everyone. I'm Don Lemon, live at the CNN World Headquarters in Atlanta.
And I'm Kira Phillips. You're live in the CNN newsroom. Blizzards, bitter cold, and dangerous winds dangerous winds all over the place. Chad Myers, it's a wicked winter right now, that's for sure.
Kira, you know what? I lived in the Midwest for a very long time, and I saw these big cold fronts coming, and you just have to know they're on their way before you even drive to work in the morning. Milwaukee right now, 45. Minneapolis, 1 degree below zero. That's not the wind chill. That's the real air temp at this point in time. Fargo's 13 below. Well, this air rolled through Iowa this morning. It was pretty nice in Iowa early during the day or in the morning when all the superintendents were sending the kids to school. Well, now it's not so nice, and we have a actually live phone interview with Jenna Ellis. She's up in Mason City. Is that right, Jenna? What are you seeing?
That's correct. We're seeing a lot of whiteout conditions. In town, we're fine, but once we get outside of town, out into the country and the rural roads, visibility is very, very poor. Down to zero, pulling off to the side of the road until the wind subsides so we can get going again.
Well, that may be till Thursday, so at least the snow is going to subside. Really, not much snow is still coming down, but this is what we call a ground blizzard. Tell us what you know about the schools. What are they doing with the kids?
You know, a lot of the schools, I checked online to see what was happening, and a lot of the schools are canceling. They're sending children home, but a lot of the rural schools are actually holding the children there at the schools until the buses can get to them and get them home safely.
Are you on the road right now, or are you finally home?
Oh, no, we're on the road. It's going to be a long drive home.
And what does it look like? You can't see, like, the front of the car?
Oh, no, absolutely not. Just barely to the front of the truck, and that's it.
No way. And now, did you know this was coming? Did you watch local TV and say, yeah, I knew this?
Well, we knew that there was going to be some wind coming and some cold temperatures. We didn't really expect the winds to be this high and the conditions to be like this.
Yeah. Well, 32 miles per hour is what I have right over Mason City right now, and maybe even higher gusts than that, taking that very light, fluffy snow. And Kira, here's part of the problem. Thank you, Jenna, so much. Be careful out there. It's going to be a long drive, slow drive home. Not much more snow, but visibility is not going to get much better for a while until all that snow gets in the ditches and then it doesn't blow around as much or gets in the hedgerows. We have very, very dry air. The temperatures are near zero, so the snow was very light. This very light snow is being blown around. Like if you get a nice snow at 33, 32 degrees, that's good snowpack and snowball snow. That doesn't turn into a blizzard usually. It just kind of sticks there to the ground. Well, this is light snow that's just blowing everywhere. To the east, we're going to have severe weather with tornadoes. To the southwest, fire danger over Texas. And then to the north, that's where the blizzard is right now. Dangerous conditions from Michigan right through Wisconsin into Minnesota, Iowa, Nebraska, Kansas, and even the northwest parts of Missouri for today. Kind of an ugly day there in the Midwest.
All right, but the good part, because you and I both grew up there, it was listening to that radio as a kid, keeping your fingers crossed that school was closed.
Yeah, well, right. But the school wasn't closed this morning. They didn't close a lot of them, and the kids are at school stuck there now because the buses can't get there. Today is one of those days in the Midwest where you just can't leave the house unless your tank is more than half full because you don't know how long you're going to be stuck in something, and you don't want to leave the house at all if you don't have to.
Yeah, good advice. Thanks, Chad.
All right. Yeah, and that bad weather is not only happening here, it's happening in other parts of the world. Deadly and paralyzing. The worst winter storms in half a century, Kira and Chad, have brought much of China to a standstill. Hundreds of thousands of people are stranded in airports and train stations. Power's out. In many places, dozens of people sadly have died from this. This couldn't happen at a worse time, too. Next week is a Chinese New Year, and millions of people are trying to make it home for the holiday. Later on, right here in the CNN newsroom, a look inside one of those packed train stations with CNN's Hugh Remington. He's also going to take us inside of this story. Take a look at this. Among those waiting and hoping to get moving is CNN Eye reporter Sam Dalili. He took this photo while stuck on a plane for 4 hours at a snowed-in airport in Nanjing. Now, Kelly Duvall is a U.S. citizen. She is living there. She says her husband's stuck at the office and no way to get home. He can't get home. She said she and the kids have been making the best of it, playing in the snow and building igloos. Imagine it's so cold you can build an igloo. If you want to share all of your photos and your videos, just go to CNN.com/iReport.
Well, millions of Americans are living without health insurance. Some are taking desperate measures to get it and save their lives. CNN chief medical correspondent Sanjay Gupta has been looking at the health care crisis for his upcoming Broken Government special, and he has an extreme example to share with us.
It's so wonderful. You can just shoot all day, you know? Taking pictures makes me a happy man.
A happy, uninsured man. When Mark Windsor was just 27 years old, doctors removed a large cancerous tumor from his neck. Windsor thought he was cured and left a job with company-paid health insurance to become a photographer.
I had gone a few years without recurrent, and I just felt confident that, you know, I just couldn't let that dictate my life.
But the cancer returned. In the beginning, Windsor was lucky. He found a hospital and surgeons who agreed to remove the tumors at no charge. But there were limits.
You knew that you weren't going to get anything extra. You're just going to get this tumor out of your body.
Nearly 50 million Americans have no health insurance. The American Cancer Society says patients without private insurance are 60% more likely to die within 5 years of their diagnosis. Tumors were growing again in Mark Windsor's neck. The surgeon who had donated his services was gone. He couldn't afford radiation treatment. So he made a desperate decision. He married a good friend, and she put him on her health insurance.
People get married, obviously, because they fall in love.
I don't think I want to answer that.
Can I ask you, did you get married because of health care insurance?
Well, some, yes.
That's what is that where we've arrived at?
That's where we've arrived.
You had to get married to get health care insurance.
Well, I didn't have to. I could have just, the tumor was getting so bad I would have been dead by now.
Windsor now has insurance and care. But unfortunately, a wedding, a wife, and a new chance at life didn't stop the cancer from spreading. Now, it may be too late. Dr. Sanjay Gupta, CNN, Atlanta.
And you can join Sanjay for Broken Government Health Care Critical Condition Thursday night, 11 Eastern, right after the CNN presidential debate.
No matter how many troops the U.S. keeps in Iraq for no matter how long, one thing is certainly for sure, the ground rules will change. We'll look at how and when, and who'll decide that. All right, here's a question that no one can seem to answer lately. How long will the U.S. be in Iraq? If anyone could answer that, I'm sure that would be the million-dollar question. Assuming it's quite a while longer, what will the mission be? Who'll call the shots? Talk about loaded questions there. Right now, U.S. forces operate under a UN mandate, but Washington and Baghdad are about to open talks on a long-term military relationship, which may or may not amount to a treaty. The details are controversial and complicated, and the terminology, of course, it certainly matters. CNN's Arwa Damon joins us now from Iraq, from the capital there. She has been covering this story since the very beginning, and she's going to walk us through this. What do you know, Arwa?
Well, Don, let's go back a bit. As you just mentioned there, the UN treaty under which U.S. forces operate here that pretty much gives them a carte blanche to do whatever they want does expire in December of 2008. Well before that takes place, by the end of July, both U.S. and Iraqi officials are hoping to have a bilateral agreement in place that will define America's role in Iraq moving forward. Now, there have been allegations from individuals who oppose President Bush's current plan here in Iraq that this will only further bog down U.S. troops, that it will lead perhaps to some permanent bases. But Iraqi officials here are assuring us that it will, in fact, be quite the opposite.
There will be a major drop in the number of the presence of the American troops here. It will reach to the actual number which is needed for training and equipping and supporting also, supporting for Iraqi national security forces.
Quite simply, the Iraqi security forces at this point in time are not capable of securing Iraq on their own. They lack the military power, they lack the air power to try to continue to be able to maintain on their own the security gains that the U.S. military has made thus far. Also falling into this bilateral agreement will be some economic efforts, but again, the terminology of it is still just in the beginning stages of being debated, Don.
All right, so Arwa, talk to us about some of the central issues that both sides in this will be focusing on.
Well, Don, it's going to be issues such as the authority, the freedom of which the U.S. military has to conduct combat operations. Do they need to consult the Iraqi government every single time they're sending a patrol out? It'll be issues such as detainees. Will U.S. forces continue to have the right to detain individuals based on intelligence? Some of it will just be legal language. It will also deal with hot-button issues like contractor immunity. And as we were talking about, it will also deal with some economic issues. There will be economic incentives. What we are hearing from both sides is that there really is this push to have this agreement set into place. There are concerns on the U.S. military side that because of the political campaigning, the political speak that we're hearing back in the United States, there might be a push for a premature U.S. withdrawal. That greatly concerns Iraqi leaders here who are fully aware that should U.S. forces withdraw prematurely, it could lead to al-Qaeda being able to regroup, restrike once again. It could reignite sectarian violence, and Iraqi security forces, quite frankly, could crumble. So this is a very vital and crucial agreement, one that not only the Iraqi government, but senior U.S. military leadership here is trying to highlight as well.
We'll be paying close attention to it. Arwa Damon in Baghdad. Thank you, Arwa.
Well, we've been talking about the long haul in Iraq and the role of U.S. troops. Bill Delahunt is a Democratic congressman from Massachusetts who serves on the House Foreign Affairs Committee. He has some pretty strong reservations about what may come out of talks between Washington and Baghdad. Congressman, good to see you. You know, all the reading that I've been doing, I've read about this U.S.-Iraq Declaration of Principles. I've read that they say it's a treaty, a security pact, a status of forces agreement. What is being discussed?
Well, nothing is being discussed, Kara, with the United States Congress. And that really contradicts the Department of State's own rules and regulations that indicate whenever a significant international agreement is being negotiated, it is incumbent on the administration to consult with the U.S. Congress.
But how do you define significant international agreement? I mean, that would be a treaty, correct? But
well,
if indeed this is just a declaration of principles, then there needs to be no discussion with Congress. Am I right?
No, you're wrong.
Okay.
Because the Declaration of Principles is simply that. It's a declaration of principles, indicating that there will be in the future an agreement reached. And it's the position of many of us in Congress, but that requires inputs from the Congress, both the House and the Senate. And the point person for the administration in this agreement is General Lute, who has publicly stated in response to a question at a press conference that he did not anticipate formal consultations or formal inputs from Congress.
But
now,
he calls it a status of forces agreement.
Well,
correct?
You know, status of forces agreement is something entirely different than what is countenanced by the Declaration of Principles. In the Declaration of Principles, you have a commitment or a purported commitment by the United States to defend Iraq from foreign aggression, and most significantly, I've never heard of this before, a commitment to defend Iraq from internal aggression. Who defines what internal aggression is?
Okay, well then let me stop here for a second. So so we know that there was this U.S.-Iraq Declaration of Principles that was discussed between Maliki and the U.S. Okay, we've seen that in writing. We know that exists. The Bush administration admits that. Okay.
Correct.
Then there's General Lute saying, well, no, this is a status of forces agreement, which once again is something totally different. And then I'm hearing from other members of Congress, oh no, they're discussing a treaty. So still I want to ask you again, what the heck is being discussed between the U.S. administration and Iraq about how long U.S. forces are going to be there? Because this is a difference of a couple years versus decades.
The short answer is we do not know. And that is particularly troublesome to both branches of the U.S. Congress. It's inconceivable to me that I extended an invitation to representatives of the administration to come before my committee and explain what was being discussed. We haven't heard a single word. And I've discussed it with the Speaker. I've discussed it with the legislative leadership. There hasn't been a word as to what is being discussed. This is not the way to go about reaching an agreement that has profound consequences, possibly far into the future, for the American people.
And when we talk about profound consequences, obviously, we're talking about long-term stay in Iraq. And number two, just to follow up on the U.S.-Iraq Declaration of Principles, this is exactly what it says: supporting the Republic of Iraq in defending its democratic system against internal and external threats. That basically means U.S. troops getting involved in civil war situations, correct? Am I reading that correctly?
That's my interpretation.
Okay.
Involved in those Declaration of Principles, there is an implicit potential for the United States military forces years from now being involved in a full-blown civil war in Iraq. And I don't believe that's where the American people want us, and I don't think that's in the best interest of our national security.
Well, Congressman Bill Delahunt, I appreciate your time. I'd ask you to stay with us and stay on your IFB. I want you to hear the next part of this discussion because we couldn't get the two of you to come on together, obviously for political reasons, but we're not finished yet. Congressman, thank you. Right after the break, we're going to talk with one of Delahunt's Republican colleagues on the House Foreign Affairs Committee, Mike Pence of Indiana. He has a different take on this.
CNN tonight beginning at 6. No delegates up for grabs for the Democrats in Florida. Wolf explores just what that means and what happens next. At 7, a Republican frontrunner could be solidified in Florida today. But has party maneuvering on the Democratic side made the state irrelevant? And at 8, the Florida primary. A crucial contest expected to shape the Republican race. The best political team on television has instant updates live from the CNN Election Center. Tonight, only on CNN.
All right, some breaking news into the CNN newsroom. Of course, this has been the war of endorsements, and we are just learning now that California Congresswoman, and note this, a key member of the Congressional Black Caucus, endorsing Senator Clinton today in her bid for the presidency. CNN has confirmed this. The endorsement is being announced, or was announced during a campaign conference call that took part just a short time ago. Some are saying, some political pundits we're hearing, and we want to talk a little bit more about this as the day progresses, that this could actually translate into more actual votes being swayed than Senator Kennedy's endorsement of Barack Obama yesterday. We're going to clarify that for you and bring it to you a little bit later on the CNN newsroom. But again, Maxine Waters endorsing Senator Clinton in her bid for the presidency.
More now on what the future may hold for U.S. forces in Iraq. We've heard from CNN's Arwa Damon on upcoming talks to map out a long-term military relationship. And we've just heard from a Democratic lawmaker who fears the Bush administration may try to cut Congress out of the process. We're joined now by a Republican member of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, Mike Pence of Indiana. Great to have you, Congressman.
Thanks, Kara.
Let me get your response. You heard the conversation I had with Congressman Delahunt. What is it that is being talked about? Is it a U.S.-Iraq Declaration of Principles? Is it a treaty? Is it a forces or a status of forces agreement? Because all of these have different implications, obviously.
Well, Kara, they really do. And I think our information is that because the UN Security Council's resolution that defines the relationship between Iraq and the United States of America lapses in 11 months, that this is just a very ordinary process toward normalization of our relationship with Iraq. It is, as you suggested, it is a status of forces agreement. We have agreements like this that are not treaties with about 80 countries in the world, including many in the region where Iraq is located. So, you know, there's really nothing out of the ordinary here. And frankly, it is a result of the fact that the surge is working, that stability is taking hold in Iraq, and this is just the natural next step for us to negotiate the parameters of of a long-term mutual security arrangement.
Okay, so long-term mutual security arrangement. Are we talking having a presence in Iraq for decades, or are we talking about a couple of years here?
Well, I think a status of forces agreement, you know, it's a two-way street, Kira. You know, whether it's our relationship with South Korea or Germany or Japan, it's the mutual consent of both countries on an ongoing basis, and I think it would be determined by the needs and the capabilities that the Iraqi people would determine.
So you're telling me
over
a
the course of
treaty?
time.
This is not a treaty. A treaty is not being discussed.
No, my understanding as a member of the Foreign Affairs Committee is that this doesn't rise to the level of a treaty. The status of forces agreements that we have in some 80 countries are not treaties. They were not confirmed by the United States Senate. And, you know, I'll leave out for the moment, with respect to my colleague, Chairman Delahunt, that, you know, if it was a treaty, the Senate would be considering it and providing the oversight and the approval. Not the House of Representatives, Kira, actually doesn't have a role in approving or overseeing treaty negotiations.
But he's saying that whether it's a treaty or a status of forces agreement or a U.S.-Iraq declaration of principles, that Congress should be involved in some type of international security discussion.
Well, look, I'm a member of the Foreign Affairs Committee. I've been to Iraq a half a dozen times and planning to go back in the near future. I think we have an oversight role, but a status of forces agreement, the working out of a relationship between our military and the military of an ally, that has traditionally been the purview of the executive branch, and I want to be very deferential to what has been our practice and custom in this area. But I also want to say, Kira, this is all happening because Iraq is becoming a widening American success. I can't help but feel that for some in Congress, creating some angst over the status of forces agreement is in an effort to distract attention away from what is a growing success on the ground.
All right, I'll let you make that point, although I think that there'd be a number of people that would disagree that Iraq has been a successful war, although there are success stories. But if you look at the overall...
Kira, the surge is really working. I mean, December was the second lowest month for U.S. casualties since the very beginning of hostilities more than 4 years ago. And we're seeing the de-Ba'athification agreement. There's been extraordinary progress on the ground. This status of forces agreement is the natural byproduct of normalization of our relationship with an ally.
Well, let me ask this. You're saying it's a status of forces agreement. Okay, so the U.S.-Iraq Declaration of Principles, is that the same thing? Because that's what was discussed with the administration with Maliki, and in that it states supporting the Republic of Iraq and defending its democratic system against internal and external threats, which means U.S. troops would get involved in civil war situations.
Well, I want to recognize the fact that because we went to war against the prior government of Iraq, and that we have been in the process, however imperfectly, with plenty of errors along the way, of standing up the internal security apparatus within Iraq, that our relationship there, you know, may be transitional with regard to not only external threats, but internal threats. I expect the same was true in Germany, the same was true in Japan, the same was true in South Korea. And but
so you're comparing those situations to Iraq. When we define long haul, we are talking bases, we are talking decades of existence in the country of Iraq.
Well, you know, I hope not. I would hope that our military bases in the region would be located in some adjoining countries. I think the American people would see more comfort, more strategic interest in maybe having a long-term base presence in Kuwait or expanding our presence at CENTCOM. But that all needs to be worked out on a mutual agreement basis between two sovereign countries, and that's the process that you see beginning here with the status of forces agreement.
Well, we'll follow it. Congressman Mike Pence, appreciate your time and your response to Congressman Bill Delahunt.
Thank you, Kara.
More from the CNN Newsroom straight ahead. Snowstorms, thunderstorms, brutal winds, and bitter cold east of the plains and west of the Appalachians. It's a great day to stay indoors.
Our severe weather guy, Chad Myers, is watching this latest blast of winter, and he shows you what you can expect. It doesn't appear to be good. Hello, everyone. I'm Don Lemon, live at the CNN World Headquarters in Atlanta.
And I'm Kara Phillips. You're live in the CNN Newsroom.
Oh, and that is our top story. At 2 o'clock Eastern, blizzards, bitter cold, and dangerous winds happening all over the place. Chad Myers, one wicked winter. I know you have some pictures from Iowa, but I'm just sort of monitoring what we're covering here. Even upstate New York, all over. Bad pictures. Right. Sliding, slipping, and sliding all over.
Upstate New York was a completely different situation today. They actually had a warm front go through them, but the ground was below 32. So when the warm air tried to come in, it stuck to the ground, and it made black ice everywhere, and cars were crashing into each other all over Syracuse, all over upstate New York there today. I'll show you that coming up in the 3 o'clock hour. We actually did get some video in from Syracuse. We had some pictures in from our iReporter that we had last half hour, and she was up here up in Mason City, where the winds are blowing 32 miles per hour right now, with light snow on the ground. But this is what it looked out like outside of her windshield. Not good. Visibility there probably, I don't know, 100 feet or less. It's not fog. This is just light snow getting blown horizontally. Now, if you could go up probably 30 or 40 feet, visibility would be perfect. Well, obviously that's not perfect. Getting better though, as the thing is too, I think though, if you do get stuck in your car, you need to stay in that car. You don't want to be outside with wind chills like we're seeing here in Iowa. Extreme fire danger in Dallas today. Heavy showers and storms into Memphis. I'll take you to 2 different tower cams. We'll start with Memphis because I know we're ready with that one. Rain on the lens here. You can't see very far. It's been raining in Memphis for most of the morning into the afternoon. WMC in Memphis. Now we'll flip on over to a very shaky cam from WFAA. That's the problem here in Dallas. Winds gusting 30, 40 miles per hour, and extremely high fire danger out there today. This has gone far and away past the red flag warning. This is just one of the worst days of the year for fire danger across parts of Oklahoma and Texas. And then the severe weather here and the blizzard to the north. A vigorous system, one that we expect this time of year. A lot of cold to the north. Temperatures very cold. I mean, we're dropping temperatures across the north here as this cold air comes in. See the direction of the wind? It's pointing to the wind. That is coming from the north and from the northwest. So what do you get? Can you find a cold front when you go from 45 Milwaukee, 48 in Chicago, and then 9 in Des Moines? It's easy to find there, cutting right through the Midwest, and it is moving to the east. It is not stopping. It's not nothing there to stop it. It's going to be all the way down through Oklahoma and probably even to Tennessee later on today, and that's going to cause more severe weather. A tornado watch is in effect. So far, no warnings.
Oh, goodness. And, you know, I saw those, that shot of WFAA was at Dallas, that wind there. Yeah. I immediately saw those construction cranes. Not good. You see that?
Yeah. Would you want to be up there?
When the wind is that high.
You want to be up there 40 stories high?
Oof.
I think not.
All right. Thank you, Chad.
You're welcome.
Now imagine half the people in the United States trying to get home for the holidays and getting nowhere. That's just what's happening in China, where the worst winter storms in 50 years have stranded hundreds of thousands of passengers and left millions more waiting for the weather to clear. An inside look now from CNN's Hugh Remington.
In the major southern Chinese city of Guangzhou, people were continuing to arrive late in the night looking for places on trains that are simply not leaving this city to make the trip north, particularly to the capital, Beijing. People are crowding in still, even though some have been waiting here for 6 days for trains that are simply not moving. This has become a major public health issue. There are no toilets here. There are shelters nearby that have been opened up, but they are overflowing. People are sleeping rough. They want to try to make it home for the Chinese New Year, the time of the year when it is an obligation on people to try to get back to their families for a few precious days out of the year. It is because of the emotions being drawn by these problems at the moment that there has been an extraordinary direct personal apology offered by the Chinese Premier Wen Jiabao.
I apologize to you all. We're currently trying our best to repair the system. First, we'll fix the electric grid. After that's fixed, the trains will run again. We don't need a lot of time. Then all of you can go home for Chinese New Year.
And the bad news is that there is no immediate end in sight to this. It's going to take some days for essential supplies to get through. There are shortages of coal. There are shortages of food in many of the cities. And the forecast is for continued bad weather for some days to come. Hugh Remington, CNN, Guangzhou, China.
Well, the House is poised to vote on the economic stimulus package pushed by President Bush, but senators, well, they're taking a second look and threatening to tack on billions in extra spending, which President warns could derail the whole thing. We'll tell you about the results of the House vote just as soon as that vote happens. Bringing home the bacon, historically, a top priority of lawmakers of both parties accomplished by attacking pet projects called earmarks, attaching Pet projects call earmarks to spending bills. Presidents hate them. In his final State of the Union speech last night, President Bush issued a warning to Congress.
If you send me an appropriations bill that does not cut the number and cost of earmarks in half, I'll send it back to you with my veto.
Mr. Bush is scheduled to sign an executive order targeting earmarks at 3:45 Eastern. We'll have that coverage live from the White House.
When a president takes the stage for his final State of the Union speech, well, he's there to prove the curtain hasn't come down yet on his term in office. And last night, President Bush made that point to Congress and the nation, albeit in a subdued way. Here's CNN White House correspondent Ed Henry.
Madam Speaker, the President of the United States.
In his final State of the Union, a president who previously used this stage to build the case for war in Iraq and launched dramatic domestic initiatives like Social Security reform, this time offered little that was new or bold. A nod to the fact his own megaphone is not so loud, as candidates for his job like Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton have seized the attention. So Mr. Bush began a little wistful.
7 years have passed since I first stood before you at this rostrum. In that time, our country has been tested in ways none of us could have imagined.
Then the president turned to the two issues that will define his legacy: Iraq overseas and the economy at home, trying to make the case he can work with Democrats to prevent America from sliding into recession.
In this election year, let us show our fellow Americans that we recognize our responsibilities and are determined to meet them.
But Mr. Bush also had a warning for Democrats. They need to move quickly to complete action on a $150 billion plan to stimulate the economy and resist the temptation to load it up with extra provisions.
That would delay it or derail it, and neither option is acceptable. This is a good agreement that will keep our economy growing and our people working, and this Congress must pass it as soon as possible.
In the Democratic response, Kansas Governor Kathleen Sebelius said the stimulus package should just be a starting point to deal with the credit crisis.
Our struggling economy requires urgent and immediate action, and then sustained attention. Families can't pay their bills.
On Iraq, Mr. Bush noted in last year's speech he was defending a controversial surge policy. But this year, there are security gains, and 20,000 U.S. troops are coming home.
Some may deny the surge is working, but among the terrorists, there is no doubt. Al-Qaeda is on the run in Iraq, and this enemy will be defeated.
But Senate Democratic leader Harry Reid pointed out there has been little political progress by the Iraqi government, and even with these troop cuts, there will still be about 140,000 U.S. troops still on the ground in Iraq. A reminder, this part of the president's legacy still up for grabs. Ed Henry, CNN, the White House.
Well, they were lucky enough to survive one of the most devastating storms in U.S. history. But 2.5 years later, some people who chose to stay on the Gulf Coast after Hurricane Katrina could be facing a man-made danger. CNN's Sean Calebs has the latest on those trailers provided by the government.
Remember this? Miles of house trailers rushed to the Gulf after Hurricane Katrina. 120,000 in all that cost FEMA $1.8 billion. The agency bought way too many, so FEMA unloaded 10,000 trailers at bargain rates, 40 cents on the dollar. So wait, back up. The trailers are going back to FEMA. Keeping them honest, we wondered, what's going on? Wanda Phillips in Purvis, Mississippi knows. She and her husband bought one.
We thought it was great. Smelled all new.
That wasn't a new smell. Tests show high levels of formaldehyde, a solution used to preserve wood. The government now admits that formaldehyde could be at unacceptably high levels, basically poisoning people. So FEMA is offering to buy back all 10,000 plus trailers for the full price of the sale.
We replaced the tabletop, new cushions.
FEMA won't pay those costs or reimburse travel expenses. Here's the deal. People have 60 days to return the trailers to giant lots like this one, which FEMA rents at a cost to taxpayers of $860,000 a year. The lot also happens to be right across the street from Wanda Phillips.
You can hear how hoarse I am.
Apparently, the collection of trailers concentrated formaldehyde in the air. She's had tests done, and has documents that show small levels of the toxin in the air. Keep in mind, FEMA tells its employees, because of the potential danger of formaldehyde, don't enter trailers when it's sunny.
They're out of control. They're ungoverned. They're doing exactly what they want to do without a care in the world to what happens to the people.
FEMA wouldn't talk on camera, but said all information pertaining to the buyback program and formaldehyde has been posted on its website. FEMA says more than 40,000 people are still living in trailers.
People don't realize how agonizing it's been and what all we've been through.
Phillips is selling her trailer back, and that will solve one problem. But with thousands of others selling theirs as well, she expects another line of traffic in front of her home.
I felt cheated. I felt like my government, they're there to take care of us, and they didn't take care of me.
And Phillips says they still aren't.
One question, how much can these people go through? And the other question, was FEMA suppressing this information about formaldehyde? Oh, Sean Calebs is here. He's going to keep him honest. Sean, don't answer that question. We'll do it right after the break. Now back to our investigation about those FEMA trailers for Hurricane Katrina survivors that are shown to have formaldehyde in them. It would be worse than we thought. From Congress, allegations that FEMA kept another government agency from looking into and exposing the problem. Our Sean Calebs joins us now here in the CNN newsroom. We asked a question, Sean, before the break. Did they suppress the information about formaldehyde?
The heat is up on FEMA right now. That is the accusation that is coming from some congressional investigators. What they're concerned about is FEMA went to an entity within the CDC to do a study. Because FEMA knew back in 2006, formaldehyde is in these trailers and in high levels that are a concern. Now, they asked the CDC to do a very short-term study, and that's the big concern. We had a chance to speak earlier today with Nick Lamson. He is a Texas Democrat, a congressman who was on the Committee on Science and Technology, and he has some real questions about the way FEMA does its work.
It told poor people that couldn't live elsewhere that if they were afraid of the health risks, to raise the windows. You don't do that. That's not what our government has been about. We care about people. We want people to be treated like our families would be treated. Not following good science in advising people to do things as they try to recover from one tragedy is indeed a much greater tragedy. This is compounding. This appears perhaps to be the tip of an iceberg that we don't know how large could be.
That's tough stuff. And what Lamson says is FEMA said to mitigate the problem, just ventilate, open the window. And that's not going to work for people living 18 months in a travel trailer. We're not talking about a mobile home. We're talking about a travel trailer. Now, FEMA says, look, we knew about the problems. We've been very transparent with our concerns, and we're doing everything we can. But to a lot of people, this is just another glaring example of how poorly FEMA was prepared to deal with this.
Especially in the wintertime, you want to, it gets cold when you're in a trailer. It's not like being in, something that's brick and mortar. And Wanda Phillips, her voice, I mean, she says that's from, she says it's
the
from
high levels of formaldehyde. We went in her trailer, and it had been sealed for some time. It's out in some land that she and her husband own, about 40 miles from her house. The second we went in that trailer, our eyes started watering. You could an unpleasant sensation that was almost like, a kind of a sandpaper-like feel. I mean, if you had to live in that, it'd be difficult. FEMA says it's doing everything it can, and there is a long-term study coming out, Don, next month that everybody's waiting to see because they're talking about the possibility of toxins that could cause cancer.
And it's just amazing. If you've ever been in one of those trailers, and I went in one and I said, you've been living in this for 2.5 years. I asked the lady, she goes, oh, and this is a big one. You know what I mean?
A family of four, living in 400 square feet.
Before I let you go, real quickly, when you were telling me about this investigation, we were talking about it, you find one story in New Orleans, and that leads you to another story and to another story. Really, how much more, Sean, can these folks take? It just seems unbelievable.
It is tough. And the sad thing is, I think that to a lot of people who look and they see the BCS going great, they see the Sugar Bowl down there going great, and they know that President Bush wants to bring, a very important meeting coming there in April. But if you go just outside the French Quarter, just outside the Garden District, it looks like it did not terribly long after August 29th. And you know what? It's a trifecta of disasters, a failure on city, state, and federal government to help these people.
It's just sort of mind-boggling when you go down. And as you know, it's near and dear to my heart, and as well as Kira. She's lived there. I'm from the area, so I appreciate you bringing this story. Thank you very much.
Next time you're down there, give us a shout.
I will. Thank you very much.
An opposition lawmaker shot dead in Nairobi. Can former UN Chief Kofi Annan bring the warring sides in Kenya to the peace table?
All right, it's 20 after the hour. 3 of the stories we're working on for you right here in the CNN newsroom. Investigators in Galveston, Texas are trying to solve a tragic mystery. They suspect foul play in the death of a baby boy whose body was dumped in the area. A child safety seat was found nearby. And the same police force handled the baby Grace case in which a girl's body washed up on a beach in a plastic container. We're hearing reports that police have identified a person of interest in the shooting death of a 13-month-old boy in Gary, Indiana. The boy's mother says it happened during a carjacking. She says she was also shot. No word on her condition in that. Avalanche warnings are posted across the West right now as the region gets buried in snow. It's so bad even a ski resort is shut down. Meantime, a search is underway for 3 missing snowmobilers in the mountains of Colorado.
Well, words from Kofi Annan to Kenya's government end the violence that's killed hundreds of men, women, and children. The former UN Secretary General is trying to stem the carnage that followed last month's disputed presidential election. CNN's Zain Verji joins us now live from Nairobi. Zain, an opposition lawmaker was shot dead today. What's the reaction there, and what can you tell us about that first off?
Well, Kira, that really makes the situation worse and fuels a lot more violence and hostility than there already exists. That politician was going home and he was shot. Then crowds gathered outside his house, and then the security arrived on the scene and started firing tear gas into his home. His wife came spluttering out. She was screaming and crying, and the family was also affected by the tear gas, as well as the mourners. We've been seeing scenes of chaos and violence all across Kenya. That is something that nobody from Kenya, including myself, would ever dream of seeing images of tribe-on-tribe violence and refugees with stories of real pain and brutality to tell. Kofi Annan is here, and he did achieve something today. He brought the two sides again together for the second time. There appears to me diplomatic progress, but a lot of people here, Kira, are really pessimistic because both sides just don't see eye to eye. There's so much bitterness and bad blood. So a lot of people here are really saying that it's a heavy hand of the United States that's needed to push it forward.
Well, you've also told me about the gang violence as well. Do you think gangs are starting to take over?
Yes, they are. You know, each tribe has a different gang that runs around really terrorizing people. One name, though, Kira, in particular, really sends shivers down my spine, as well as many people in this country. The name of this gang is Mungiki. It's of a particular tribe. They are really stealth killers. They're a commando force. They're highly disciplined, and they just go into certain areas. For example, on the outskirts of Nairobi, there's a slum called Kibera, and they operate there. They kill, they behead people, and then they move on. They also extort money for people for protection and things like that. So they're in control of a lot of major towns in the Rift Valley. So that's something that's becoming increasingly worrying. Kira?
And you've grown up in Kenya. Have you ever experienced this while growing up there? And how widespread is the violence now?
Well, the violence is really centered mostly in the Rift Valley area. But the scary part, Kira, to be honest, is that it's making its way, it's inching its way closer to here, the capital city, Nairobi, where I've grown up all my life. I mean, people here are very, very concerned about that. You know, my parents, for example, will go about their day as many other people in Nairobi do, but there is a sense of unease. It is business as usual, but there is a real discomfort. And when my parents, for example, go home and they watch TV, they ask themselves, is this a dream? Is this really Kenya? Is this really happening? Because we don't feel that here in the central business district, by and large, in the nice residential areas. It's really also happens on the outskirts of the slums here. Nairobi's been a very cosmopolitan city. It's a very cool city. It's a beautiful place to be. We have the only national park in the world, actually, in the city. But the ethnic groups have lived together here side by side for that reason. And the sad part is that people are now beginning to wonder, well, what tribe is he? What tribe is she? And we've never really thought that before. So that's a discouraging sign. Kira?
Zane Verjee, once again, great work, Zane. Thanks so much.
Florida primary happening today. So courting the Cuban-American vote. Is this traditionally Republican stronghold up for grabs? It's a good question. Leading our political ticker today, two leading candidates, two core issues. John McCain stressing his national security credentials, and Mitt Romney's banking on his financial chops as they battle for Florida's Republican primary vote. They appear to be in a neck-and-neck race, but Rudy Giuliani's hoping to be the spoiler in the contest that could make or break his campaign. We shall see. No Democratic delegates are up at stake in Florida, so the Dems are looking ahead to next week's Super Tuesday and the 22 Democratic contest. She was picked to give the Democratic response to President Bush's State of the Union speech. Now she's picking sides in the presidential race. Kansas Governor Kathleen Sebelius today endorsed Barack Obama. Democrats are hoping to reclaim the state, which has consistently gone Republican since Lyndon Johnson won in 1964.
Obama's Democratic rival is also getting a high-profile endorsement today. Hillary Clinton has won the backing of California Congresswoman Maxine Waters. Waters is a leading member of the Congressional Black Caucus. She says Clinton is ready to tackle the country's economic challenges. Check out CNNPolitics.com today for the latest political news that we're covering the Florida primary from all angles and for a look ahead to Super Tuesday. It's the place to go for the freshest polls, the latest fights, the political ticker blog, and much more. And we have more news from the trail coming up in the newsroom.
If you fly, you probably know how much of your ticket goes to those special fees and surcharges. I can't always figure it out. Can you figure it out? Not really. Well, we've got a new one to tell you about, and it just beats all. You're watching CNN, the most trusted name in news.
A $300 surcharge on an airline ticket? Well, on some flights, that's what they're charging just for the fuel. Susan Lasovich at the New York Stock Exchange with that and a check of the market. Hey, Susan.
Hey, Kara. Well, stocks are airborne, I guess you could say, but they're not moving much ahead of the Federal Reserve's interest rate decision, which we'll learn about this time tomorrow. There's more debate than usual as to how much the Fed will cut, given its emergency move last week, and what the Fed will say. The small moves that we are seeing today, mostly to the upside, Alcoa and Boeing each up about 4%. On news that a report on big ticket items was more than double Wall Street's estimates. That was a nice report we got today amid all the bad news. Checking the numbers, the Dow is up 60 points. The NASDAQ is up 2.5 points. Oil prices up slightly to just above 91 bucks a barrel. While that's certainly well below the $100 per barrel oil we saw earlier this month, it's still at historically high levels. Airlines are feeling the impact, and so are its passengers. FareCompare.com says United is charging $300, not for the flight from LA to Tokyo, but as the fuel surcharge. The flight is another $400, so that is in addition to it. Kira.
Wow. Was it only on flights to Japan?
No, to other long-haul flights, and to use their language. A flight to Spain, for instance, adds nearly $400 for fuel, and Air New Zealand is charging $360 in fuel fees on certain flights. And to think we used to complain about no meals on flights, Kira. Flying is so much different these days.
Yes, indeed. And they last a lot longer as well when you don't have all the various distractions. All right,
That's
what about
right.
domestic flights?
Well, obviously, we'll give thanks because those flights are shorter and they're full. So the fuel charges are not quite as high, but over the weekend, most leading airlines did double their fuel surcharges for domestic flights. They used to be $20 per round-trip ticket. Now they're $40. Previous attempts to raise fuel surcharges haven't stuck as the airlines competed for customers, but this one might. The airlines are struggling, of course, to remain profitable. The airline industry just released a report saying fuel accounted for more than a quarter of the cost of a flight. That was before this month's spike in oil prices. So it just impacts everyone. Coming up, another economic stimulus package, not from Democrats or Republicans, but from a big retailer. I'll tell you what it's doing to spur consumer spending in the next hour of Newsroom. Kira, Don, back to you.
All right, Susan Lasovich, thanks so much.
Courted by candidates mobilizing in droves, Latino voters could be a driving force in Florida and across the nation. We'll take a closer look.
Just into CNN, a casino fire at the Foxwoods Great Cedar Hotel in Connecticut. It's actually the Foxwoods Casino Resort, and this is the Grand Cedar Hotel. It's all connected here. We thought this was just a small fire, but we're getting word now it's a 7-alarm fire. Apparently flames were seen burning in the lounge on the 8th floor of that hotel. Not sure how many people have been affected by this. We're just getting these live pictures in from our affiliate there in Connecticut, WPRI. It says here the 6th, 7th, and 8th floors have been evacuated as a precaution. Firefighters right now ripping up the roof to make sure that they've got all of the fire. You can see the white smoke, which is good news. That means they're able to put out the flames there. But once again, this is at the Great Cedar Hotel at the Foxwoods Resort Casino. It started as a small fire on the 8th floor, turned into a 7-alarm fire. We're told that no one has been injured in this blaze. Firefighters were able to battle it within 30 minutes. We're told a security officer is the one that noticed that fire and the flames coming out of the VIP lounge on the 8th floor. We're keeping an eye on it for you.
Let's get back to politics now, where we continue to monitor that story happening in Connecticut and talk about the fight for Florida. Will the state be Rudy Giuliani's springboard or his swan song? He's hoping to be the spoiler in today's Republican presidential primary, in which Mitt Romney and John McCain appear locked in a neck-and-neck race. The Republican battle is grabbing almost all the attention. The Democratic race is in the background since no delegates are at stake there in Florida for that. Florida's Cuban Americans have long been as faithful a Republican voting bloc as you'll ever find anywhere. But CNN's John Zarella shows us the grand old party may be losing its grip.
In Miami's Little Havana, the cup was always filled with Republican votes. But for some, it doesn't taste quite as good as it used to.
We have been made a lot of promises by the Republican Party. They come here, they say, viva la libertad, down with Fidel Castro, and then they ignore us.
These Democrats that are out there hiding because they don't want to come out, we need to bring them out.
At a Democratic Hispanic Caucus of Florida meeting, they talk of getting out the vote. The simple fact there's a meeting at all says a lot. Cuban Americans blamed President Kennedy and the Democrats for the failure nearly 50 years ago of the Bay of Pigs invasion aimed at overthrowing Castro. Ever since, they have voted overwhelmingly Republican. That was reinforced when Elian Gonzalez was sent back to Cuba during Bill Clinton's presidency. If you are a Cuban American, it was sacrilege to be anything but. Millie Herrera says in the past, she was harassed for daring to be different.
I will not cede ground to anybody. I will not accept anybody to tell me that I am less patriotic or less beloving of Cuban American and Cuban freedom just because I'm a Democrat.
The Cuban American National Foundation, a rock-solid ally of the Republican Party since the Reagan era, is no longer handing out automatic support.
Our community have been changing our outlook toward the Republican Party because of the failure of this administration to really provide some of the promises.
For decades, nearly every Republican candidate and president played to the audience, vowing to bring a free Cuba, and for good reason. Census figures show 1.5 million Hispanic voters in Florida. 36% of them, 540,000, are Cuban American. The majority are registered Republicans, and political observers say they'll probably stick with the GOP in the general election. But Democrats sense an opening. Bottom line, if the Republican nominee wants that cup filled with votes again, he may, for the first time in 50 years, have to work for them. John Zarella, CNN, Miami.
All right, let's talk more about the Latino factor, which Luis Clemens from the website CandidoUSA.com can talk to us about. He joins us from Plantation, Florida. We've been talking about the impact that Latino voters will have on this election, especially as it comes to Florida. But you know what, Luis, first of all, thanks for joining us. But
happy to be here.
You know what, now, it appears that the Cuban vote, not as essential as it used to be in Florida, they make up 50% of the population, or 45% of the Hispanic population there. Are we focusing on the wrong thing when we're just focusing on the Cuban vote?
Well, I think John Zarella's piece was right to highlight that we're talking about two different steps. Tomorrow, Cuban-American vote will be very important. And the Republican primary, it will be significant, depending on which way it goes. But come November, a lot of those Cuban-American voters could be leaning towards the Democrats.
Okay, and you saw in John's piece, he mentioned the Bay of Pigs, right? He also mentioned Elian Gonzalez. And we were talking about this. Can something really that happened 50 years ago really come into play today, 2008, when you're talking about the vote as it goes to Cuban-American voters?
Oh, sure. Clearly, when you look at the, or rather, you listen to the Spanish language radio ad that John McCain's campaign put out, it starts off in no uncertain terms stating John McCain is the only Republican candidate who was a prisoner of war in a communist nation. He made a big deal about mentioning the endorsement of a Bay of Pigs veteran, as did Governor Mitt Romney. This is still very much an issue for those older voters who are going to be voting in the primary tomorrow.
Okay, let me ask you this, because this sort of came to mind. If you're talking about the Bay of Pigs and the whole, that's the Kennedy administration, then what does this endorsement yesterday from a Kennedy brother, daughter, and nephew do to Barack Obama then?
Well, I think when it comes to Ted Kennedy's endorsement, those Cuban Americans who will be voting in tomorrow's GOP primary, it really means nothing. When you're talking about Cuban American Democrats, when you're talking about Latinos throughout the nation, you're talking about a different sort of influence, but it's still a minor influence. Really, Teddy Kennedy, to many Latino voters, is more of a present figure because of his support of immigration reform, rather than the late President John F. Kennedy.
Okay, so those that still in their psyche still remember the Bay of Pigs and all of that history. But what about younger voters who don't necessarily remember that? And also, we're hearing that younger voters really may be less conservative than the older voters as it comes to Latino voters.
Well, it's interesting. I just saw a poll specific to Hispanic voters that was conducted over the past few days. And very clearly, when it comes to older Hispanic Republicans, John McCain had much more support. When it came to the younger Hispanic Republicans, they were more in favor of Giuliani and, to a lesser extent, Romney. On the Democratic side, where Hillary's support was highest was on those Democrats that are 45 years old and older. There was a little bit of an opening, if you will, for Barack Obama in that younger age group of 18 to 34.
Okay, and just real quickly, reading some of the research that I've been reading here, it talks about non-Cuban Latinos in Florida, and I want to talk about how the candidates are reaching out, because I said the census is saying 45% of Spanish language television viewers in the market, and also 45%, less than 50% are Cuban American voters. You're talking about Venezuelans and all different types of Latino populations, Latino Americans. So what exactly or the candidates doing? They're sort of walking a fine line here by they have to appeal to Latino voters, but they certainly don't want to seem to be pandering to them.
Well, there's been plenty of pandering, that's clear. They've gone out of their way to appeal to Latino voters here in South Florida through Spanish language advertising, through events at a whole range of different locations. But when it comes specifically to the Republican candidates appealing to non-Cuban
but voters are smart enough to know that. I mean, but they don't like it, even though candidates may be doing it, they don't want it to be that obvious.
Oh, I think they, in the case of Cuban American voters, yes, they want it plenty obvious. Okay. They really want it to be clear what their stance on Cuba policy is. Okay. And for the non-Cuban Hispanics, they really want to get some of that love.
All right. Thank you very much. And did I say that? Is it candidatousa.com?
It sure is. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Luis Clemens from candidatousa.com. We appreciate you joining us today on the CNN Newsroom. And right now, you can be part of the best political team on television. If you're a Floridian, if you're voting today, share your experience with us and the rest of the world. Send your video or pictures in an iReport to cnnpolitics.com. And don't miss big showdowns in the Wild Wild West this week. Candidates from both parties will face off in California. The last debates before Super Tuesday. The Republicans will debate tomorrow and the Democrats on Thursday. Both are at 8 p.m. Eastern, and you can see them only on CNN, which, of course, is your home for politics.
Breaking news out of Venezuela right now. A bit of a bizarre story. We're told that gunmen in a Venezuelan bank apparently were part of a standoff. They have fled now in an ambulance with hostages. And here's what's interesting. This was a negotiation that went down with police, and I can tell you right now, a negotiation like that would not happen here in the United States. It's happening in Altagracia de Orituco, Venezuela. Apparently, the gunmen had held more than 30 hostages inside this Venezuelan bank for 2 days, and then they negotiated their getaway with police in an ambulance. It sped off with several captives, according to reports here, leaving the others inside. Now, under the deal with police, the 4 gunmen were permitted to leave with 5 hostages, and they slipped into this ambulance that actually backed up to the entrance of the Venezuelan bank. Here's the new video right now of that ambulance. Not quite sure what we're going to be able to see, but apparently these gunmen held up folders to block their faces. The standoff began on Monday morning. It was a botched robbery. Okay, apparently these gunmen and hostages are in this ambulance. They're speeding off right now. You can see all the people that have been watching this unfold for 2 days now. One of the captives, I'm told, is driving that ambulance. And here's another part to this situation in Venezuela. One of the gunmen who reached this agreement with police asked for a package with diapers and a bottle for a 2-week-old baby that was being held hostage in that bank. Not sure who the individuals were, who the captives were that were left there at the bank. Not sure how many were in that ambulance with the gunmen. But we're following the end of a standoff, but still gunmen on the run. A deal made with police, captives with them. Police also saying part of that deal was not to follow them. We're going to follow it. We'll keep you updated. Quick break. I need a kidney. Well, guess what? He got a kidney. You first saw this man's ultra-personal plea right here on CNN. Now we have a happy follow-up.
I'm Corrine Winter in Hollywood. The votes are still uncounted, but I've got an exclusive interview with 3 frontrunners. No, I'm not talking about the primaries. I'm talking about the Oscars. That's next in the newsroom.
It's one of our top stories. Gunmen who held more than 30 hostages inside a Venezuelan bank for 2 days negotiated their getaway in an ambulance and sped off just moments ago with several captives. We are following the story. We're going to bring you more at the top of the hour.
Absolutely. And Hollywood's awards, that season is in full swing right now, despite the writer's strike. CNN's entertainment correspondent Corrine Winter is here to tell us which award shows dodged the picket line. But first, if I got to tell you, you look great at the SAG Awards. Kira and I were just commenting. You look fantastic.
I love you both.
So who caught a break?
Thank you so much. Well, let's talk a little Grammy news, shall we? The music industry, they're breathing a big sigh of relief this morning, Don, and that's because the Writers Guild has given the Grammy Awards a waiver. That means the 50th annual Grammys on February 10th will have celebrities on the red carpet and speeches in the teleprompter instead of picket lines and protests. Waivers have been very tough to come by, but last Sunday's SAG Awards got one. And while we told you yesterday about the highlights from the big show, we didn't get a chance to show you this exclusive interview I had with 3 of the big winners, Javier Bardem, Josh Brolin, and Tommy Lee Jones. They, of course, are the stars of No Country for Old Men. Take a look.
Actor goes to No Country for Old Men.
A big night for all of you with No Country for Old Men.
The fact that we got Best Ensemble Cast is kind of funny because we never...
I don't think the Comédie Française would call this an ensemble. I don't think...
How much did you really look forward to working with the Coen brothers?
Yeah, for me it's always been kind of a dream to imagine one day working with the Coen brothers. Being a Spaniard and barely speaking the language, it was kind of a mission impossible.
Call it.
But it happened, so it was like a miracle for me. It was reason enough for me to be pinching my face the whole day, which I actually did for real once.
Did you really?
Yeah, I did.
You know how this is going to turn out, don't you? Nope. I think you do.
Some people may have had questions regarding the ending. What was that about?
Well, because the structure is unfamiliar, you know, it doesn't pander to the audience, you know, you rape the audience of the protagonist, and that's not something that is normal, you know, so that's why people react as strongly as they react to the ending.
Talk about the Academy Awards. We're hoping that the show will be on, but 8 nominations.
Of course, you want to go there and do the red carpet, or maybe not, I don't know. But I think that's the last thing to think about. It's about people really being hired again.
I would like to see some resolution. I would like to see that resolution be equitable, and that's about all I have to say.
Well, it's a mess, ain't it, Sheriff?
If it ain't, it'll do till the mess gets here.
A brilliant film and a talented bunch. Now, despite the mess that is this year's award season, many folks are saying that this film is now the Oscar favorite, even if no one is quite sure what exactly is going to happen on Oscar night if the writers are still on strike. We'll, of course, keep you posted on that story as it continues. Also ahead on Showbiz Tonight. Coming up tonight, you have to hear this, folks, the almost unbelievable Heath Ledger scam. That's right, how a man tried to con Hollywood's biggest stars, we're talking Tom Cruise, John Travolta, to capitalize on the death of Heath Ledger. An outrageous story. You'll get to see it on TV's most provocative entertainment news show, 11 p.m. Eastern and Pacific. And Don, this one really has me shaking my head in disbelief.
I was going to say, you got to be pulling my leg. No.
I had to read it twice to really say, wow, this actually happened. So got to tune in. They'll have more on that.
Oh, awful. Karine, always a pleasure. Thank you.
You too. See ya.
Dying for insurance, a man who isn't covered and has cancer. Dr. Gupta on his desperate fight to get treated and stay alive.
This is CNN Breaking News.
And that breaking news is happening in Venezuela. The exact location, Altagracia de Oratuco, Venezuela. Gunmen in a bank standoff have now fled in an ambulance with hostages. This is video that we're just getting in here. Can't quite make out exactly which ones are the hostages that have been released from that bank, but I can tell you that that's the ambulance right there being driven by one of the captives in that ambulance. 4 gunmen and 5 hostages. Apparently they had 30 hostages inside that Venezuelan bank for 2 days and then negotiated their getaway in this ambulance. They sped off with several of the captives just moments ago. Now, they made a deal with police, something that you definitely wouldn't see here in the United States, and that's police negotiating with gunmen to take off with hostages. And part of that deal, the police are not supposed to follow them. But apparently they negotiated with police. They slipped into the back of this ambulance and just backed up to the entrance of the bank. The gunmen and hostages stepped out, and they held up file folders and paper bags to conceal their faces. The gunmen were told they would not be followed. And here's another part that just adds to the drama. During the night of this 2-day standoff, a gunman had actually accepted a package with diapers and a bottle for a 2-week-old baby. We're following this situation in Venezuela, bringing more as we get it.
And we're also following the situation, Kira, that's happening in Washington. We've been talking about this economic stimulus plan that's being actually voted on now. The voting has begun, but it's going to take a while before we find out. But here's the new information in all of this. CNN is learning from House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. She is predicting that this planned afternoon vote on the economic stimulus package would pass with bipartisan support by an overwhelming margin. So that's good news as it comes to sort of stimulating something into the economy. It's a $150 billion bill. She does caution there that she's saying that the Senate should not load up this bill or slow its movement through the legislative process. Our Brianna Keeler is following this story as it happens there on Capitol Hill, and she's going to bring us the very latest as soon as we get some information on that and exactly where that vote is. But again, expect it to pass handily. And as soon as that happens, we'll bring it to you. The smart money is banking on another interest rate cut from the Federal Reserve. We'll know tomorrow when Chairman Ben Bernanke and his colleagues wrap up a 2-day meeting. In the meantime, CNN's Ali Velshi is at the Chicago Board of Trade, and our Susan Lesovich is at the New York Stock Exchange. Let's begin with Ali in my old stomping ground in Chicago with the very latest. Ali?
You know it, Don. This is a great town, and these folks over here are the traders. The bell is rung. Trading's done for the day. They're going to go home, get some sleep, eat their Wheaties, and come back tomorrow because it's going to be a big day. And somebody just signaled to me that 1 or 2 of them might actually get a drink. But it's going to be a big day tomorrow. Why? Because we are expecting that 2-day meeting at the end of it at 2:15 Eastern time that the Fed will announce another rate cut. There's some speculation as to whether it'll be 25 basis points. That's a 1/4 percentage point or 1/2 percentage point. Now, what that's going to do is whatever the Fed cuts by, the prime rate will come down by the same amount. That's where you have got loans that are tied to the prime rate. You'll get a discount on that. Now, what happens here is this is where bonds are traded. The bonds are where is how your fixed interest rate. Your fixed mortgages are determined, and usually they track each other. So when the prime rate goes down, when the Fed cuts rates, so will mortgage rates. So by this time tomorrow, we'll have heard from the major banks that they've cut after the Fed has cut. We'll also probably see mortgage rates trading lower. Right now, if you got good credit for a 30-year fixed loan, it's about 5.3%. Some people can do better than that. This may result in a lower rate. All of that is also meant to help stimulate the economy. So that's why we're keeping a close eye on it. That's why we're here in Chicago, and we will be here tomorrow when the Fed makes its announcement one way or the other on interest rates at 2:15 p.m. It's going to affect every single American with a home, with a mortgage, or some kind of loan, Don.
All right, Ali Velshi, and we know you're brown, but not that brown. Tell them to put a light on you. I love seeing you. We want to see
you can't put lights on.
Oh,
you can't put lights on here. That's what it is.
Yeah, okay. Now you
I'm going to smile so you know it's me.
Ali Velshi, you're making me blush, and I'm browner than you are. All right, thank you, sir. Our Susan Lesovich is tracking the markets. She joins us now from the New York Stock Exchange. With that, she's on the floor. Hey, Susan.
Hey, Don, and we have lots of lights on me. My hair always looks like it's on fire. It looks like it's so red when I'm on the floor. But here's the headline. We have 2 days of gains going into this Federal Reserve decision. But, you know, that's the good news. The bad news is there's not a lot of volume, which shows there's not a lot of conviction. People staying on the sidelines ahead of this important decision. And you know what? There's a lot more debate than usual as to how much the Fed will cut. As Ali said, the smart money is betting that the Fed will cut interest rates yet again, but how much it will cut and what it will say is up in the air. Three different reports on housing today. Not good news. Foreclosures up, home ownership down, home prices down. We have a couple movers I want to mention quickly. Disney shares are down 4% on a downgrade that said discretionary spending in the U.S. will decline, and that would hurt its theme parks. On the other hand, we have Boeing and Alcoa each up 4% on a surprisingly good report on big ticket items. We have some life at the NASDAQ as well, so let's take the number 2 train uptown to Times Square. That's where Poppy Harlow is standing by at the NASDAQ market site. Poppy.
Yeah, thanks, Susan. You know, we're posting just modest gains here, up about 0.3% at the NASDAQ. But investors, like you said, sitting tight till we hear from the Fed. Interesting story over here at the NASDAQ. It is the battle of the billionaires. The chief executives over at Liberty Media and IAC Corp, 2 huge online media companies, battling it out in court. IAC owns things like the Home Shopping Network and Ticketmaster, Expedia.com. Diller wants to break that company up. The head of Liberty Media doesn't want him to. He has a big share in that company. He's taken him to court. These guys used to be friends, so very interesting. Both stocks, though, on the rise on that news. Meantime, some great news out of JetBlue. That stock up more than 20%. It reported a narrower than expected loss in the last quarter. Also, it reported its first full-year profit in 3 years. You remember all of that drama with JetBlue leaving planes on the runway for hours and hours last winter. Well, this is some good news for JetBlue. Finally, I'll wrap it up with we are watching Yahoo very closely. Earnings coming out from Yahoo right after the bell in just an hour or so today. Susan?
Yeah, Poppy, so lots of earnings reports. We also get the first look at the fourth quarter GDP out before the opening bell tomorrow. That's the broadest look at the economy, and everybody wants to see what happened in the fourth quarter. We're expecting a big decline from the third quarter, but not an outright contraction, and that'll be yet another thing that the Fed will consider before it makes its move tomorrow afternoon. And with that, I'll be back in just a few minutes, Don and Kara, with another look at what's going on here.
Yeah,
back
don't forget the closing bell, just under an hour.
Yeah, well, I'm going to be back twice, I think.
Okay. Can't get enough of you, so we love it. Thank you, Susan.
You're welcome.
Leading our political ticker today, 2 leading candidates, 2 core issues. John McCain stressing his national security credentials and Mitt Romney's banking on his financial chops as they battle for Florida's Republican primary vote. They appear to be in a neck-and-neck race, but Rudy Giuliani's hoping to be the spoiler in a contest that could make or break his campaign. No Democratic delegates are at stake in Florida, so the Dems are looking ahead to next week's Super Tuesday and the 22 Democratic contests. She was picked to give the Democratic response to President Bush's State of the Union speech. Now she's picking sides in the presidential race. Kansas Governor Kathleen Sebelius today endorsed Barack Obama. Democrats are hoping to reclaim the state, which has consistently gone Republican since Lyndon Johnson won in 1964. Obama's Democratic rival is also getting a high-profile endorsement today. Hillary Clinton has won the backing of California Congresswoman Maxine Waters. Waters is a leading member of the Congressional Black Caucus. She says Clinton is ready to tackle the country's economic challenges.
Taking sides can be tricky, as Senator Edward Kennedy is finding out. The New York State chapter of the National Organization for Women calls Kennedy's backing of Barack Obama an ultimate betrayal. The Now chapter says Kennedy has, quote, joined the list of progressive white men who can't or won't handle the prospect of a woman president, who is Hillary Clinton. Kennedy says his Obama endorsement wasn't meant as a rejection of Clinton, whom he says he respects. It was chilly in the House chamber before President Bush's State of the Union speech last night, and we're not talking temperature. Barack Obama gave Hillary Clinton the cold shoulder. When Obama backer Ted Kennedy spoke with Clinton, Obama turned away. Do we know if that's the truth, or is that how we're perceiving it? Neither Clinton nor Obama acknowledged each other after all last night. Right now, you can be part of the best political team on television. If you're a Floridian voting today, share your experience with us and the rest of the world. Send your video or pictures in an iReport to CNNPolitics.com.
Blizzards, bitter cold, and dangerous winds. They're all over the place. Chad Myers, it's a wicked winter.
It is. It depends on what side of this storm you're on, though. I mean, because it's going to be a wicked spring-like event for places like Memphis and St. Louis. Here's a live shot from Memphis, really seeing just kind of gray clouds, some light rain, and no real impressive weather just yet. But it is going to get a whole lot worse before it gets better for you. Severe weather popping up there. Blizzard conditions across parts of Iowa and extreme fire danger across Dallas and all the way back into western Texas. We have some iReports. I want to take you to Idaho, because rarely do I ever get a chance to talk about Idaho because, well, you know, we just don't get kind of great pictures. But look at these from Rachel Nordgarden. Now, this is like near Sandpoint or Schweitzer Mountain, and I have friends that live in Hope, which is just right around the other side of the lake, and they said pick 2 feet over the weekend. And guess what, Rachel? You got another 1.5 feet coming tomorrow night. So it is time to dig out. Look, you can barely even see the front of the house. And there's one of the car, too. We're shoveling out from the car. Now, Schweitzer Mountain is a great little ski resort if you've never been up there. Powder is phenomenal, and the lift lines are non-existent. But now that I've told everybody that, they probably will get longer. Anyway, thank you to Rachel up there in Idaho. And where the snow is going to go for the rest of the day and the rest of the week, from Seattle eastward through Salt Lake City, all these areas that turn purple, and even up into Ontario too. That's 1 foot of snow or more. So let's zoom in to the northwest for just kind of look at this. From Seattle, not down to the Sound, but close, and then you get up into the passes for sure. All those dark purple spots, that's 20 inches of snow or more in the next 48 hours. And so, yeah, we're getting kind of in and out of some of this weather. It's kind of coming, kind of going. Chicago, 45 degrees this afternoon. Two for a morning low tonight. Did you say you had the Memphis Tower Cam? Is that what you wanted, Katie? Is that what you said? Okay, let's put her in. There you go. WMC from our affiliate in Memphis, Tennessee. Looked a lot uglier than that about an hour ago as the rain came in, and you think, oh, we're all done because the rain's already over. No, there could be much more severe weather behind what you have now because of this. 45 to 2. When you get that cold air close to you, some of these storms could be strong. Back to you guys.
Okay. Chad Myers, thanks so much.
And Chad, there's some severe weather in China, too. Some of the worst they've seen there. Look at these pictures. It's deadly and it's paralyzing. The worst winter storms in half a century have brought much of China to a complete standstill. Hundreds of thousands, that's right, hundreds of thousands of people are stranded in airports and train stations. Power's out in many places. Dozens of people, sadly, have died. Now, this couldn't have happened at a worse time. Next week is a Chinese New Year, and millions of people are trying to make it home for the holiday. Later on, right here in the CNN newsroom, a look inside one packed train station, and CNN's Hugh Remington will take us inside of that train station and inside of this very sad story happening there. Among those waiting and hoping to get moving is a CNN reporter, Sam DeLeely. Now, he took this photo while stuck on a plane for 4 hours at the Snowden Airport in Nanjing. Kelly Duvall is a U.S. citizen. She lives there as well. She says her husband is stuck at the office with no way to get home. She and the kids are trying to make the best of it. They're playing in the snow and building igloos. Building an igloo. I still can't get over that. If you want to share your pictures or your video with us, just go to CNN.com/iReport.
Well, it's passed. We just got the word, the $146 billion economic aid package. Brianna Keeler is following it for us. Brianna, bring us up to date.
Well, Kira,
there's some bipartisanship, obviously, in the House. We've seen that they have overwhelmingly passed their plan for an economic stimulus, but that bipartisanship that we've been seeing also at the same time could be collapsing in the Senate. That's because Senate Democrats, as well as at least one moderate Republican, are weighing over a very different proposal from the House plan. This is one being floated by Senate Finance Committee Chairman Max Baucus, and what it would do is extend unemployment benefits, something the House plan doesn't do, but it would also change the tax rebate structure. It would be a flat $500 tax rebate for all income tax filers who make more than $3,000. And unlike the House plan, it would include senior citizens who are on Social Security, and there's no salary cap. So that means that Bill Gates, Warren Buffett, they would also get this $500 tax rebate. Total price tag for this package is $155 to $160 billion. That's about $5 to $10 billion more than the House plan. And this is going to be very difficult for Democrats in the Senate to pass, because just a short time ago, Republican leadership in the Senate announced that they just want to take the House bill, that one that just passed overwhelmingly. They want to take it clean and run it through the Senate. Even a GOP leadership aide telling us Republicans may filibuster any attempts to make changes to that House plan. So it's going to be difficult for Democrats, Kira.
Well, we'll follow it. Brianna Keeler there live on Capitol Hill. Thanks, Brianna. Dying for insurance, a man who isn't covered and has cancer. Dr. Gupta on his desperate fight to get treated and stay alive.
Past the hour, 3 of the stories we're working on for you right here in the CNN newsroom. This is a scene across the West right now where heavy snow is triggering avalanches, collapsing roofs, and causing car wrecks. Searchers are looking for 3 snowmobilers missing in the Colorado mountains. U.S. and UN officials trying to keep Kenya from spiraling completely out of control. The killing of an opposition lawmaker is inflaming the already fierce protests over last month's presidential election. Former UN Chief Kofi Annan is talking with Kenyan leaders while the U.S. is calling for calm. She was a singer, an actress, a writer, and the only child of President Truman. Margaret Truman died today in Chicago at 83. Recalling her time in the White House, which began while she was in college, she once said, quote, "Some of it was fun, but most of it was not."
Millions of Americans are living without health insurance. Some are taking desperate measures even to get it and save their lives. CNN's chief medical correspondent, Dr. Sanjay Gupta, has been looking at the health care crisis for his upcoming Broken Government special. He's got an extreme example to share with us.
Digital is so wonderful. You can just shoot all day, you know? Taking pictures makes me a happy man.
A happy, uninsured man. When Mark Windsor was just 27 years old, doctors removed a large cancerous tumor from his neck. Windsor thought he was cured and left a job with company-paid health insurance to become a photographer.
I had gone a few years without recurrent, and I just felt confident that, you know, I just couldn't let that dictate my life.
But the cancer returned. In the beginning, Windsor was lucky. He found a hospital and surgeons who agreed to remove the tumors at no charge. But there were limits.
You knew that you weren't going to get anything extra. You're just going to get this tumor out of your body.
Nearly 50 million Americans have no health insurance. The American Cancer Society says patients without private insurance are 60% more likely to die within 5 years of their diagnosis. Tumors were growing again in Mark Windsor's neck. The surgeon who had donated his services was gone. He couldn't afford radiation treatment. So he made a desperate decision. He married a good friend, and she put him on her health insurance.
People get married, obviously, because they fall in love.
I don't think I want to answer
that. Can I ask you, did you get married because of health care insurance?
Well, some, yes.
That's what is that where we've arrived at?
That's where we've arrived.
You had to get married to get health care insurance.
Well, I didn't have to. I could have just, the tumor was getting so bad I would have been dead by now.
Windsor now has insurance and care, but unfortunately a wedding, a wife, and a new chance at life didn't stop the cancer from spreading. Now it may be too late.
I can tell you as well that he has just had another operation a couple of weeks ago. He has this disease now spread to his lungs, Kira. His doctors are confident
that he will have an abbreviated life because of all that's happened to him or not happened to him in terms of the treatment that he hasn't received.
So his life could have been saved if he had insurance.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting. With this particular type of cancer, there was a treatment that was available that would have actually cured him of this particular cancer, but it was too expensive back then.
How much would it cost?
Maybe $100,000. I mean, it wasn't cheap by any means.
Right, but it would have saved his life.
His life, years of treatments that he's gotten after that, all the cost of that probably way more than that single radiation treatment.
So now doctors are giving him what, a year?
Well, I think they're reluctant to put any kind of time frame on this, but they're saying that his life will probably be abbreviated because of this metastatic disease.
It's hard to think that a hospital or that doctors or that our system would do this and just leave a cancer patient to die.
I know, you know, it's complicated, to be fair. I mean, he went to a hospital, they gave him free care for a while, the doctor was charitable, the hospital was charitable, but then that doctor went away. He did go to other hospitals. A lot of times he'd go for a visit that he'd get a bill for thousands of dollars, which he couldn't pay, or he'd wait 12 hours and get referrals. Felt like he was really getting shuffled around until he was able to get insured again by getting married.
So what should uninsured cancer patients do?
Being uninsured is a difficult problem. I mean, we've been investigating this for months, and I mean, maybe that's sort of obvious, but I think the reality is for people, if you don't have insurance, some pharmaceutical companies will offer prescription drug plans, but that's for tens of thousands as opposed to tens of millions. There are some free clinics out there, but again, that's more for preventive services, not for something like Mark Windsor had. And there are some other options in terms of trying to get, if you qualify in terms of low salary, Medicaid for the poor, for example. But again, these are tough options, and he sort of fell through the cracks, which is why I thought his story was so important.
Yeah, it breaks your heart. Sanjay, thanks.
All right, thank you.
You can definitely see Sanjay for his special Broken Government Healthcare Critical Condition Thursday night, 11 Eastern, right after the CNN presidential debate.
I want to tell you about a happy ending or perhaps a new beginning to a story CNN brought you last year. I need a kidney. That's what Butch Morgan told the world on a billboard in Houston. Well, just last week, he got one, courtesy of Thomas Reardon of Chicago. Reardon decided to donate one of his kidneys after seeing the CNN story. Both are doing fine, actually more than fine.
I would say, you know, I mean, Tom was an angel sent, a God sent to me that I would tell him I'll love him for the rest of my life. If I don't ever get to see him again the rest of my life, he will always be in my prayers, in my family and my prayers. You know, and I know we will stay in touch, but I definitely, you know, I love this guy. He's a blood brother to me now.
It's a good feeling that you could, you know, extend somebody's life. That's actually what the doctor told me, Donna. He goes, you put 20 years on this man's life. So for me to spend, you know, a week or two on the bench doesn't really hurt me.
If you want more information on how to become an organ donor, go to organdonor.gov.
The Republicans are waiting for the Florida primary results, but for the Democrats, there are no delegates, no real stakes, so they're looking ahead. We're going to look too.
The economic stimulus package was passed by the House this hour. Brianna Keeler broke that news for us. And a congressional committee is meeting to discuss how best to combat the fallout from the subprime mess. They got their work cut out for them, Susan Lasovich. She's at the New York Stock Exchange to tell us about that and a check on the market.
That's right. Lots of news on Wall Street and in Washington. I'll talk about Wall Street first. Stocks are moving higher ahead of tomorrow's Fed decision. If the Dow ends up more than 100 points today, it will be the third triple-digit gain in the last 4 sessions. Checking the numbers right now, the Dow Industrials are up 113 points at 12,496. Walmart shares are up 0.75%. The world's biggest retailer announced its own economic stimulus plan today. It says it's rolling back prices up to 30% this week on thousands of items right in time for the Super Bowl. The NASDAQ Composite, meanwhile, is up about 0.5%. Of course, in Washington, they're talking stimulus as well, which includes taxpayer rebates passed through the House with bipartisan support. Speaker Nancy Pelosi warning the Senate not to add any additional items that could delay the process, even if they are ideas she supports. Of course, all of these efforts are to reduce the fallout from the wave of foreclosed homes, which soared last year. 405,000 families were forced from their homes last year, and the foreclosure wave threatens to grow in the coming months. The problems are so deep that one prominent Democrat says the stimulus package of this size probably won't help very much.
A stimulus package is like taking a garden hose to a 10-alarm fire and wondering why we aren't winning the battle.
Some critics are calling for laws which would allow bankruptcy judges to impose rates instead. Don.
All right, and is that a plan that is gaining steam, Susan?
Well, not yet. The Mortgage Bankers Association, Don, is against it, and so are some of the lawmakers meeting today. One Republican says that move would dry up credit. He says the solution to the current situation can be summed up in 3 words: liquidity, liquidity, liquidity.
To-chill lending is precisely the opposite of what the market needs. It is the economic equivalent of throwing cold water on a freezing man. It will undercut the Paulson plan. It will undercut the stimulus package. It will undercut FHA reform. It will undercut our economy.
So the debate will continue, and so will the worries here on Wall Street. Coming up, how do you feel about the place where you work? Not the people, but the building itself. Some common complaints when I return for the closing bell. Don and Kira, I'm sure you'll have your 2 cents as well.
I didn't realize I was on. That little smirk. We love it. The set, too.
Of course we love it.
Set,
but we work in a newsroom.
Yeah, of course. All right, Susan.
And they're typically sloppy.
And don't forget, 30 minutes away, the closing bell. We want to see what happens there. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Super Week is unfolding for an American airman and his family. We're going to tell you about his trip from Iraq to the Super Bowl.
Well, the fight for Florida. Will the state be Rudy Giuliani's springboard or his swan song? He's hoping to be the spoiler in today's Republican primary, in which Mitt Romney and John McCain appear locked in a neck-and-neck race. The Republican battle is grabbing almost all the attention, and the Democratic race is in the background since no Democratic delegates are at stake there. State by state, the candidates campaign. State by state, the voters vote. And everybody keeps track of which candidates win which states. But it's really all about delegates. Just as the Electoral College picks presidents, delegates pick nominees. CNN's Tom Foreman takes a look.
If you want to be the Democratic nominee for president, you need just over 2,000 delegates to support you at the convention. And Obama has won the most so far through the primaries and caucuses. He has 63, Clinton has 48, Edwards has 26, and that's why Super Tuesday matters so very much. Almost 1,700 Democratic delegates will be divided on that day, and it's tricky because depending on local rules, strange things can happen. The candidate that wins a state may not win the most delegates from that state. For example, Clinton won the statewide popular vote in Nevada by capturing a few heavily populated urban areas like Las Vegas. But Obama did better in a good number of rural areas throughout the state, so he actually got one more delegate than she did. But don't feel bad about that. The Democrats also have something called super delegates. These are party leaders who vote at the conventions, and right now, even though Obama has actually won more delegates nationally, Clinton has more support from these super delegates. So she is winning the overall delegate race. It's terribly confusing, and it is much more straightforward on the Republican side. They have fewer delegates, and you need about 1,200 to be nominated. Romney is leading there. He's got 67. McCain has 38, and Huckabee 26, and the rest trail behind them. But they're also scrapping it out district by district for approximately 1,000 Super Tuesday delegates, knowing that in a race this tight, the wrong move in the wrong place can cost you delegates, and that can cost you the nomination.
All right, Tom Foreman, thank you very much, sir. Right now, you can be part of the best political team on television. If you're a Floridian voting today, share your experience with us and the rest of the world. Is that how you get to be? We could be on the best political team on TV.
That's right. We just sent in our iReports.
Just sent in our iReports. CNN. So what is it? Pictures to iReport to CNN Politics All
right, we've been talking about the blizzards, the bitter cold, the dangerous winds, 2 degrees in parts of the country. Chad Myers, man, oh man.
Temperatures have just plummeted across parts of the upper Midwest, and that air is not stopping. It's going to continue all the way down south through Kentucky, Tennessee, into Georgia as well, probably even to northern Florida. Blizzard conditions, Iowa, parts of Missouri, and also even up into Minnesota. Some of these blizzard conditions are part of the wind, part of the cold air coming in, and man, is it cold behind it. Can you find a cold front? Okay, it's 48 in Chicago, it's 3 degrees below zero in Minneapolis, and it's 12 below in Fargo. I think it's easy to find right there between the purple and the green. And that cold air is just going to race right on through, keep right on going, and change your forecast. Pretty much almost the entire eastern half of the United States is going to be different tomorrow than it is today. And there's also the chance of severe weather. That severe weather could come in where the cold and the warm clash. There's a jet stream up here, and if you're flying from, let's say New York City to Dallas today, it's going to take you probably another 45 minutes in the air than if you're going the other direction. The jet stream right through here is 150 miles per hour. Now, why does that matter? Well, that's just energy. That's something we call shear, speed shear. It enhances the severe thunderstorm activity. Even though it's not 75 or 80 degrees out there, you don't need it to be that hot to get severe weather in the springtime, or for this matter, obviously, clearly here in the wintertime. A lot more snow coming down in the Pacific Northwest, all the way into Montana, Wyoming, and even into Salt Lake City. We had some ice this morning in Syracuse. This was an interesting situation. And we expected this to happen across parts of the upper Midwest over the weekend. Didn't really turn out this way. Warm, moist air came up from the south. Syracuse was over 40 degrees a couple hours ago. Well, when that warm, moist air hit the ground that was still 15 degrees, there was a black ice event without any rain really falling from the sky. It was mist, drizzle, and fog, and it landed on the ground, and you can see just the sheer shine there, or sheen, of that roadway, how slippery that was in Syracuse and a lot of upstate New York this morning because of warm air rather than cold air. Isn't that kind of odd? Back to you guys.
Odd indeed.
Yeah.
Chad, that's why you make sense of everything for us, so it doesn't look so
Come
odd.
out the wrong way.
There you go.
Okay.
Thanks, Chad.
Well, Mexico has joined the hunt for the U.S. Marine suspected of killing his pregnant colleague. The U.S. Embassy says the Mexican government has issued an arrest warrant for Corporal Cesar Lauren. A cousin says Lauren visited family near Guadalajara 2 weeks ago, but left without saying where he was headed. Lauren is charged in last month's killing of Marine Lance Corporal Maria Lauterbach, who'd accused him of rape months earlier. Outrage in Gary, Indiana this hour. Police say a 13-month-old boy was shot to death in what his mother described as a carjacking. Quanah Shaw was driving with her son Joshua last night when a man forced his way into the car. A coroner says Joshua died of 2 gunshot wounds. The mother was shot several times and is in critical condition.
It takes a very low individual to do something like that. To take any life is terrible, but then to shoot a child kicks it up even worse.
Police say they have arrested a person of interest in that shooting.
Another gruesome case for police who handled the Baby Grace case. A couple in Galveston discovered the body of an infant today. Authorities say that at first the couple thought that they had found a doll, but it was a baby boy, believed to be 6 months old. Investigators are trying to determine how that baby boy died. They suspect foul play. Authorities say that the baby, who was partially clothed, had been dumped in that area, possibly overnight. Something new from our friends at CNN.com and True TV. They've teamed up to bring you the best crime coverage on the web. You can go behind the police tape and into the courtroom like never before. You just go to CNN.com/crime.
On call to see the worst imaginable.
I told one of my friends once that we must all go to heaven, we Iraqis, because we've already been into hell.
A doctor who's kept his oath in the midst of war.
Talks aimed at ending weeks of deadly violence in Kenya opened today in Nairobi. That didn't stop looters or more violence, though. An opposition lawmaker was shot dead outside his home near the capital, and police say his death was not politically motivated. But it comes after hundreds of Kenyans have died in ethnic violence triggered by last month's presidential election. Former UN Secretary General Kofi Annan is mediating the peace talks. He's calling on the warring factions to do whatever possible to, in his words, stop the downward slide into chaos.
Concern over kidnapped American leads to a rare sight in Afghanistan. Some 500 Afghan women, many wearing burqas, gathered in a wedding hall in Kandahar. They called on Sid Melzar captors to release her immediately. It may seem like a small protest compared to mass demonstrations in the West, but today's rally was rare for women in this conservative region. One woman says she got permission from her husband to attend. Mizell and her driver were kidnapped Saturday. No one has claimed responsibility, and Kandahar's governor says there are no suspects in the case. Mizell has worked for an aid agency for 3 years. She's been focusing on projects to help women and families learn to make money.
It's one of the Baghdad's best, but a relatively well-off Iraqi hospital shows why that country's healthcare system is still in critical condition. Here's CNN's Arwa Damon.
Just a few months ago, the bulk of Baghdad's casualties came through the doors of the emergency ward at Yarmouk Hospital. A time when those saving lives risked losing theirs.
Many times, wounded military people or militias come in here with guns, and they threaten us or they abuse us verbally or physically. And we are sometimes some doctors have been shot at.
The majority of Iraq's doctors fled the violence, but Dr. Mohammed stayed, fulfilling the dream of his childhood.
It was the image of the doctor that I liked when I was a child, as in white coat. And I used to go to a pediatrician when I was a child. He always gave me a lollipop when he finished examining me. But I like this idea very much.
As always, here in Baghdad, with the good comes the bad.
I see some improvements, but the government has many issues. So I think they put us on the last of the list.
Even by Baghdad standards, this hospital ranks among the best. Electricity isn't an issue, thanks to a dedicated line from the power plant. And if that fails, there are 6 generators. But it's medical equipment and supplies that are lacking. And the water quality leaves much to be desired.
Security, although much better, still does remain a problem. Things like roadside bombs can shut the streets down for hours. For example, this is our second attempt to try to get here. On the first one, quite simply, the roads were all blocked off, and to try to get patients to the hospital, emergency staff had to walk 500 meters down the road with stretchers to bring them in.
The hospital director, Dr. Haqqi, says the health ministry is trying to deal with problems it can control, but wants improvements faster.
Still, we always tell our people that you must be always ready to any flare-up of the situation.
The memory of hardships the hospital once endured are still very fresh.
Did you ever imagine when you were going through medical school that you would see everything you've seen over the last few years?
I told one of my friends once that we must all go to heaven, we Iraqis, because we've already been into hell. So I didn't imagine. I didn't imagine that, ever.
Arwa Damon, CNN, Baghdad.
Once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. That's how Chadwick McDaniel describes his all-expense-paid trip to Phoenix to watch Sunday's Super Bowl. A 21-year-old airman first class arrived yesterday from Iraq, and his mother and 14-year-old brother were waiting for him. They hadn't seen each other since McDaniel went off to war 4 months ago. He won the trip from the nonprofit group Packages from Home.
I just appreciate everything, and I'm just so happy to be reunited with my mom and my brother.
McDaniel and his brother will be in the stands when the New York Giants take on the New England Patriots Sunday. I should have done that in my announcer's voice. Back the prompter up a little bit. Back it up to where I said. McDaniel and his brother will be in the stands when the New York Giants and the New England Patriots take on each other on Sunday. He's due to fly back to Iraq the next day. He deserved that. Congratulations to him.
Well, the president's signing an executive order restricting earmarks, as mentioned in the State of the Union address. We're going to take a quick break. We're expecting that to happen in less than 2 minutes. And I'll see your celebrity, and I'll raise you mine.
Now that Sylvester Stallone has endorsed me, I'm sending over to take care of Chuck Norris right away.
Raising the stakes in the presidential endorsement game.
Welcome
Welcome to Progressive.com. Did you find your policy okay?
I did. Saved over $350.
We have a savings of $350. A savings of $350. You know, that comes with concierge claim service, local response claim service, and 24/7 live support, all at no extra charge.
Wow.
Wow, I know. I say it louder. Have a great day.
Lots of extra features that don't cost you extra. Now that's Progressive. Call or click today.
The president now signing that executive order restricting earmarks, as he mentioned, the State of the Union. Let's take it.
Be assured of the incentives necessary to make investments. Anyway, I do want to thank the Speaker and Leader Boehner for working quickly and working in a bipartisan fashion. This was a very good start. And now I'm going to sign this executive order. Last night I said that it's very important for Congress to earn the trust of the American taxpayer, and one way they should do so is to end the practice of earmarks. Now, I said last year that they should voluntarily cut the number in half, not only the number but the amount of earmarks in half. They chose not to do so. And so last night I told the Congress that I would veto any bill, appropriations bills, that did not cut the number and the amount of earmarks in half. Now, secondly, there's a practice here in Washington, I'm not sure many of our citizens understand it takes place, where members just put in special spending projects into what's called report language. That means that these projects never were voted on, never really saw the light of day. And this executive order says that any such earmarks this year and into the future will be ignored by this administration and hopefully future administrations unless those spending projects were voted on by the Congress. American people expect there to be transparency in the process. They expect people to be here in Washington to be wise about how they spend their money, and this executive order will go a long way toward sending that signal to the Congress and at the same time earning the trust of the American people. So, Mr. Director, thank you for your leadership on this issue. It's the right course of action to take, and I'm proud to have signed the executive order. Thank you.
And hopefully protecting American taxpayers from government spending on wasteful earmarks. More from the CNN newsroom straight ahead.
Time to check what's clicking on CNN.com. Among some of our most viewed videos, she had one, or was it two, or maybe a few for the road. A Wisconsin driver dials 911 to say she may be too tipsy to be behind the wheel. In India, I should say, police uncover a worldwide ring dealing in, get this, human organs. This man says he was promised a job, then forcibly taken to a clinic. When he woke up, he was missing a kidney. That was going around the internet a while back.
I thought that was a myth.
Yeah, it was a myth, but I guess it's happening in India. And calls for Kenya to stop what one diplomat sees as its downward spiral into chaos. Hundreds of Kenyans have been killed in ethnic violence triggered by last month's disputed elections. Check this story out, all these stories and much, much more right at your fingertips, CNN.com.
Time now to check with CNN's Wolf Blitzer.
Yep. He's standing by in the Situation Room to tell us what's coming up at the top of the hour. Hello there, Wolf.
Hi, guys. Thanks. A lot's coming up. It's the biggest primary so far, and polls begin closing in just 3 hours. The Florida Governor, Charlie Crist, is joining us live right here in the Situation Room. He'll tell us why he's supporting John McCain. Remember, it's winner take all in Florida for the Republicans. But a big group with access to the airwaves, they say they actually hate John McCain. You're going to hear from a conservative radio talk show host about why he and some of his colleagues are so passionate about it. Plus, we're about an hour away from the first exit poll results. And who voted in Florida? What's the most important issues on the agenda? We're going to bring you those numbers as they come in live right here in the Situation Room. All that coming up. Kira and Don?
Yep, Wolf with a new and improved big board behind him. Big monitor.
You like that?
I like that.
Pretty cool, isn't it?
It's giant.
Wolf's big enough. Yeah. He doesn't need a big board. He stands on his own.
A fabulous set here.
I'm out of this conversation. You two continue.
You're going to want to stay out of this next one, too. A cubicle mate with a stinky lunch, a slow computer. What's your biggest complaint about the office? Definitely not Wolf Blitzer, but see how your answer compares to a national survey of teed-off employees just like you.
We've got a stinky luncher somewhere around here.
Closing bell about to ring on Wall Street.
Susan Lasova standing by with a final look at this trading day. Hello, Susan.
Hello, Don and Kara. So there's a national poll from office workers on how their office itself affects their motivation, productivity, and attitude. The most common complaint from office workers is the temperature itself, too hot or too cold, but way up there as well is...
Kira and I complain all the time. Can you open the vent, please? We're sweating.
I have a special relationship with the facilities guys.
Okay.
Let's put it that way.
And me as well here at the NYSE. The noise level, of course, is just huge. But, okay, understocked restrooms, unexplained odors or foul air, rodents and insects. A fifth of the respondents said that. Theft or crime and leaky ceilings and windows. The vast majority say it affects the productivity. But guess what? Fourth quarter GDP. See you tomorrow, guys. Big day tomorrow.
All right, Susan. See you tomorrow.
Susan never gets on our nerves, by the way. She's the best. Someone else who never gets on our nerves either.
Wolf Blitzer, maybe?
You know it. Take it away, Wolf.
Happening now, primary day. Huge numbers of people are voting in Florida, and the race between John McCain and Mitt Romney couldn't get much tighter. Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton continue their battle, but as one racks up another endorsement, the other may claim victory in what some people consider simply to be a beauty contest tonight. And it's your money. Now President Bush has just done something to try to help keep it from being wasted. I'm Wolf Blitzer at the CNN Election Center, and you're in the Situation Room. Right now, an intense political opera is nearing its final act. Amid a chorus of insults and accusations, people are voting in Florida's primaries. What happens there should matter to you. On the Republican side, this is the biggest contest so far, with the winner snatching all 57 Florida delegates. Winner take all for the Republicans in Florida tonight. And whoever wins could get a full head of political steam heading into Super Tuesday next Tuesday. Polls show a tight race between John McCain and Mitt Romney. Let's go there. CNN's Dana Bash is in Miami. She's watching all of this for us. The candidates making their final pitches, Dana, right now.
They are, but at this point, as you know, Wolf, it's not so much about the candidate's pitch. It's their campaign's organization getting out every last vote they think is going to go for them. But with a race this tight, it is these candidates going neck and neck, going at it, vying for every last vote and going at it until the bitter end.
At a polling station in St. Petersburg, one last chance for John McCain to convince Florida Republicans their security matters most, and Mitt Romney's not their man.
The real key, I think, here in Florida is who can keep America safe? Who is it that is got the experience and background and knowledge to take on the challenge of radical Islamic extremism? Governor Romney has no experience there.
Thank you. In nearby Tampa, Romney said the struggling economy trumps all else. Closing the deal as the businessman who can help, warning McCain cannot.
One of the candidates out there running for president said that the economy is not his strong suit. Well, it's my strong suit.
The biting personal jabs, evidence of Florida's high stakes. The winner, likely the GOP frontrunner. But for voters asked to choose between one candidate for the economy and another on national security, it's not that simple.
For myself, it's the economics. I do believe the war is also a deep consideration. Our boys over there and women and families, what they're giving up.
Cue Rudy Giuliani.
I'm the only one that's also managed an economy and been able to take it through a crisis.
But after putting all his eggs in Florida's basket, he sat with a bowl of Raisin Bran and deflected questions about whether a dismal finish will bring his demise.
We're not going to deal with any hypothetical questions. It would be counterproductive to do that. We're going to win. We are going to win today.
As for Mike Huckabee, he isn't expecting a strong Florida showing, yet used a voter handing him a golf club to take a primary day swing at a rich rival.
I wouldn't know which, let's see, you hold this in? It'll be like Mitt Romney eating fried chicken, right?
But the race for momentum out of Florida really is between Mitt Romney and John McCain. For John McCain, a prize here in a Republican-only primary could put to rest questions about his appeal among conservatives. And for Mitt Romney, Wolf, it could reset the race for him once again and clearly give him the lead in terms of the delegates needed to win the Republican nomination. Wolf.
Dana, thanks very much. Most of the polls in Florida close at 7 p.m. Eastern. All of them will be closed at 8 p.m. Eastern. We're counting down to 8 p.m. Eastern. Soon we'll have our first set of exit polls gauging issues important to Florida voters. That's coming up. We'll share the exit poll numbers with you as we get them. Also coming up, our special coverage of the Florida primary. I'll be here with the best political team on television. Our coverage begins when all of the polls close in Florida. That would be at 8 p.m. Eastern, right here on CNN. On the Democratic side, Barack Obama is in the Midwest right now, where he's picking up another endorsement. Let's go out there. Suzanne Malveaux is standing by in Kansas City, Missouri. Missouri being one of those Super Tuesday states. Suzanne, what's going on with Barack Obama today?
Well, another big endorsement coming from the governor of Kansas. He is in Kansas, obviously, to show that he can campaign and win some support in a Republican-dominated state. He needs the support to pick up delegates wherever he can. But we'll have to tell you, the headline seems to be everybody's eyes were on State of the Union, looking at tone, body language, but it wasn't of the president. It was of Barack Obama and Senator Hillary Clinton. How were they going to interact after that big endorsement from Senator Ted Kennedy? Well, take a look.
The headline was all about the so-called snub. This picture of Senator Barack Obama turning away from Senator Clinton as Ted Kennedy, Obama's new best friend and key endorser, extended his hand. The moment captured and dissected, reflecting the atmosphere of high tension and drama in the campaign. Today, Obama denied any slight, saying he was distracted by another senator.
Sort of me turning away. I was turning away because Claire asked me a question as Senator Kennedy was reaching forward.
Out of Washington and on the road, his first stop, his grandfather's hometown of El Dorado, Kansas, where he picked up a key endorsement from its governor.
We're among friends here. We're family.
And Wolf, as I mentioned before, it is not just a kind of a trip down memory lane when it comes to that key stop in Kansas, but it really is about trying to prove that he can make some inroads where other Democrats have failed. Barack Obama also in his plane dismissing Senator Hillary Clinton's stop, her last stop that she's going to make in Florida after the primary for Democrats. Obviously, we know the delegates don't count in that state. Barack Obama simply dismissing it as a beauty contest. Wolf?
It may be a beauty contest, but a lot of Floridians, a lot of Democrats will be voting throughout today. They've already voted, a lot of them absentee ballots and into the night. And a lot of the Florida Democrats take this race very, very seriously. It's a lot different than it was in Michigan, which was also penalized by the Democratic National Committee for moving up their primary, because in Michigan, only Hillary Clinton and Dennis Kucinich, their names were on the ballot together with uncommitted. In Florida, on the other hand, Hillary Clinton, Barack Obama, John Edwards, their names are on the ballot, so a lot of Florida Democrats are taking this vote very seriously. Candy Crowley standing by. We're going to be talking to her about this throughout the course of the Situation Room. Another person reportedly praising Barack Obama, that would be really California Republican Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger. He isn't endorsing Obama, but he does tell the San Francisco Chronicle Obama's message of bringing people together is a good one. Schwarzenegger also says that he likes John McCain without actually endorsing him either. Governor Schwarzenegger, by the way, will be my guest here in the Situation Room tomorrow. Meanwhile, CNN will be a guest in his state. It's for two presidential debates. The Republican presidential debate tomorrow night in Simi Valley at the Reagan Library. The Democrats have their debate at the Kodak Theater in Los Angeles Thursday night. Both of the presidential debates, 8 p.m. Eastern, right here on CNN. Let's go to Jack Cafferty. He's got the Cafferty file.
Did you have lunch with anybody important today?
No, just the staff.
He was at the White House yesterday.
That was
lunch with the president.
Food was much better there.
Yeah, no, if you ate here, it's better.
Very good, very
better
good.
Almost anywhere. Yeah. Senator Edward Kennedy's endorsement of Barack Obama yesterday got a lot of people talking about what effect the backing of one of the Senate's most senior Democrats will have on Obama's campaign. Will the young senator from Illinois inherit the Kennedy mystique that was the late president's? It's also worth noting Kennedy's far from the only member of the Democratic establishment who has decided to support Obama instead of Hillary Clinton. The list is pretty impressive. These are powerful names: Senators John Kerry, Patrick Leahy, Kent Conrad, former Senate Majority Leader Tom Daschle, California Congressman George Miller. It's interesting that they would turn their backs on Hillary, the wife of one of the party's most popular figures and a key player in the party herself. But a piece in the Politico today describes how Washington's liberal establishment has joined together around the view that former President Bill Clinton is tarnishing his legacy and hurting his wife's presidential chances in the process. It points out how Clinton spends so much time as the dominant personality in the Democratic Party that it makes it easy to forget that a lot of Democrats never liked him all that much to begin with. And it seems like a lot of this anti-Clinton sentiment has now resurfaced in Washington, where some see Clinton's campaigning to be inappropriate and even offensive. So here's the question. Why are so many powerful Democratic leaders turning their backs on Hillary Clinton and instead endorsing Barack Obama? Go to CNN.com/Cafferty File. You can post a comment there on my blog.
I got one too, by the way.
I know you do.
I got a little entry at CNN Politics.com.
What did you write today about?
I wrote about the excellent staff we have and what it takes to get me on the air.
That's probably a short article. Did you write about anything else?
No, it takes a village, by the way, to get you and me on the air, as you and I know.
That's true.
All right, it's an election where the candidates are not necessarily campaigning and there's no major prize at stake, especially the delegates. So why is Florida so important for the Democrats today? Candy Crowley is watching that story. Hillary Clinton gets ready for a party, but after you hear what they'll be celebrating, you might wonder why the big fuss. And none of us wants to see our money wasted. Now President Bush does something to try to help stop that from happening. Stay with us. You're in The Situation. It's primary day in the state of Florida, and right now we're counting down to when the polls close. But as the Republican candidates spend some of the day campaigning, the Democrats are doing something very, very different. Let's bring in our senior political analyst, Bill Schneider. He's watching this story for us. So what are the Democrats doing?
They're doing something very unusual. They're having an election where the candidates didn't campaign, and the results may not even count. Florida Democratic voters are doing something amazing. They are having a spontaneous primary.
This is all a grassroots effort, and it is fabulous. I've actually heard some comments where people said, you know, isn't this what campaigning is supposed to be about? It's about talking to our neighbors, our friends, our colleagues at work. It's about us taking the initiative to say why we are for somebody.
The National Democratic Party says Florida's votes won't count because the state is holding its primary too early. The Democratic candidates agreed not to campaign in Florida. How can you have an election where the candidates don't campaign?
Our voters in Florida have been innovative. They have been out here with their cardboard cutouts. They have been doing debate parties. They've been having their teas. They've been doing the campaign themselves.
Like Democrats around the country, Florida voters are excited about the campaign.
This election is about Hillary Clinton, and she stands for what I care about.
Barack Obama.
And why did you vote for him?
Because I think he has the vision, the curiosity, the intellect, the capability, the everything to lead this country in a new direction.
They want to be heard.
I hope we still vote for something, not for nothing.
Are they disgruntled?
We have tripled the amount of absentee ballots that we've had since 2004. That's huge. That's not disgruntledness.
Florida Democrats are confident that whoever the Democratic nominee is, he or she will not want to lock Florida out of the party.
We are going to go all the way to the convention to make sure that our voices are heard loud and clear on that convention floor.
Without a campaign, who wins? Well, Hillary Clinton expects to as the best-known contender. She'll even be in Florida tonight to collect her prize, which is what? Momentum, she hopes, heading into Super Tuesday.
All right, we'll see what happens. We'll be watching every step of the way tonight in our coverage. So what are the big issues important to voters in Florida? Coming up, we'll have the first set of exit polls. They're just coming in. Bill Schneider is going to have a chance to go through them. You're going to want to hear what people were thinking after they voted. And Walmart brags its prices are always low. Now the retail giant does something to slash its prices even more. How might you save? Stay with us. You're in The Situation Room. As Bill Schneider just reported, Hillary Clinton will arrive in Florida tonight after the polls have closed. All the polls will be closed at 8 p.m. Eastern. She says it won't violate the pledge she and other Democratic presidential candidates took not to campaign in Florida. Let's get some perspective on this extremely unusual situation. We're joined by our senior political correspondent, Candy Crowley. What's going on in Florida right now? Because it's hard to understand. A lot of people, hundreds of thousands, maybe millions of Democrats will vote, but the Democratic Party has told them it really doesn't mean much in terms of delegates to the convention in Denver.
Well, look, here is the argument from the Clinton campaign. They say there'll probably be record turnout on the Democratic side. They believe those voices should be heard. They also believe that many of these voters don't know that there will be no delegates from Florida seated at the National Convention in Denver. So what they've done here is they've had Hillary Clinton come down here for a victory speech. Certainly all the polls indicate she'll have a major victory here tonight. And even though there are no delegates at stake, what the Clinton campaign argues is that eventually these delegates are going to be seated, that the widespread participation in Florida, in fact, demands that these, quote, these voices be heard. Now, of course, the Obama campaign is looking at this and saying, wait a minute, what you're trying to do here is too cute by half. Obviously, Hillary Clinton has not had a good week. She got shellacked in South Carolina. She lost a very important endorsement from Ted Kennedy, which was very high profile. And so, obviously, the Barack Obama people say this is just an attempt to grab a headline to try to change the conversation and break Barack Obama's momentum or start some momentum for Hillary Clinton as she moves into these February 5th states.
There was a similar situation in Michigan, which moved up its primary ahead of the schedule. They were penalized. Their delegates, won't be seated supposedly at the convention either. But in Michigan, only Hillary Clinton's name and Dennis Kucinich's name were on the ballot, and then there was uncommitted. I take it in Florida, all three Democratic presidential candidates, their names are actually on the ballot.
Actually, more than the three. Most of the Democratic candidates, even those that have dropped out, are on this ballot here. And the Clinton campaign says, well, that's the difference. That's why we didn't go right before the Michigan primary and say that we want those delegates seated. But remember the timing of this. On the eve of the South Carolina primary, on Friday, Hillary Clinton announced that she would direct her delegates to vote to seat the Florida primary delegates. And again, the timing certainly looks like it is swayed to kind of campaign in Florida without campaigning in Florida. So obviously this is symbolic here. What exactly it means depends on which campaign you talk to.
All right, and we talk to all the campaigns. Candy, thanks very much for that. Let's check in with Carol Costello. She's monitoring some other important stories incoming to the Situation Room right now. Carol, I assume you followed all that stuff on the Democrats in Florida.
Absolutely, every single word. Thanks, Wolf. In the news this afternoon, new figures show that 2007 saw the biggest one-year drop in home ownership on record. The Federal Census Bureau reports that the fourth quarter of last year, just under 68% of Americans owned the homes they lived in. That's down more than a full percent from a year earlier. Home ownership levels hit their all-time highs in 2004. And Walmart says it's discounting many items in an effort to keep cash-strapped Americans in the mood to spend money. The world's largest retailer announced today that it will cut prices on groceries, electronics, and other home-related items from 10 to 30% this week. Retail analysts say the timing of the move is likely related to the upcoming Super Bowl weekend, traditionally a busy time for sales of electronics and consumable items like potato chips and such. Back to you, Wolf.
All right, Carol, thanks very much for that. We'll check back with you shortly. Republican presidential candidate John McCain scored a major last-minute endorsement in Florida. I'll be joined by the state's most high-profile McCain supporter. That would be the governor, Charlie Crist. He'll join me live. I'll ask him why he picked McCain over Giuliani or the other Republicans. And YouTube, Born Again. There's a new spin-off of the popular online video site with a Christian slant, though, this time. We're going to tell you about it. Stay with us. You're in the Situation Room. Happening now, Republican presidential candidate John McCain has been stressing his conservative credentials out on the campaign trail. So why is a big part of the Republican base so skeptical about him? I'll speak with conservative radio talk show host, the author and blogger Hugh Hewitt. That's coming up in our next hour. Also in the next hour, a first look at which way today's high-stakes Republican primary in Florida may be breaking. Our senior political analyst, Bill Schneider, will start delving into the exit polls of voters. And on the Democratic side, is Barack Obama changing his position on an important issue to try to lure Latino voters? I'm Wolf Blitzer. You're in the Situation Room. In last night's State of the Union address, President Bush announced he's going on the offensive against so-called congressional earmarks, those special projects slipped into spending bills very often at the last minute with no scrutiny whatsoever. Today, the president moved to try to rein in the practice. Let's get a breakdown of the political climate in Washington on this, the day after the State of the Union. We'll go there. Our White House correspondent, Ed Henry, is looking into this part of the story. The president just signed an executive order. Ed, tell us about it.
Well, Wolf, that's right. The national debt, as you know, has reached a staggering number of $9 trillion on his watch. The president clearly trying to say that he wants to do something and actually following through with this executive order today to do something to rein in federal spending. Last night, as you noted, he talked about vetoing any individual spending bill that does not cut in half earmarks based on last year's numbers. These are these pet projects put in by lawmakers at the last minute many times. In the Oval Office just moments ago, he went a step further by signing a specific executive order saying that his federal agencies would not fund any of these projects if they're slipped in at the last minute and not put in there in the light of day.
Hey, and this executive order says that any such earmarks this year and into the future will be ignored by this administration and hopefully future administrations unless those spending projects were voted on by the Congress.
Now, Democrats on Capitol Hill today firing back that they believe Mr. Bush is doing this a bit late in his presidency, that in fact about roughly half of the earmarks are sponsored by Republicans on Capitol Hill. And in fact, yesterday, the conservative Wall Street Journal editorial page wrapped Senate Republicans saying that they have to break their habit of using these special pet projects as a way to get reelected. So this is a problem for both sides on Capitol Hill. The president now trying to push back against even his own party on this, Wolf.
Ed Henry at the White House. We're going to have a lot more on this story coming up, a very important part of the story. Ed, thanks very much. Let's get back to the big story, though, today. The Republican primary in Florida. Florida's big primary nearing its final act right now. Many voters are going to the polls to voice their picks among the presidential candidates. My next guest has certainly made up his mind in a very public way. Charlie Crist is Florida's governor. He's joining us now from St. Petersburg. Governor Crist, thanks very much for coming in.
Wolf, great to be with you, as always. Thank you.
Tell us what the differences were on the issues that you decided to support John McCain, for example, over Rudy Giuliani or Mitt Romney. Specifically, what issues influenced your high-profile decision?
Well, trust, integrity, his statesmanship, his integrity. I mean, the fact that he has been so long a true statesman, a great patriot, a great American hero, all of those things really come to mind when you talk about who you want to be your public servant, your next president. And it really came down to trust. I mean, I had to go through the, very personal decision of who I'm going to vote for during the past week. And when I came to that decision, John McCain was my choice, and I decided to share that with the people of Florida. I think it's important to do so.
Was his stance, though, on the domestic economic issues, the money-related issues, or national security, that was more important, that you liked where he stood as opposed to the other Republican candidates?
Well, both national security, certainly. I mean, it's hard to have the kind of credentials that John McCain does as it relates to safety and security, and his strength, really, as it relates to that. But also economic issues. I mean, having served as chairman of the Commerce Committee, working for years on trying to cut taxes, supporting the president's initiative to make permanent the tax cuts, all of those, I think, are incredibly important when you come to a decision like this. And then there's a gut feel, too, Wolf. I mean, I just like the guy. I think he's a good man. I know he's a good man. I know he'll be a great president, and that led me to my decision decision.
He wants to make those Bush tax cuts that were implemented in 2001, 2003 permanent. They're set to expire in the year 2010, but he was one of only 2 Republicans who voted against those tax cuts based back in 2001. Do you have a problem with that actual vote as opposed to what he's saying right now?
Well, not when it's balanced with the rationale behind it, that he wanted to have reduced spending, reductions in our spending. That's very important. As a governor, I understand how important that is because we had to reduce spending here in the Sunshine State. You have to be responsible. You have to prioritize your spending, just like families have to do every single day. John McCain understands that, and that's why I have such enormous respect for him.
But that was only part of his rationale in voting against those tax cuts. He also didn't like the fact that the rich were going to get the tax cuts as opposed to the middle class or the poor. I'll read to you what he said on the Senate floor on May 21st, 2001. The principle that guides my judgment of a tax reconciliation bill is tax relief for those who need it the most, lower and middle income working families. And then a few days later, on May 26th, he said, I cannot in good conscience support a tax cut in which so many of the benefits go to the most fortunate among us at the expense of middle-class Americans who most need tax relief. Now, to a lot of observers out there, that sounds like the same argument the Democrats were making against the Bush tax cuts. You have a problem with that?
I don't have a problem with standing up for the common man and the common woman. I think it's awfully important that anybody who aspires to public service understands the wants, the needs, the desires, and the challenges that everyday people have to live with. We understand that here in the Sunshine State, and that's why I think Senator McCain's going to do very, very well tonight.
Rudy Giuliani supported what you really want in the state of Florida, given its history of hurricanes, a federal disaster fund to come in and help the people of Florida and elsewhere around the country deal with natural emergencies. Rudy Giuliani supports it. Does John McCain support such a federal disaster fund?
Well, he supports it more on a regional basis, which I can understand and I certainly respect. I mean, the Gulf states have had a lot to deal with hurricanes of late, and I think he understands that it's important to take a progressional step towards trying to have more help for more people in a way that's responsible, prudent, and makes common sense. I respect that. And as Ronald Reagan used to say, Wolf, if you agree with me 80% of the time, you're probably my friend. I trust this man. He's not going to say things just to appease me. He's going to say the things that are in his heart. And I think that's exactly what the American people want and deserve.
As you know, Governor, there's a lot of buzz out there, especially in your home state of Florida, that which is a critical state, as all of us know, in the contest in November, that you could potentially be a vice presidential running mate. Is that something you've been thinking about?
No, it's not. I mean, it's very flattering to hear that kind of talk, but my focus is Florida. Florida is what I care about. The people of this state have been very, very kind to me. I want to honor their public trust and their confidence, do everything I can to fight for them every single day. That's what my focus is. That's what the focus is today, to reduce their property taxes, to elect a great guy who's going to be a great president in John McCain. These are the kinds of things that Floridians care about. That's what I'm focused on, the things I'm sure your mother cares deeply about in South Florida.
A lot of mothers living in Florida care about all those things as well. Governor, thanks very much. Senator McCain is a very fortunate guy to have a good friend and supporter like you down in Florida on this crucial day. Appreciate you joining us.
It's a pleasure to be with you, Wolf, as always, and I'm pleased to have a friend like John McCain and you.
All right. Thank you very much, Governor Charlie Crist of Florida. It's a crucial contest expected to shape the Republican race. Tonight, you can join me and the best political team on television for instant primary results. Our coverage will start when all the polls in Florida are closed. That would be at 8 p.m. Eastern. You'll want to stay with CNN throughout the night. President Bush says he's going after those special pet projects members of Congress slip into the federal budget. So why are more than 11,000 of those so-called earmarks exempt from his new executive order? We're watching this story. And in the Republican presidential race, all eyes are on Florida. We'll have a first look at which way today's primary may be breaking when we check some of the numbers from our exit polls. Those numbers just coming in right now. Bill Schneider reviewing them. All that and a lot more coming up right here in the Situation Room. Many Americans are asking exactly what kind of pet projects will be affected by President Bush's new executive order and how quickly the spending will be reined in. Let's get a little factual reality check right now, seeing as Drew Griffin has been looking into these questions. He's joining us with more. What have you found, Drew?
Well, Wolf, the president's executive order today and his tough talk on earmarks last night it only applies to future spending, next year's budget, a budget that's going to be implemented basically without him. Critics, especially fiscally conservative watchdog groups, say the president has essentially dumped the earmark problem on his successor.
The people's trust in their government is undermined by congressional earmarks.
The problem is the government, and most in this room last night are also addicted to earmarks. These are the people that brought you 11,700 earmarks in this spending cycle. And this is the president who signed them all into law. The president's threat to veto spending bills packed with pork and his executive order to ignore other earmark requests only applies to next year. This year's nearly $17 billion in earmarks are a done deal. Like what? Airports were big this year, just not big airports. The two senators from Massachusetts got about $8 million in upgrades for the small airports near their vacation homes on Cape Cod and Nantucket. Senator Ted Stevens of Alaska, who didn't get his bridge to nowhere, did get an airport in nowhere. Actually, Acatan, Alaska, the site of a major seafood processing plant whose owner gives money to Senator Stevens' campaign. There's money for a museum run by a congressman's wife. There's money for a museum for a mule. There's money for a museum shuttered all but 2 days a year.
Must not be too busy if you can park a truck here, huh?
No, they got a tour once a year in there.
So last night, the president, who oversaw the largest run-up in earmarks in history, scolded Congress, saying, next year, you need to do better.
And Wolf, the watchdog groups I've been talking with today say all the president's really doing is kicking this can down the road. Democrats can literally just stall next year's spending bill until Bush is out of office. And keep in mind, Wolf, even though the Republicans were standing up and cheering last night, as Ed Henry already reported, they are just as addicted to these earmarks as any Democrat in that chamber who didn't stand up and applaud.
Drew Griffin doing an excellent fact check for us. Drew, thanks very much. He's been watching this story for some time. Another issue emphasized by the president last night, the importance of quickly passing a new economic stimulus package. The House of Representatives responded by approving the legislation just a short while ago. Let's go to CNN's Brianna Keeler. She's covering the story for us. Brianna's up on Capitol Hill right now. So what are you hearing about the fate of this stimulus package when it now goes over to the Senate?
Well, Wolf, even though the House passed this plan for an economic stimulus package so overwhelmingly, that bipartisanship appears to be collapsing in the Senate. Senate Republicans saying they want to take this House plan and they want to push it through the Senate with no changes.
This is not a time to get into some kind of testing of wills between the two congressional bodies. This is a time to show that we can rise above partisanship, do something important, and do it quickly.
And a GOP leadership aide is telling CNN that Republicans will filibuster to get their way. Meanwhile, Democrats are looking at a different proposal that would extend unemployment benefits and would also extend the tax rebates in the House plan to include 15 million more senior citizens who are on Social Security. However, it would also give tax rebates to the super rich. Think Bill Gates, Warren Buffett, folks like that. And that is not sitting well with some Democrats, that there is no income cap on this.
To take out the caps causes me to want to gag. Okay, but other than that, I like it. No, I can't. I think it would send the wrong message that we would spend an extra $5 billion to give me a rebate.
Now, Senate Majority Leader Harry Reid says, though, Democrats are going to try to win over as many Republicans as they can to make those changes. But the question now, Wolf, how long will that take?
All right, Brianna, thanks very much. Good question. We'll see. In our strategy session, the former New York City Mayor Rudy Giuliani, he says he remains upbeat about today's Republican primary.
We're going to win. We're going to win today. That's our answer. We're going to win today. That's our objective. And we're headed to California tomorrow to continue the campaign.
Well, will Florida voters make Giuliani the latest comeback kid, or will they send him back to New York City? And Democratic voters will turn out for today's primary. They're turning out in huge numbers, but will they have any say in who the party nominee eventually will become? Donna Brazil and Rich Galen, they're standing by for our strategy session right here in the Situation Room. There's a great deal at stake for all the Republican candidates in today's Florida primary. The voting continues right now. Polls close. All of the state polls close at 8 p.m. Eastern. But for the former New York City Mayor Rudy Giuliani, the results could make or break his campaign. Let's get some analysis in today's strategy session. Joining us, our CNN contributor and Democratic strategist Donna Brazil and Republican strategist Rich Galen. Guys, thanks very much for coming in. This could be a long night, Rich, and let me pick your brain first. The polls going in, no, I don't know anything about the exit polls, but at least in the last few days showed incredibly tight race between Mitt Romney and John McCain. So, you know, that we may have to wait for hours and hours before we know who wins in Florida. And this is a lot at stake because in Florida for the Republicans, it's winner take all.
Right, but it may well be that we have to wait until the absentee ballots are counted. And my sense is that the two campaigns that had active absentee ballot programs, we're talking about hundreds of thousands of absentee and early voting ballots, were Giuliani and Romney. Romney because he could afford it, Giuliani because he wasn't doing anything else. But at the time when John McCain's campaign needed to have been doing their absentee ballot stuff, I don't think they had the money to do it. So it may well be that once those absentees are counted, it shifts pretty quickly in one direction or the other.
Donna, we're talking about the Democrats in Florida in a moment, but what do you see happening on the Republican side? Because, as I said, this could be a long night, assuming those earlier polls were accurate.
Well, if McCain wins the race tonight, he'll mop it up on Super Tuesday, and you can crown him the nominee tonight. If Romney wins, this race will go on like the Democratic race, a protracted battle for another couple of months. If Giuliani comes in third or fourth place, I think it will be very difficult for him to raise money. Perhaps he'll participate in the debate, but clearly his campaign will lose any momentum that they may have, and he's probably out of the race in a few days.
Some experts, Rich, have suggested that Giuliani takes votes potentially away more from McCain than he does Romney, that if Romney winds up winning tonight, he could in part at least thank Giuliani for being in the contest. Do you see it that way?
Yeah, I do. I think that's the conventional wisdom that when you get into the southern part of Florida, largely Northerners, snowbirds, whatever, that Giuliani's name ID and the fact that he's been there make much more of a difference than in the northern half of Florida, which oxymoronically is the southern part of Florida. It's where Southerners actually live.
They say the further south you go in Florida, the more north you are. All right, let's talk about the Democrats, Donna, because you know, there are a lot of Democrats, hundreds of thousands, maybe millions, are voting today. Many of them don't have a clue that their vote isn't going to count as far as the delegate process at the convention in Denver is concerned. Should that change? Should these voters, these Democrats in Florida who showed up today, should they really have a say, even though their leaders decided to move up their primary against the wishes of the DNC?
I don't know if they'll have a say in terms of what happens tonight, but clearly the Florida Democratic Party can put together an alternative process in March or April and still elect delegates to attend the convention. Look, all of the leading candidates, including Senator Clinton and as well as Senator Obama, signed a pledge to the four earlier states saying that they would not campaign there. They understood the process. That, coupled with the fact that we're really still trying to work with the Florida Democratic Party to ensure that there will be delegates at the convention. Let me also say that there's another reason why turnout is very high, in addition to the enthusiasm that Democrats have about the process. But there's a proposition, number one, on the ballot. It's a constitutional amendment that would hike up, you know, public services. People are very afraid that this will cut public services, cut back education. So the Florida Education Association and all of the unions are spending millions of dollars to get voters to turn out. So if you're a Democrat in Florida, there's a reason to go out and vote today. You may not get a delegate, but you sure need to go out and vote against Proposition 1.
You know, some Democrats in Florida, Rich, are concerned that the Republicans are going to benefit from what the DNC did in alienating Democratic voters who may simply decide, you know what, I'm going to become a Republican. Do you see it unfolding like that?
Probably not. I think going all the way back to 2000, I think those lines were drawn and they haven't softened at all. But, you know, Candy Crowley made the point a little bit ago, I thought an excellent point, that moving forward, the fact that Senator Clinton signed a pledge not to campaign in Florida and then just decided to ignore the pledge that she had signed and is there hoping that she can
But she's coming in tonight. She's coming in tonight after the polls close.
Yeah, well, but she was there raising money over the weekend. Remember, so.
But I think haven't all the candidates, Donna, been in Florida at private fundraisers in Palm Beach and elsewhere?
This was a very public private fundraising.
There was no prohibition against raising money in Florida. It was just campaigning. So that's a prohibition. And Wolf, let me just say that Florida officials moved their date up in violation of the rules on both sides. Republicans will only get half their delegates. On the Democratic side, no delegates. So let's see what happens. But the Florida officials violated the rules, not the DNC.
But the DNC decided to strip completely Florida Democrats of their delegates, while the RNC decided simply to take half of the delegates away from the states that moved up their primary.
We also stripped Michigan, and at the time, if you recall, we had to send a signal to the other states not to leapfrog and try to hold their contest before February 5th.
So with hindsight, Donna, you think it was a good idea?
Yes, sir, because I believe that once you set the rules, everyone should follow the rules. Otherwise, we would have chaos in the process, and there's been a lot of chaos already.
You want to predict?
I stand by my decision to back those rules.
You want to tell us who you think is going to win tonight on the Republican side?
Yeah, I suspect that Romney's going to win. I think those absentee votes are going to be determinative.
What do you think, Donna?
I don't know. I'm not a Republican, but my hunch is that McCain, with the strong support of Governor Senator Martinez and some of the Congress people, he might just come from behind and win.
All right, well, I know we're going to be watching it very, very closely, guys. Thanks to both of you for coming in.
Good night.
Thank you.
Right now, you too could be part of the best political team on television. If you're in Florida, we want to know what it's like. Send us your videos, your pictures in these final hours. You can send them to cnnpolitics.com. We'll feature some of your eye reports in our election coverage tonight. And remember, our coverage begins when the polls close in Florida, 8 p.m. Eastern. Winning contest has its rewards. John McCain is getting more cash after some key wins. The campaign is considering a major move now regarding its finances. But what will it be? Will it be worth it? And soon we'll have the first set of exit poll results in Florida, gauging issues important to Florida voters and issues likely important to you as well. We'll be right back. In our political ticker today, fallout from Senator Ted Kennedy's endorsement of Senator Barack Obama. The New York State chapter of the National Organization for Women likens it to a slap in the face. In the statement, the group calls it, and I'm quoting now, the ultimate betrayal, saying women have stood by Kennedy over the years. The group suggests Kennedy can't handle the idea of a female president. Meanwhile, the national chapter of NOW is distancing itself from those comments from its New York chapter. Hillary Clinton has earned the endorsement of an influential member of the Congressional Black Caucus. Congresswoman Maxine Waters of California says Senator Clinton is ready to tackle the nation's problems. Waters' district is in California, a state holding a major primary on Super Tuesday. It's a week from today. We'll be speaking with Congresswoman Waters tomorrow here in the Situation Room. And now that John McCain is taking in more cash after some key wins, he's considering backing out of public financing. But that might not be all that easy. That's because of a political battle that's crippled the agency that oversees federal election laws. It gets arcane and difficult, but the lawyers will look at it. Remember, for the latest political news at any time, you can check out cnnpolitics.com. You can read my latest ticker item there as well about the excellent staff that helps us prepare for these election nights. Jack Cafferty knows about that excellent staff. We have an excellent staff.
Well, you have a big staff. I have like 2 people. I got Sarah and Sam.
I need a lot more help. Trust me, I need a lot of help.
But I mean, you're a big guy. You're a big, important guy. You had lunch with the president yesterday. I just Ms. Schlemiel that goes around and does these questions.
The vice president was at that luncheon too, you know.
He was?
Yeah.
Did he eat?
Yes.
Okay. Question this hour is, why are so many powerful Democratic leaders turning their backs on Hillary Clinton and endorsing Barack Obama? Kim writes, I hope they're supporting him because they're finally beginning to act like leaders and do what's right for the people of this country. Senator Obama's our best chance to make real change in the way Washington operates. Barbara writes, it's obvious to most of us that Bill is backdooring his way into terms 3 and 4. There's no way he can ever step aside in the West Wing and allow his wife to lead. His ego is too big, and women are a toy for him, even his wife. He is, after all, Slick Willie. Mary writes, gee, Jack, you failed to mention all the senators who have endorsed Hillary, but that's par for the course. Perhaps that's why Obama's getting endorsements from big Democrats. Media bias. Dems see that Obama's the media darling and want to join in the love fest. And I think resentment toward Bill has had an impact. After all, he led us for 8 years to prosperity and relative peace. Go figure. Candy writes it's not necessarily turning their backs on Hillary. We have two very interesting choices, one who has been entrenched in the national political scene for a long time, and the other a newbie. One's a policy wonk, the other a visionary. It's amazing we actually have a real choice. That is far different than turning their backs on one or the other. It's exercising their choice. Fred writes the best thing that could happen in this campaign would be for you to just shut up. When you learn to report the facts instead of nitpicking to arouse people, we will always. And Ron says, I asked my wife your question. She says it's because Hillary's a ninny. Trust me, my wife is always right.
Wolf? What is a ninny?
It's what the man's wife thinks Hillary is.
But what is a ninny?
I don't know.
Can we look that up in the dictionary?
I'll get my staff right on it. I have two.
Get one of them. We don't need both of them. One will do.
Okay.
Jack, thanks very much. And to our viewers, you're in the Situation Room happening now. It's winner take all in Florida, where feuding frontrunners John McCain and Mitt Romney appear to be in a very close race in the Republican primary. It may be do or die for the man who gambled his political future on Florida, but Rudy Giuliani is still betting he can pull it off. And the right wing, the conservative base of the Republican Party views John McCain's recent success, at least some of them do, with dismay. Why does one radio talk show host call Senator McCain the anti-conservative? I'll ask that radio talk show host, the author, Hugh Hewitt. And President Bush says addiction is hard to overcome and makes it clear he's speaking from personal experience. Some very frank comments about his days as a drinker. I'm Wolf Blitzer at the CNN Election Center. You're in the Situation Room. It's going down to the wire for Republicans in Florida less than 3 hours from now. The last ballots will be cast, and we can start bringing you the results. But just minutes from now, we'll bring you the first exit poll numbers, giving us a good sense of just what issues are driving the voters in Florida on this day. Meantime, it's been a hotly contested battle between Republican frontrunners in Florida, John McCain and Mitt Romney. And McCain did some venting about that today.
Governor Romney has attacked literally all of us. Mayor Giuliani and I haven't attacked each other. Governor Huckabee and I haven't attacked each other. Fred Thompson and I didn't attack each other. Ron Paul and I haven't attacked each other. It's only been Governor Romney who decides to attack opponents when he thinks that they are moving up and succeeding. I mean, that's just the way he campaigns. It's just a matter of record.
Maybe a make-or-break day for the man who was the front runner for a while. That would be Rudy Giuliani, but he's still betting his gamble on Florida will pay off.
We are concentrated on today alone. We're not going to deal with any hypothetical questions. It would be counterproductive to do that. We're going to win. We are going to win today. That's our answer. We're going to win today. That's our objective. And we're headed to California tomorrow to continue the campaign.
Mitt Romney has only one rival, though, on his mind on this Florida primary day, John McCain, who's been attacking Romney for changing positions on key issues. Listen to how Romney is now firing back.
That's just the way he campaigns, so we have to respond. That was his time yesterday, I guess.
All right, that was not Romney. That was John McCain. We apologize for that. Let's go straight to CNN's Mary Snow. She's in St. Petersburg, Florida right now. There's been a lot of sniping back and forth, Mary, between Romney and McCain. What's the latest?
Well, Wolf, you know, Mitt Romney has been trying to make the point, he did again today, that he took a jab at Senator McCain saying, look, the country needs a president who's familiar with the economy, and he's trying to make the case that he's that candidate. All this fighting, who will it hurt? It doesn't hurt anybody. To the extent that it takes the focus away from economic issues, that could hurt Mitt Romney, because the economy has really been seen as his strong point here in Florida. But inside the Romney camp, they say that this could hurt McCain, because they believe that some of the comments that he's made in recent days, particularly about the troop withdrawal over the weekend, they believe that that will come back to haunt him. But I just asked one of the chairs of the Florida campaign here how he's feeling a couple of hours before the polls close, and he said anxious. This is expected to be a nail-biter to the end. Everybody predicting a very close race and not predicting a victor. But I talked to one of the advisors to Mitt Romney. He says going forward, he's looking forward to what he's calling a two-man race between Mitt Romney and John McCain, saying he believes that Mitt Romney will do better on a smaller stage going forward. But certainly he's pressing ahead and heading to California after today. Wolf?
contest today. Mary's on the scene for us in St. Petersburg. All right, we have that clip of Mitt Romney speaking out earlier in the day. I want to play it right now.
Anybody who doesn't learn from their life experience should be fired. They'd be too stubborn to possibly consider for a position of leadership. For instance, in the past, I was in favor of getting rid of the Department of Education. And that's the way most conservatives feel, but I frankly concluded that it makes sense to have a Department of Education. And there are other issues as well that are not terribly helpful to me. One is my health care plan. I know a lot of conservatives don't like it, but I think it's the ultimate conservative answer, and I'm happy to campaign on that. I think it's too bad that Senator McCain is obviously so desperate in this last moment. He's campaigned for so long to be president that he levels these kind of personal attacks. It's been an interesting week as he's gone after me personally on one thing after the other. And of course, Senator McCain, you know, he was against the Bush tax cuts. Now he's for making them permanent. He was for McCain-Kennedy. Now he's for a new program for immigration. He's changed his view on issue after issue.
All right, that was Governor Romney actually speaking last night to our own Anderson Cooper here on CNN. Rudy Giuliani is laying it all on the line in Florida. The former front runner has spent most of his time there, most of his resources there. But guess what? He may end up with nothing to show for it. Let's go to CNN's Dan Lothian. He's in Orlando following the Giuliani campaign. He's got a lot riding on what happens today, Dan.
He really does. You know, he was the national Republican frontrunner. Now he's the underdog. But today, Giuliani was still talking about winning. Sounding confident and upbeat, former New York City Mayor Rudy Giuliani shook hands and rallied supporters at his Broward County headquarters.
Get on the phone, get out the vote, and we will win. We will win.
With so much at stake in Florida, the cornerstone of his presidential campaign, Giuliani got on the phone himself to try and win some last-minute votes.
Lisa, this is Rudy Giuliani. It is. I'm calling from headquarters. Javier asked me to call. And I would like you to see if you will go out and vote for me today. You will? All right.
Still sticking to his themes of national security and tax cuts as he dashed around Florida, Giuliani also touted the fact that he's been running a positive campaign, above the fray as the two GOP frontrunners, Senator John McCain and Governor Mitt Romney, duked it out. Over breakfast at a diner in Miami Beach, Giuliani made his final pitch and warned reporters not to put too much weight on the polls that show him trailing his Republican opponents.
What I have to say about it is the poll in New Hampshire had Barack Obama beating Hillary Clinton, and it turned out the other way.
And he's defending the strategy that many have questioned of passing up early contest states and placing all his chips on Florida.
We believe that was the right strategy for us. We believe we're going to win here. And again, the major message I have for today is get out and vote, and you'll make that strategy correct.
Giuliani was asked several times by reporters today as to whether or not he would drop out of the race if he had a dismal showing here tonight. And all he answered was, I don't deal in hypothetical situations. Well,
maybe he'll surprise all the pollsters, all the pundits, and we'll see. That's right. What makes life interesting in these elections, Dan. Thanks very much. Florida Democrats are turning out in the polls in very large numbers today, but their votes won't count for much. The National Democratic Party actually stripped Florida of its 210 convention delegates as a penalty for scheduling its primary so early in the season. Although the Democratic presidential candidates are not formally campaigning in Florida, polls do indicate that Senator Hillary Clinton is headed for an easy win. She's made a point of fundraising in Florida, expected to visit supporters in the state tonight once the polls in Florida close. Let's go back to Jack. He's got the Cafferty file.
Didn't they agree not to campaign in Florida?
They agreed not to campaign. They didn't agree they couldn't raise money. They couldn't fundraise. You know, there's a lot of money in Florida, places like Palm Beach, elsewhere.
Let me ask just a rhetorical question. Yes. How do you go to Florida to raise money without campaigning?
They do it in private, you know, in somebody's house in a living room. They don't actually go out there, big public events. I guess that there's a technical definition that they've come up with.
Yeah, and in Michigan, Obama had his name taken off the ballot, but Hillary left her name on the ballot.
That's correct.
It's another state where the delegates don't.
They were stripped of their delegates because they moved it up too.
All right. He hasn't won anything yet, and his showing in some cases has been downright dismal. But John Edwards is showing no signs of getting out of the race. Maybe he doesn't have anything else to do. Who knows? His campaign says Edwards will stay in it until the convention, and they're hopeful that he can still win it. One top official put it this way: there are numerous scenarios that lead us to being nominated. Right, like if Obama and Clinton both drop out, for example. But this same official points out it's essentially impossible for one of those two to get a majority of delegates with 3 candidates in the race. And that's because the Democrats allowed all their delegates proportionally. There's no winner take all. And so far, Clinton and Obama have pretty much been splitting the lion's share of the delegates. Even if he doesn't win, and he won't, Edwards could still play a role if the nomination ends up being decided by a brokered convention. That's a long shot, too. Anyway, in such a scenario, Edwards could use his delegates, potentially hundreds of them, to promote his own platform, to act as a power broker. One political analyst says, quote, "It's obvious what he has in mind. If you can't be the king, then be the king or queen maker," unquote. And by staying in the game, Edwards can also influence the race in different states. For example, he could divide the white vote with Hillary Clinton like he did in South Carolina, which helped Barack Obama. Or Edwards could attract some of the voters seeking change, which could hurt Barack Obama. So here's the question. If the Democrats wind up with a brokered convention, what role will John Edwards play? Go to CNN.com/Cafferty File, where you can post a comment on my blog. Or go to Wolf's blog and read about his staff. A fine bunch of folks at that, and he pays some tribute to them today in a very nice article.
CNNpolitics.com on the political ticker.
Sucking up to the staff.
I need them.
I
need all the help I can get.
Okay.
It's a lonely business here at the top. Thanks very much, Jack. Is there a kinder, gentler Bill Clinton out on the campaign trail?
No matter who you elect president, they are responsible for whether positive changes are made in other people's lives. And this is really what this election's about.
Has Hillary Clinton changed her strategy by reining in her husband? We'll take you out on the campaign trail to see if the former president's changing his tune. Plus, we're just getting the first exit poll results in Florida. Bill Schneider is going through them. We're going to have a glance at what's driving the voters. And John McCain, he's been the Republican frontrunner, at least a little bit the frontrunner, arguably at least. But he's also facing enemies from within his own party. We're going to speak with radio talk show host Hugh Hewitt and ask him how far the conservative base of the Republican Party is willing to go to keep John McCain out of the White House. Stay with us. You're in The Situation. We noted Democrats will get no delegates in Florida because the party is punishing the state for moving up its primary. So the candidates are moving on, looking ahead to Super Tuesday. That's 1 week from today. But in Kansas right now, Barack Obama seemed to be looking ahead to November. Listen to this.
This election is our chance, our moment. To restore the simple dream of those who came before us for another generation of Americans. But only if we can come together like previous generations did. And close that divide between a people and its leaders in Washington. Because in the end, the choice in this election is not between regions or religions or genders. It's not between rich versus poor. It's not young versus old. It's not black versus white. It's about the future versus the past.
Bill Clinton kicked up a lot of controversy in South Carolina with some sharp comments about Senator Barack Obama. Critics say he may have only hurt his wife, Hillary Clinton, in the process, but the former president is out back on the campaign trail today, this time in New Jersey, which is a Super Tuesday state. Jim Acosta is there as well. Are we seeing a kinder, gentler Bill Clinton today, Jim?
Yes, Wolf, we are. This was not the Bill Clinton who was on the attack in South Carolina. He was back, just not with a vengeance. The offensive was all charm. There were no jabs at Barack Obama in front of this community college crowd in the Super Tuesday state of New Jersey.
We have to send a different message to the world, and she is uniquely qualified to do it. And the message goes like this: we're back.
Instead, Bill Clinton stuck to the bread-and-butter domestic issues that defined much of his presidency, and now his wife's campaign for the Oval Office: health care, the economy, and the deficit.
Is there anything Hillary is more conservative on than President Bush? And I have to answer honestly that there is one thing: the budget. She liked it when we were paying down the debt.
The former president steered clear of the radioactive rhetoric generated by the South Carolina primary.
Jesse Jackson won South Carolina twice in '84 and '88. And he ran a good campaign, and Senator Obama's run a good campaign here.
The fallout, some Democrats maintain, may have swung a plum endorsement to a rival at a critical time.
I know that he's ready to be president on day one.
The only talk of endorsements today came from New Jersey's Governor John Corzine, who is squarely in Clinton's camp, a camp that Corzine believes has made some adjustments.
Do you think that perhaps the Clinton campaign maybe learned a few lessons?
We all learn, day in and day out. You know, you try things, you get a sense for what is the best use of the resources you have, and you apply them to those needs. I think that probably has happened.
As for those expectations that the former president would dial back his role on the campaign, consider his schedule, which takes him to 4 battleground states, 4 big Super Tuesday states over the next few days. That includes Barack Obama's home state of Illinois. Wolf.
All right, Jim, thanks very much. Jim Acosta watching the former president for us. And this note, don't miss the last debates before Super Tuesday. You can watch as the Republican and Democratic candidates face off in California. Anderson Cooper hosts the Republican presidential debate tomorrow night at the Reagan Library out in California. And please join me Thursday night when the Democrats face off at the Kodak Theater in Los Angeles. Let's go to Carol Costello. She's monitoring some other important stories incoming to the Situation Room right now. Carol, what's going on?
Well, Wolf, the House of Representatives has approved a $146 billion economic stimulus plan with little debate and a rare display of bipartisanship. The vote was 385 to 35. The bill would give taxpayers rebates of up to $1,200, but it faces an uncertain future in the Senate, where lawmakers want to add on provisions covering seniors and the unemployed, among others. The Associated Press has just reported that a Venezuelan hostage crisis is now over. 4 gunmen who held dozens of people inside a bank for more than a day fled earlier in an ambulance, still holding 5 captives who volunteered to leave with the gunmen. It was part of a deal with police to end the bank standoff. Now a state official is quoted as saying the ambulance was intercepted, the gunmen surrendered, and all of the hostages are safe. Middle-aged blues, they're universal, according to a new joint U.S.-British study of some 2 million people around the world. It finds the probability of depression peaks for men and women in their middle 40s, ending in their 50s. The good news is that by their 70s, most people are as happy and mentally healthy as those in their 20s. But you have to wait till you're 70, Wolf.
Carol, thank you very much for that. We're going to get back to Carol momentarily. Exit poll results from Florida coming into the Situation Room right now. You're going to find out what the voters think about all of this, what's on their minds. Plus, he's the Republican presidential candidate that some conservative commentators love to hate. Now, what's their beef with John McCain? I'll ask Hugh Hewitt, the radio talk show host, my interview with him. That's coming up. Plus, details of some revealing new numbers showing the real effect of housing and the credit crisis. Stay with us. You're in the Situation Room. To our viewers, you're in the Situation Room happening now. The number of homeowners in the United States is on the decline thanks to the troubled housing market and the credit crunch. The Census Bureau says owners accounted for 67.8% of occupied homes in the fourth quarter of 2007. That's down more than a point from the year before. Also, President Bush has signed an executive order limiting so-called earmarks, those last-minute special interest add-ons to spending bills. Mr. Bush says those add-ons won't be funded unless they were debated openly by the Congress. And large sections of China are paralyzed by some of the worst winter weather to hit the country in 50 years. Take a look at these eye reports. They're coming in. The weather is blamed for some 24 deaths and comes as tens of millions of people try to get home for the Chinese New Year. I'm Wolf Blitzer. You're in the Situation Room. We'll get back to the presidential contest. The huge vote today in Florida. But first, some other important news we're following right now around the world. The violence in Kenya is turning deadly. CNN's Nick Robertson is on the scene for us right now.
Hungry, tired, angry, afraid. Kenya's newly displaced want help.
The pressure is growing. We don't have toilet facilities here. There's no water. There's no food.
Thousands are in a vacant lot behind Naivasha police station. No one knows how many. They began arriving Sunday, fleeing a brutal wave of killings. Earlier, aid officials told us they are struggling. Already 250,000 are displaced.
Now there's been new waves. People who have either had their neighborhoods attacked or are in fear of attack have moved into camp.
It was after that interview we decided to take a look for ourselves, drive the hour-and-a-half northwest to Naivasha. We've just received a phone call telling us that there are military helicopters flying over the town where we're going, and we're told they're firing rubber bullets into the crowd below. As we arrive, soldiers lift a badly wounded man from the roadside. We can feel the tension. Suddenly, women and children see us and run our way. A hotel owner, she tells us they've only just fled their houses.
We reached just at 10 a.m.
3 hours ago.
And the helicopters, they are coming, throwing these things.
She is ethnic Kikuyu and says ethnic Luo started this day's violence. Kikuyu effectively dominate Naivasha, so despite being afraid, they are relatively safe and walk on. At the police station, it is different. We learn most are Luo and are too afraid to leave.
For lack of a better word, I can just say this is just ethnic cleansing, because particular communities are being targeted. They're being told to leave this town.
While we are there, the first food delivery arrives. But the aid workers who bring it tell me they already know it's not enough. Almost predictably, squabbles break out over who gets what. But even as this food is being handed out, if you look over there, you can see black smoke rising up from another part of the town, and some people here have told us that's their possessions being burned. Nothing yet is stopping the violence. Nick Robertson, CNN, Naivasha, Kenya.
What a horrible story. We'll stay on top of the tragedy that's unfolding in Kenya right now. He could be the clear Republican frontrunner coming out of today's Florida primary. Then again, maybe not. So why is John McCain such a nightmare for some conservatives?
No, the anti-conservative is John McCain. He's a phenomenally weak, sort of second coming of Bob Dole without the charisma or the affection.
The radio talk show host Hugh Hewitt, he's not holding back at all when it comes to John McCain. So who does he support? Also, Hillary Clinton leading with Latino voters right now, but Barack Obama could challenge that with one specific issue. We'll tell you what it is. Plus, President Bush speaking bluntly on a topic he rarely discusses, his battle years ago with alcohol. You're going to find out what he's saying. Stay with us. You're in The Situation Room. And this just coming in here at CNN in The Situation Room. The exit poll information from Florida gives us a good sense of what matters most to the voters, what the issues are that are driving them as they cast their ballots. So let's go to our senior political analyst, Bill Schneider, once again. He's joining us. Bill, what are you learning from these early exit polls that we're getting?
Well, Wolf, we've got 4 candidates in the Republican primary hotly competing in that Florida primary. And they seem to come in pairs. Take a look at the percentage of each candidate's supporters today in Florida who describe themselves as conservatives. Romney voters and Huckabee voters were clearly conservative. 3/4 of Romney voters and more than 2/3 of Huckabee voters describe themselves as conservatives. But look at Giuliani and McCain voters, just 50% describe themselves as conservatives. Looks like you got a pair of staunch conservatives and a pair of not quite as staunch conservatives in this primary. How about the abortion issue as an illustration? We'll take a look at this. Again, pairs. Huckabee voters, 81% believe abortion should be illegal in all or most cases. Romney voters, 61% believe it should be illegal. McCain and Giuliani voters, not so much. 41% of McCain voters, 31% of Giuliani voters think abortion should be illegal in all or most circumstances. Again, Huckabee and Romney on the conservative side, McCain and Giuliani competing for the more moderate vote. And finally, what were the top issues in today's Republican primary in Florida? Well, really one issue dominated the agenda, and that was the economy. Almost half the Republican voters said the economy was the #1 issue, dwarfing terrorism, illegal immigration in a state where there are a lot of immigrants and a lot of Hispanic voters, and only 13% say the war in Iraq is an important issue. So among Republicans as well as Democrats, It's all about the economy, Wolf.
All right, Bill, thanks very much. Bill's going to continue to go through these exit polls and bring us more information, what's on the mind of the voters, the Republican voters specifically, out in Florida today. The economy, as he just said, it's the top issue for Republicans as Mitt Romney and John McCain wage an increasingly bitter battle for the Republican presidential nomination. Let's go to CNN's Brian Todd. He's joining us now with more on what McCain and Romney are saying. Brian?
Some real verbal combat between them, Wolf, especially in recent days. Most of it deals with their past records on the economy. So we did a reality check on that and on how they'd move forward.
Which one can get this rattled economy rolling? As on other issues, you first have to get past the insults. Mitt Romney's favorite? John McCain doesn't understand how the economy works, doesn't have Romney's real-world experience.
Being on the Commerce Committee in the Senate, that's what gives you the expertise you need to know about how the economy works. Yeah, oh yeah.
McCain's counter? Mitt Romney's a tax raiser.
As the liberal governor of the state of Massachusetts, he raised taxes by $730 million. We now have, the state of Massachusetts is now saddled with $250 million debt over his government-mandated health care system.
The truth could be in the interpretation. Romney's camp says he never raised taxes in Massachusetts, did raise state fees to close a budget deficit, but not by nearly as much as McCain claims. Romney's aides also say that state health care system didn't cause a debt, it was an expense already budgeted for. On McCain's so-called lack of experience, his term on the Senate Commerce Committee, dealing with wide trade issues, spans more than 20 years. He voted against President Bush's tax cuts in 2001 and 2003, saying they didn't curb government spending enough. And, quote, so many of the benefits go to the most fortunate among us at the expense of middle-class Americans. Analysts say both candidates now heavily favor tax cuts for individuals and businesses. Both are small government-loving free traders. Their starkest economic difference?
I think Mitt Romney is more clearly on the tax-cutting front than is John McCain. He is somebody who would support tax cuts leading first and mention spending cuts in a second sentence. If you look at John McCain, I think you find the opposite. John McCain's career has been built on opposing pork barrel spending and earmarks and fiscal discipline. Certainly he has been for some tax cuts, although not all.
So what resonates more with Republican voters? Analysts say as much as Republicans have favored tax cuts traditionally, recent polls show a number of them have growing concern about spending. Support for Romney and McCain may be equally split depending on voters' priorities on those issues. Wolf?
Thanks very much, Brian Todd, for that. Some conservatives in the Republican Party have long been very uneasy about John McCain. The radio talk show hosts have made him a favorite target in particular. One of them has called McCain the anti-conservative. That would be Hugh Hewitt. He's also the author of a book about Mitt Romney entitled A Mormon in the White House. Hugh Hewitt is joining us now from Irvine, California. Hugh, thanks for coming in.
Good to be here, Wolf. Thanks for having me.
I want to point out we spoke to the McCain supporter, the governor, Charlie Crist, in the last hour. So we're going to speak to somebody who's not necessarily a huge fan of John McCain right now. That would be you. What kind of problems do you have with John McCain?
Well, I think most of the talk show hosts all point to the same things, Wolf, that we don't like McCain-Feingold at all. We do not like the McCain-Kennedy immigration bill. We don't care for the McCain-Lieberman global warming, cap-and-trade carbon tax.
McCain-Feingold was on campaign finance reform. Just want to alert our viewers to that.
We didn't like the Gang of 14 especially, which undid the Republican administration attempt to end judicial filibusters. We prefer to drill and explore in Anwar right now, and John McCain is opposed to that. And, of course, you've got the whole snafu over Gitmo and the treatment and interrogation of terrorists, the big collision between Bill Frist and John McCain that occurred in August, September of 2006. So for a long period of time, everyone acknowledges John McCain is a great American, amazing service. We just don't like his ideas, and we just don't care for his legislative record, which we don't view as conservative at all.
Your conservative radio talk show host Rush Limbaugh said this on Monday. He said, I think that conservatives, some of them just won't vote. I don't think the McCain people understand just how deep the resentment for Senator McCain has been and is based on his time in the United States Senate. Are you going that far as well?
Oh, absolutely not. In fact, I told someone today, if John McCain's the Republican nominee, it's not about taking your ball and going home. It's about working for the next 275 days to get him elected because he understands the war and he'll keep America safe. We'll just have to put up with a lot of bad laws if John McCain's the president, but the country will be well defended. I think, though, that there's a choice right now, and I liked Romney. I like Rudy Giuliani. I think I can get a lot more of the entire conservative package. And I noted when Bill Schneider was talking, Wolf, about the issues that matter the most today in Florida, the economy's #1. I think that John McCain told the Boston Globe quite candidly in a bit of straight talk he doesn't really understand the economy. So I think that's going to resonate today, and it's going to resonate next week at Super Tuesday and beyond. The Republicans do care a lot about the economy. They care a lot about deregulation and cutting taxes. I didn't even mention that John McCain voted twice against the Bush tax cuts and used rhetoric that was sort of the class warfare rhetoric. So, no, I'm not going to abandon the Republican Party if its nominee isn't my first choice, but I sure hope it is my first choice.
He says, McCain, that Mitt Romney, his arch rival right now in Florida, is nothing but a liberal. Here's a clip of what he said on Monday.
You know, one thing I think we should really give Governor Romney credit for, he is consistent. He's consistently taken both sides of any major issue. He has consistently flip-flopped on every issue.
You agree with him on that?
Of course not, Wolf. And I think George Will wrote a column today which blasted John McCain as St. John and taking the Clintonian approach to politics. I think the negative campaigning over the last 72 hours by John McCain was a bit of desperation on his part. It's going to hurt him in this week and the week beyond because, if you recall, the big story when Romney used the contrast ad in Iowa against Mike Huckabee and won in New Hampshire against John McCain, both on immigration, that he got all the negative press for going negative. John McCain set the bar very low in the last 72 hours. Especially these robocalls, especially the unwarranted attack on Romney for a secret timetable for defeat in Iraq. And Republicans are high information voters. They've been watching this stuff, and I think they're reacting very negatively today in Florida to the negative campaigning by John McCain, and I suspect that's going to continue through next Tuesday.
So you have a serious problem with John McCain, not with Mitt Romney. I take it not with Mike Huckabee either?
Well, my preference is Rudy Giuliani or Mitt Romney because I care a lot about the war, and I think Mike Huckabee's got a bigger learning curve on that one. But yeah, Mike Huckabee is very sound on judges. He's pro-life. He's pro-traditional marriage. I think he can bring a lot of people around. But I think after tonight it's a two-person race, Wolf. Don't you agree with that? It's going to be a McCain-Romney race.
Well, we'll see what the polls, we'll see what the actual voters in Florida say. Then we got a week from today, we got Super Tuesday, including where you are in California. Well, let me pick your brain. What do you think is going to happen on the Republican side in California next Tuesday?
It's fascinating. I'll be up at the Reagan Library with CNN tomorrow night watching the debate, broadcasting from there. And I think that you've got a very scattered electorate. Clearly in Orange County, San Diego County, Inland Empire, Mitt Romney is ahead. John McCain has a tremendous amount of resonance in Northern California among the liberal Republicans. So it's going to be, it's not a winner-take-all state. It's by congressional district with some at-large. It's going to be late in the night next week before we get a result out of California, Wolf.
I think it's going to be late in the night tonight as well until we get a result out of Florida. If Giuliani comes in a distant third tonight, should he stay in the race? Should he just take his bags and come back here to New York City?
No, absolutely. I had the mayor on yesterday, Wolf, and I took the opportunity to urge him to stay in because a brokered convention's a reality here. He should go to Connecticut, New Jersey, New York and campaign for a few hundred delegates and make sure that his very purposeful stance on international security and terrorism is well communicated to the Republican Party. I think he had a bad strategy for the first month, but hey, this is 2008. Anything can change and will.
I think that's fair enough. Hugh Hewitt, thanks for coming in.
Wolf, my pleasure. Thank you.
We'll see you out in Los Angeles and California. I'm heading out there myself. We got a Democratic presidential debate Thursday night, a Republican debate tomorrow night. Thank you, Hugh. Hillary Clinton has many of them. Barack Obama wants more of them. That would be Latino voters. We're going to show you the one issue where he could gain some critical ground. Plus, President Bush makes a rare and candid reference to his own battle with addiction a long time ago. You're going to find out what he's saying. Stay with us. You're in The Situation. Latino voters could make the difference for Democratic presidential candidates on Super Tuesday. Hillary Clinton has the advantage, at least right now, but Barack Obama could gain some important ground on one controversial issue. Let's go to Carol Costello. She's watching this story for us. What's going on, Carol?
Well, that controversial issue is really controversial. That would be the driver's licenses for illegal immigrants. Obama's stand on the issue could certainly catch much-needed attention in the Hispanic community. The only problem, it could hurt him, too.
Talk Talk about your hot-button issues, driver's licenses for illegal immigrants. It literally drives some off the deep end, like Lou Dobbs.
I mean, you have illegal aliens in this country demanding the rights, privileges of citizenship. It is the most, to me, arrogant thing they could possibly do.
And most Americans agree. According to a CNN Opinion Research Corporation poll in October, a whopping 76% do not think undocumented immigrants ought to have driver's licenses. Senator Barack Obama, though, is not among them. In a November CNN debate, Wolf pushed for an answer about whether or not he supports driver's licenses in this situation.
Senator Obama, yes or no?
Yes.
Asked a day later if he ever waffled on the idea, he bristled.
Well, no, it's just I had answered the question 2 weeks ago, so I'd assumed that I was already on record and saying that this is something that I support if we continue to make progress on comprehensive reform.
It's a controversial stand that may cost him politically later, but could help him right now with Hispanics.
He can say, look, I'm standing here on principle, supporting this thing, even though it could hurt me with other voters. That's, I think, a very powerful message, but again, only if he can get it out to Latino voters.
And it could help Obama chip away at Hillary Clinton's lead among Hispanic voters. An October Pew Research nationwide poll of Hispanic voters showed Clinton leading by a whopping 59% to 15% for Obama. But don't think she's not vulnerable. The very issue that may hurt Obama in the long run could hurt Clinton in the short term. Voters remember waffling.
I just want to add, I did not say that it should be done, but I certainly recognize why Governor Spitzer is trying to do it, and we have failed. We have failed.
No. You said yes.
No.
You thought it made sense to do it.
No, I didn't, Chris.
Senator Clinton now says we need immigration reform. Some in the Latino community say if Obama can communicate that to Hispanic voters, he'll win more support.
There's no question that the Hispanic community still doesn't know Senator Barack Obama, and that his agenda and the platform of issues and the positions that he's taken would be of great appeal to the Hispanic community.
But again, by spotlighting an issue that minority groups like and the majority doesn't, well, it might help get Obama what he needs to win the nomination, but it may wound him deeply in the general election.
Now, Obama is also promising to deal with immigration in his first term, and he'll reach out to Hispanics with his own personal story. His father, as you know, is Kenyan, his mother American, but it'll be a tough road. Hillary Clinton, Bill Clinton especially, is beloved in the Hispanic community, and Hillary Clinton has been working at wrapping up pretty much every major endorsement to keep her commanding lead among Latinos. Wolf?
Thanks very much, Carol Costello, reporting for us. About 50,000 Latinos in the United States turn 18 each month. One group online is working hard to make sure young Latinos are registered to vote. Let's go back to our internet reporter, Abby Tatton. She's here. Abby, how are they doing this?
Wolf, this nonpartisan organization says their goal is to identify where these young Latinos communicate and then go after the man. What does that mean? It means online. This is myspace.com, the page for Voto Latino, which is doing this registration effort right now. It's been going on for a couple of years, but they have a special attention now running up to this Super Tuesday, especially here in January. They're doing it some creative ways. They've got text message campaigns to young Latinos and this new telenovela-style video which they've just posted online, a tongue-in-cheek look at voter registration. They know also they have to take this offline as well, so they're working with Latino DJs in various states. They're taking the message to concerts as well. And even though this has been going on for a little while, the push is right now in January. The executive director of the group saying that through these inexpensive and viral methods, they've registered almost 6,000 young Latinos to vote in this election. Wolf?
Thanks very much for that, Abby Tatton. President Bush says addiction is very hard to overcome, and he makes it clear he's speaking from personal experience. The president makes some very frank comments about his days many years ago as a drinker. And Florida's Governor Charlie Crist gives a late boost to John McCain. I'll ask him why he made the endorsement. Stay with us. You're in the Situation Room. President Bush today spoke bluntly about his one-time battle with alcohol, calling his experience, I'm quoting now, an addiction. Picking up where he left off in his State of the Union address, the president made another pitch for programs focused on faith. Listen to this.
Addiction is hard to overcome. As you might remember, I drank too much at one time in my life. I understand faith-based programs. understand that sometimes you can find the inspiration from a higher power to solve an addiction problem.
The president spoke during a visit to a Baltimore center which helps former prisoners. Let's go back to Jack Cafferty. He's got the Cafferty file. Jack.
Wolf, this hour's question: if the Democrats wind up with a brokered convention, and they might, what role would John Edwards then play? Michael writes, if the Democrats wind up with a brokered convention, Edwards will use his delegates to secure him the vice presidential slot by backing whomever will name him VP. Remember that Edwards has been running for president for 10 years and will happily take the VP slot for any presidential candidate with the hopes of then becoming president in 8 years. Jeanette in Hartwell, Georgia says if we're lucky, John Edwards will be the nominee. He's the best choice to lead America. And if the media, yes, that includes you, Jack, wasn't part of big business and threatened by John, he would have gotten better treatment from all you talking heads. I've been nice to John. Michael writes, his political career will be over. Democrats and voters will be so irritated with his shady politics and complete waste of their time that he will lose what little support he does have. He's obviously trying to nose his way into the White House, either as president or vice president. The man obviously has no chance, and his obstruction of the voice of the people will destroy his popularity. Michael says it's clear Edwards wants to be a kingmaker, not a queenmaker, throwing his support behind Obama. In exchange, John Edwards will be the VP, except this time, unlike in 2004, the Democratic Party, led by Barack Obama, will win it. And Paul writes he should be vying for Attorney General. Can you imagine having an attack dog like him running the Justice Department? Republicans would wet their pants at the thought of a trial lawyer with subpoena power. Wolf?
See you in a few moments.
I'll be here.
Thank you. Lou Dobbs, he's looking at those first exit poll results from the Florida primary. Lou's standing by. He'll be talking with me in just a moment. Plus, my interview with the Florida Governor Charlie Crist. I'll ask him why he's decided to back John McCain. Stay with us here in the Situation Room.
And vote for John McCain for the next president of the United States.
Let's bring in Lou Dobbs. He's getting ready for his show that begins in an hour. Are you surprised when Bill Schneider reported the top issues of concern to Republican voters in Florida today in our exit polls? 47% said the economy, 19% said terrorism, 17% said illegal immigration.
No, I'm not surprised. I think that reflects what's top of mind for most Americans, whether Democrat, Republican. I think that it's interesting as well that economy has emerged to such a dominant position, and I think it is surprising.
Is the economy that bad to justify that concern?
Absolutely. The economy being bad is one way to look at it. The fact is, the American people, working men and women who are supporting a family, understand there is a great deal of uncertainty here, and there's this great disconnect with their leadership. And that only compounds that anxiety.
Because it fuels the uncertainty. Then people hold back. They don't spend the way they should if they're worried about their next paychecks.
You know, one of the poll's questions could as easily be, Wolf, in my opinion, do you trust your elected officials to represent your interest? And my guess is you would see a gigantic response in the negative.
Because historically, they say they like their own congressman, they hate the Congress, but their own individual lawmaker they like.
I think that's a function of sort of idiotic polling, if you want to know the truth. I think the real issue here is one of trust between a government, federal government that has been dysfunctional for some years now, and an electorate that is feeling disenfranchised. In Florida, they're definitely feeling disenfranchised today.
It's the Democrats, because they've been stripped of their authority to help choose delegates that will go to the convention. Who's at fault for that?
I think straightforwardly the partisan parties. This is, I mean, you've got the Democratic Republican parties. They're acting as if they are some sort of government agency. I say a pox on both their houses. It's one of the reasons this government is not working, is because these idiotic partisan politics are being practiced by people who really should have a license, but they're simply unqualified. I mean, when you look at who's leading the Republican Party, the Democratic Party, this is...
See you in 1 hour. Lou Dobbs tonight, coming up in an hour. And happening now, primary day. Huge numbers of people are voting in Florida. John McCain and Mitt Romney have been running neck and neck. Rudy Giuliani hopes to defy what some consider long shot odds. Was it a snub or not? Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton near each other, but did not acknowledge each other. That question as Obama wins another endorsement. And Florida's governor wants John McCain to be president. Why? And would Charlie Crist consider a vice presidential bid? I'll ask him. All that, plus the best political team on television. I'm Wolf Blitzer at the CNN Election Center. You're in the Situation Room. We want to welcome our viewers in the United States and around the world. It's the biggest day so far in the race for the Republican presidential nomination. In just 1 hour, most of the polls in Florida will close, and the winner of this race could become the GOP frontrunner. This is a primary where the winner takes all among the Republicans. All the polls in Florida will be closed by 8 p.m. Eastern in 2 hours. We have the best political team on television standing by live across the country. Let's begin, though, in Miami with CNN's Dana Bash. Dana, by all accounts, this is going to be a close one.
Very close, Wolf, and with 57 delegates at stake here, it is the biggest prize so far. That is why on TV, on radio, and in sometimes negative calls to voters, the two men vying for the top spot have been going at it until the bitter end.
At a polling station in St. Petersburg, one last chance for John McCain to convince Florida Republicans their security matters most, and Mitt Romney's not their man.
The real key, I think, here in Florida is who can keep America safe? Who is it that is got the experience and background and knowledge to take on the challenge of radical Islamic extremism? Governor Romney has no experience there.
Thank you. In nearby Tampa, Romney said the struggling economy trumps all else, closing the deal as the businessman who can help, warning McCain cannot.
One of the candidates out there running for president said that the economy is not his strong suit. Well, it's my strong suit.
The biting personal jabs, evidence of Florida's high stakes. The winner, likely the GOP frontrunner. But for voters asked to choose between one candidate for the economy and another on national security, it's not that simple.
For myself, it's the economics. I do believe the war is also a deep consideration.
Cue Rudy Giuliani.
I'm the only one that's also managed an economy and been able to take it through a crisis.
But after putting all his eggs in Florida's basket, he sat with a bowl of Raisin Bran and deflected questions about whether a dismal finish will bring his demise.
We're not going to deal with any hypothetical questions. It would be counterproductive to do that. We're going to win. We are going to win today.
As for Mike Huckabee, he isn't expecting a strong Florida showing, yet used a voter handing him a golf club to take a primary day swing at a rich rival.
I wouldn't know which, let's see, you hold this in? It'll be like Mitt Romney eating fried chicken, right?
But the battle for first place here really does seem to be between Mitt Romney and John McCain. They're the two men who are hoping to get momentum out of the state of Florida. And Wolf, for John McCain, since this is just Republicans who can vote in Florida, this is a chance for him to prove he can do well among conservatives. And for Mitt Romney, it is also a prize, if he gets it, that will help reset the race for him one more time. And it would also put him way ahead so far in the delegate count. The delegate count, of course, that each of these men need in order to get the nomination.
Dana, thanks very much. Dana Bash is going to have a long night tonight. We all will, maybe. As the Republican candidates spend time campaigning, the Democrats are doing something very different. Our senior political analyst, Bill Schneider, is joining us now with more on this part of the story. Bill, what are the Florida Democrats doing?
Wolf, they're doing something very unusual. They're having an election where the candidates did not campaign, and the results may not even count. Florida Democratic voters are doing something amazing. They are having a spontaneous primary.
This is all a grassroots effort, and it is fabulous. I've actually heard some comments where people said, you know, isn't this what campaigning is supposed to be about? It's about talking to our neighbors, our friends, our colleagues at work. It's about us taking the initiative to say why we are for somebody.
The National Democratic Party says Florida's votes won't count because the state is holding its primary too early. The Democratic candidates agreed not to campaign in Florida. How can you have an election where the candidates don't campaign?
Our voters in Florida have been innovative. They have been out here with their cardboard cutouts. They have been doing debate parties. They've been having their teas. They've been doing the campaign themselves.
Like Democrats around the country, Florida voters are excited about the campaign.
This election is about Hillary Clinton, and she stands for what I care about.
Barack Obama.
And why did you vote for him?
Because I think he has the vision, the curiosity, the intellect, the capability, the everything to lead this country in a new direction.
They want to be heard.
I hope we still vote for something, not for nothing.
Are they disgruntled?
We have tripled the amount of absentee ballots that we've had since 2004. That's huge. That's not disgruntledness.
Florida Democrats are confident that whoever the Democratic nominee is, he or she will not want to lock Florida out of the party.
We are going to go all the way to the convention to make sure that our voices are heard loud and clear on that convention floor.
Without a campaign, who wins? Hillary Clinton expects to as the best-known contender. She'll even be in Florida tonight to collect her prize, which is what? That's momentum, she hopes, heading into Super Tuesday. Wolf?
1 week from today, Bill. Thanks very much. Bill Clinton was back on the campaign trail today. His earlier efforts in South Carolina featured some sharp attacks on Barack Obama, which critics say did little to help Hillary Clinton's campaign. But in New Jersey today, the former president showed a kinder, gentler side and stuck to the issues. He said his wife wants Americans to be able to help themselves by helping their community.
She wants to do something that we have not done in a very long time. She wants to say, if you borrow money for a college education and later you go into public service, if you become a teacher, a nurse, a police officer, a fireman, a mental health worker, even if you're a doctor and you go out someplace that has no medical care, the service itself will be loan repayment. And every year you serve, you will get your loan knocked down.
Barack Obama, meanwhile, visited the Midwest where he picked up yet another endorsement, but it comes as some people are talking about what happened between him and his chief rival, Senator Hillary Clinton, last night back in Washington. Let's go to CNN's Suzanne Malveaux. She's in Kansas City, Missouri right now following the story. Have you been looking at those pictures? What are you coming up with? What are you seeing, Suzanne?
Wolf, it really is amazing. It's all the buzz. The Obama campaign, of course, trying to keep the focus and build the momentum on the Kennedy endorsements. They just released an ad, a TV ad today featuring Caroline Kennedy, comparing Barack Obama to her father, late John F. Kennedy. But everybody, the buzz seems to be about what happened last night at the State of the Union between Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton.
The headline was all about the so-called snub. This picture of Senator Barack Obama turning away from Senator Clinton as Ted Kennedy, Obama's new best friend and key endorser, extended his hand. The moment captured and dissected, reflecting the atmosphere of high tension and drama in the campaign. Today, Obama denied any slight, saying he was distracted by another senator.
Sort of me turning away. I was turning away because Claire asked me a question as Senator Kennedy was reaching forward.
It was not a snub. I had a ringside seat. It was one of those accidents that just happened and that caught on film. And it's frankly, you know, everybody's spoiling for a fight.
Out of Washington and on the road, his first stop, his grandfather's hometown of El Dorado, Kansas, where he picked up a key endorsement from its governor.
We're among friends here. We're family.
Not just a trip down memory lane, but for strategy. Kansas is one of several Republican-dominated states he's targeting to convince Democrats he can compete where others have traditionally failed.
We're going to have to bring not just Democrats, but independents and some Republicans together into a working majority.
Obama dismissed Senator Clinton's strategy of recognizing Tuesday's Florida primary, where delegates won't count.
It's a beauty contest. It's similar to a poll in terms of where people currently are at in Florida.
And Wolf, later tomorrow, Barack Obama will head to Colorado as well as Arizona to campaign, obviously trying to win over those independents, those Republicans, to build not only the base of young voters, but new voters before he heads Thursday for the CNN debate in California. Wolf?
Thanks very much for that, Suzanne. Let's go back to Jack. He's got the Cafferty foul.
All right, well, thank you. The race between the two Republican frontrunners, Mitt Romney, John McCain's getting ugly. The stakes in today's primary are huge in Florida. The winner there might well wind up as the Republican nominee. And reflecting the pressure, and like two kids in a schoolyard, they have resorted now to calling each other names. You're a liberal. You're a liberal. That's not a word you hear among Republicans very often. Romney went after McCain for some of his liberal answers to the country's problems, including campaign finance reform, his view on illegal immigration, and his support of an energy bill that Romney says would raise costs for consumers. McCain shot right back, accused Romney of wholesale deception of voters and flip-flopping on the issues. McCain says Romney was a liberal governor of Massachusetts who raised taxes, worked with Ted Kennedy on a massive government-mandated health program, and did a poor job managing his state's economy. The angry tone between these two has spread onto the airwaves in Florida. McCain launched a new negative radio ad mocking Romney's economic record as governor and questioning his electability. The Romney campaign said of the new ad, "This is the McCain way, sinking to a lower level when a race is close." Here's the question: what does it mean when the two frontrunners for the Republican nomination, Mitt Romney and John McCain, are calling each other liberals? Go to CNN.com/Cafferty File, where you can post a comment on my blog. There's a new surprise in this thing every day.
Here's what it means. Anderson Cooper, when he moderates the Republican debate tomorrow night, he's going to have his hands full.
Yes, he will.
That's what it means.
I wonder if Giuliani's going to be there.
Well, we'll see. We'll see what happens. Yeah. He says he's going to be there, but we'll find out fairly soon.
Yeah. Right.
Thanks, Jack, very much. A late boost from Florida's governor isn't enough, though, to push John McCain over the top. I'll ask Governor Charlie Crist what's behind his endorsement. Also, we're going to bring you the latest exit polling numbers that are coming in right now from Florida. It'll show you what's on the minds of voters as they cast their ballots. Bill Schneider crunching the numbers right now. And winter storms knock out power in parts of China, stranding hundreds of thousands of holiday travelers. It's a major embarrassment for the country's leaders. Stay with us. You're in The Situation. We're counting down to poll closings for Florida's primary right now. Voters are making their picks among the presidential candidates, that is. And my next guest certainly has already made up his mind. Charlie Crist is Florida's governor. He's joining us now from St. Petersburg. Governor Crist, thanks very much for coming in.
Well, great to be with you, as always. Thank you.
Tell us what the differences were on the issues that you decided to support John McCain, for example, over Rudy Giuliani or Mitt Romney. Specifically, what issues influenced your high-profile decision?
Well, trust, integrity, his statesmanship, his integrity. I mean, the fact that he has been so long a true statesman, a great patriot, a great American hero, all of those things really come to mind when you talk about who you want to be your public servant, your next president. And it really came down to trust. I mean, I had to go through the, very personal decision of who I'm going to vote for during the past week. And when I came to that decision, John McCain was my choice, and I decided to share that with the people of Florida. I think it's important to do so.
Was his stance, though, on the domestic economic issues, the money-related issues, or national security that was more important, that you liked where he stood as opposed to the other Republican candidates?
Well, both national security, certainly. I mean, it's hard to have the kind of credentials that John McCain does as it relates to safety and security, and his strength, really, as it relates to that. But also economic issues. I mean, having served as chairman of the Commerce Committee, working for years on trying to cut taxes, supporting the president's initiative to make permanent the tax cuts, all of those, I think, are incredibly important when you come to a decision like this. And then there's a gut feel, too, Wolf. I mean, I just like the guy. I think he's a good man. I know he's a good man. I know he'll be a great president, and that led me to my decision.
He wants to make those Bush tax cuts that were implemented in 2001, 2003 permanent. They're set to expire in the year 2010, but he was one of only two Republicans who voted against those tax cuts based back in 2001. Do you have a problem with that actual vote as opposed to what he's saying right now?
Well, not when it's balanced with the rationale behind it, that he wanted to have reduced spending, reductions in our spending. That's very important. As a governor, I understand how important that is, because we had to reduce spending here in the Sunshine State. You have to be responsible. You have to prioritize your spending, just like families have to do every single day. John McCain understands that, and that's why I have such enormous respect for him.
But that was only part of his rationale in voting against those tax cuts. He also didn't like the fact that the rich were going to get the tax cuts as opposed to the middle class or the poor. I'll read to you what he said on the Senate floor on May 21st, 2001. The principle that guides my judgment of a tax reconciliation bill is tax relief for those who need it the most, lower and middle income working families. And then a few days later, on May 26th, he said, I can cannot in good conscience support a tax cut in which so many of the benefits go to the most fortunate among us at the expense of middle-class Americans who most need tax relief. Now, to a lot of observers out there, that sounds like the same argument the Democrats were making against the Bush tax cuts. You have a problem with that?
I don't have a problem with standing up for the common man and the common woman. I think it's awfully important that anybody who aspires to public service understands the wants, the needs, the desires, and the challenges that everyday people have to live with. We understand that here in the Sunshine State, and that's why I think Senator McCain's going to do very, very well tonight.
Rudy Giuliani supported what you really want in the state of Florida, given its history of hurricanes, a federal disaster fund to come in and help the people of Florida and elsewhere around the country deal with natural emergencies. Rudy Giuliani supports it. Does John McCain support such a federal disaster fund?
Well, he supports it more on a regional basis, which I can understand and I certainly respect. I mean, the Gulf states have had a lot to deal with hurricanes of late, and I think he understands that it's important to take a progressional step towards trying to have more help for more people in a way that's responsible, prudent, and makes common sense. I respect that. And as Ronald Reagan used to say, Wolf, if you agree with me 80% of the time, you're probably my friend. I trust this man. He's not going to say things just to appease me. He's going to say the things that are in his heart. And I think that's exactly what the American people want and deserve.
As you know, Governor, there's a lot of buzz out there, especially in your home state of Florida, that which is a critical state, as all of us know, in the contest in November, that you could potentially be a vice presidential running mate. Is that something you've been thinking about?
No, it's not. I mean, it's very flattering to hear that kind of talk, but my focus is Florida. Florida is what I care about. The people of this state have been very, very kind to me. I want to honor their public trust and their confidence, do everything I can to fight for them every single day. That's what my focus is. That's what the focus is today, to reduce their property taxes, to elect a great guy who's going to be a great president in John McCain. These are the kinds of things that Floridians care about. That's what I'm focused on, the things I'm sure your mother cares deeply about in South Florida.
Now, a lot of mothers living in Florida care about all those things as well. Governor, thanks very much. I appreciate you joining us.
It's a pleasure to be with you, Wolf, as always.
President Bush has just signed an executive order designed to rein in pork barrel spending. So what's going to happen to the thousands of pet projects in the massive spending bill he signed last month? You might be surprised by the answer. And polls are still open in Florida's high-stakes Republican primary, but they're going to be closing all of them in the state at 8 p.m. Eastern. An hour and 40 minutes from now or so. We're going to give you the first peek at what some of the voters are thinking. Bill Schneider starts breaking down the exit polls. That's coming up right here in the Situation Room. News on the subprime mortgage crisis coming into the Situation Room right now. Let's go to Carol Costello. She's monitoring this story. Some other important news as well. What do we know, Carol?
Yeah, Wolf, we're just getting word the FBI is investigating a slew of investors for fraud or insider trading violations in connection with subprime mortgages, you know, lending people money who can't afford it. The why they did it, agents say it was simply greed. They've come up with a top 10 mortgage fraud hotspot list, Michigan, California, Ohio, Florida, among those states. As promised in his State of the Union speech last night, President Bush is taking action to curtail congressional pork barrel spending. Today, the president signed an executive order directing federal agencies to ignore so-called earmarks or pet projects inserted into legislation after it's been voted on. The order will not apply to the thousands of earmarks contained in a massive spending bill signed into law last month. In China, winter storms are knocking out power in many regions, stranding hundreds of thousands of people trying to get home for the Lunar New Year and leaving top political leaders red-faced. The country's prime minister used a bullhorn to apologize to travelers stranded at a train station in Hunan province, and the country's president convened an emergency meeting of the policymaking Politburo to address the electricity and transportation problems. And former United Nations Secretary Kofi Annan is calling for urgent action to halt what he's calling a downward spiral into chaos in Kenya. He made the appeal to legislators in Nairobi before entering talks with the country's president and his main political rival. Kenya has been racked by political and ethnic violence that erupted after last month's disputed election. And just a short time ago, the House approved a $146 billion economic stimulus package. The centerpiece of the bill involves one-time tax rebates for many low and middle-income Americans. Now, the bill was passed with broad bipartisan support, and House leaders are urging the Senate to approve it quickly without making substantial changes. But we'll see. Back to you, Wolf.
We'll see what the Senate does. Thanks very much, Carol, for that. The latest exit poll results coming in from Florida right now. We're about to show you what matters most to the voters as they cast their ballots. Guess where the economy ranks. Also, when the results start coming in about an hour and a half or so from now, the best political team on television will show you just what to look for. And from YouTube to GodTube, a presidential candidate finds a new forum online. Stay with us. You're in the Situation Room. To our viewers, you're in the Situation Room happening now. The first exit poll is now coming in from the Florida primary. They're giving us an inside look at what's on the minds of voters there. But there are no delegates at stake for Florida's Democrats. They're being punished by the National Democratic Party for moving up their primary without permission. So is the primary anything more than a beauty contest for the Democratic candidates? Plus, John McCain's conservative gap. You're going to find out what he's been saying about taxes that makes some Republicans so angry at him. All of this, plus the best political team on television. I'm Wolf Blitzer. You're in the Situation Room. We've been getting some exit poll information coming in from the voters in Florida, and it gives us a good sense of just who is voting, what's important to them as they cast their ballots. Our senior political analyst, Bill Schneider, is going through the numbers right now. Bill, what are you learning?
Well, you know, Florida is having an early primary because they claim they're more diverse than Iowa and New Hampshire. How diverse are those Florida primary voters? Let's take a look first at the Republicans. They are very heavily seniors. Florida, no surprise here. Half of the Republican voters are 60 years old and older. White evangelicals, born-again Protestants, almost a third of the Republican voters are born-again Protestants. 28% are veterans. They have served in the military, a constituency that John McCain paid a lot of attention to. And among Republicans, 13%, that's about 13% of them were Latino voters, and most of the Latino Republican voters are, in fact, Cuban Americans. Now, let's take a look at the Democratic voters, also a claim for diversity. Almost as many are seniors, 44% age 60 and over. 18% of the Democratic voters are African American, 12% are Latino, but only 3% of those Latinos are, in fact, Cuban Americans. So most of the other Latino voters in Florida are voting in the Democratic primary, and 9% of the Democratic voters are Jewish. So it does indeed represent a highly diverse electorate in both political parties. Now, the top issue to both Republicans and Democrats, the economy. And what is their judgment? Actually quite similar. Take a look at the Republicans. 63% of the Republicans say the nation's economy is not good or poor. It's an overwhelming negative judgment. What about the Democrats? How do they feel about the nation's economy? For them, it's the #1 issue. 91%, almost unanimously, the Democrats say the nation's economy is bad. So on this point, there is no party division. Republicans and Democrats agree the economy is lousy. Wolf?
All right, thanks very much, Bill Schneider. It's a crucial contest expected to shape the Republican race. What's about to happen in Florida? Let's get some analysis from the best political team on television. Our coverage, by the way, of the actual voting starts at 8 p.m. Eastern later tonight. The polls close a little bit less than an hour and a half from now. All of the polls, most of the polls, by the way, in Florida close at the top of the hour, 7 p.m. Eastern. All of them will be closed at 8 p.m. Eastern. With no delegates at stake for the Democrats in Florida, will tonight's results, though, make any difference in that contest? Let's talk about that and more with our senior analyst, Jeff Toobin, our own Jack Cafferty. They're here in New York, as well as our senior political correspondent, Candy Crowley. She's out on the campaign trail in Davie, Florida, right now. They are all part of the best political team on television. Let me just pick your brain, Jack. What are you looking for? Obviously, we're all looking to see who's going to win in Florida on the Republican side, but is there any other nuggets that you're really interested in?
Yeah, well, I think with McCain and Romney calling each other liberals, it'll be interesting to see who the conservatives, the right wing of the Republican Party, support in the election. And the other thing that was interesting, based on Bill Schneider's exit polling there, 91% of the Democrats, and I forget the percentage of Republicans, it's the economy, stupid. I would think that might augur well in Florida for Hillary Clinton and Mitt Romney. Hillary, because her husband had some success managing the economy when he was president, and Mitt Romney because of his business experience, which he touts at every opportunity. Couple thoughts.
Some are accusing Hillary Clinton, Candy, of sort of playing hanky-panky with the agreement not to campaign in Florida, even though, you know, a lot of Floridians, a lot of Democrats down there, they went in good faith to vote today.
Absolutely, and the fact is she's not going to be here at this victory rally until after the polls close. As you know, there are no delegates at stake here tonight. The Democratic Party stripped Florida of its delegates in a primary calendar dispute. So what is happening here and what the other campaigns say is, listen, this is a beauty contest. The delegates are zero, so this is an attempt by the Clinton campaign to kind of gain some traction in the headlines.
What do you think, Jeff, about this maneuver?
Well, it's certainly gamesmanship on the part of the Clinton campaign, because remember, the whole reason they didn't campaign in Florida was to try to ingratiate themselves with the voters of New Hampshire. They kept saying to New Hampshire, oh, no, we're going to respect you being first and the schedule as it was, so we agree not to campaign in Florida. Now Hillary Clinton knows that she's probably, or at least she thinks she's going to win tonight, so she's going to try to take advantage of that. Frankly, I don't think it's going to have a great deal of significance. Michigan, which was a similar situation, didn't have much significance. So, you know, I can't blame the Clinton campaign for looking for some advantage, but I don't think they'll find much.
Well, the difference, Jack, between Michigan and Florida for the Democrats was that in Michigan, only Hillary Clinton's name and Dennis Kucinich's name were on the ballot. There was an uncommitted. There was no Barack Obama on the ballot. There was no John Edwards on the ballot. In Florida, all of these three Democrats, their names, and some other Democrats, their names are actually on the ballot as Democrats have been going in large numbers to the polls today.
Well, I would think, too, depending on how this stuff plays out in the weeks ahead, or even in the week ahead, Super Tuesday, there's going to be some pressure put on Michigan and Florida to reinstitute these delegates at some point. If the race is close and there's 300 or 400 delegates out there that would rightfully belong to Florida and Michigan, somebody is going to start squawking to, look, let's change the rule, let's reinstate these delegates so that they can be part of this process. And I suppose that that's fair in terms of the people in Florida. I mean, they're going to the polls in good faith. Their vote ought to count for something.
And there's no doubt, Candy, that when you take a look at the general election in November 4th, these two states, Michigan and Florida, are about as important as it comes for the Democrats.
Absolutely, and you know, it's really up to a committee, the DNC and the convention, to decide whether to seat these delegates. But you have two scenarios here. If you have a nominee that comes in and they're the certain nominee, that nominee's going to say, let's seat them, because why would you want to take off Florida and Michigan? If they come in and they're very close and there's no certain nominee, there is going to be a brawl over whether to seat these delegates.
Absolutely, and another thing to keep an eye on is turnout tonight, because the Democrats have literally not campaigned one day in Florida, yet it appears a lot of them are voting, which is consistent with what we've seen in primary after primary this season, which is enormous Democratic turnout, and that may even happen here with literally no campaign.
Yeah, the Democrats, the Democratic base out there, Jack, they are energized in all these states. As Jeff accurately points out, they've come out in almost record numbers in state after state after state. The Republicans seem to be somewhat demoralized.
Well, that has, I think, a lot to do with the situation the country's in. People feel the economy's in trouble. People are opposed to the war in Iraq. And the polls that have been done over the last couple of years, 2/3 to 3/4 of the country say we're headed in the wrong direction. They want change. They want something different. And so the Democrats feel like perhaps they, by winning the White House, can bring that change to the country. And the Democratic voters seem ready to, you know, go out in huge numbers and try to get that done.
Well, let me just quickly ask Candy, because then we're going to take a break. Have you felt that energy on the part of those Democrats? Because you've been all over the campaign trail.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you see it not just in the crowds and not just in the numbers who come to the polls, but you see it in the money race. I mean, the Democrats are raising a lot more money than Republicans. And I will tell you that the Clinton campaign and, in fact, the Obama campaign as well say, listen, this has already been a national race. I mean, I think we see that in our ratings numbers whenever we have, you know, an election night or a ballot bowl or whatever it is. So we see, and they think that these voters in Florida, regardless of whether they've had a campaign, have been paying attention.
All right, guys, stand by. We had a lot more to talk about, including this, the Republican candidate. Some conservatives say they love to hate. What's their beef with John McCain? Plus, Mitt Romney and John McCain are calling each other liberals. What does that mean? Jack Cafferty with your email. A lot more coming up right here in The Situation. Some conservatives call him too liberal. That would be John McCain. He's a favorite target of some Republican commentators, including radio talk show hosts Rush Limbaugh and Hugh Hewitt. Hugh Hewitt was a guest here in the Situation Room in the last hour. We're back now with the best political team on television. You understand, Jack, why these conservatives, they really don't like John McCain, I think because he's worked with Democrats on some sensitive issues.
Well, it's not only that. He voted against the tax cuts twice, and now he says he's in favor of making the tax cuts permanent. And he has to say that because if he says, I'm in favor of letting those tax cuts that I voted against expire in 2010, I'll get more votes than he will. So he's got to flip-flop on that issue, plus immigration, plus health care, plus campaign finance reform. It's easy to see how the conservatives and the Republican Party think this guy is riding something besides the straight talk express.
What do you think, Jeff?
Well, I just think the Republican Party has changed so much. You know, it used to be that there was such a thing as a Rockefeller Republican, a liberal Republican. That was a big part of the party. And you had senators like Everett Dirksen in Illinois and Hugh Scott in Pennsylvania, and they were for civil rights and for the environment. And now you have largely a Southern and Western party that is very much more conservative than it used to be. And liberal has become a swear word in that party.
Well, they don't say liberal Republicans, but Candy, there are some moderate Republicans out there, and I guess you could include John McCain in that category. Certainly Rudy Giuliani on some of the social issues in that category. Olympia Snowe, Susan Collins. You've covered them on the Hill. Are they making a comeback of sorts within the Republican Party to the irritation of the hardline conservatives, shall we say?
Well, I mean, we'll see, but John McCain has sort of a special problem with conservatives, and it hasn't been so much the fiscal conservatives, but across the board, he's been too much of a maverick for them. They don't quite believe him when he says things. There's nobody more socially conservative in this race than John McCain is. But what did he do? He joined that gang of 15 that made it harder to filibuster judges. This is huge in the conservative wing of the Republican Party. Campaign finance reform. They thought that shut down their voice in the conservative wing of the party. So it was those things. And now sort of add on top of that Romney's bringing up the Bush tax cuts, to which McCain says, listen, they weren't offset. I mean, nobody has been more forceful in the pork barrel spending than John McCain has. So I think his problem predates all of the things that you're hearing about now. They just don't trust him to stay kind of true to the Republican line.
Well, Wolf, there's also a personal dimension to this. John McCain has horrible personal dealings for many years with people like Ralph Reed and Jerry Falwell. You know, he made up to a certain extent, but his contempt for them and the fight in the 2000 primaries in South Carolina was very bitter. So, you know, the religious right in John McCain, it's not just about policy. A lot of these people simply can't stand him, and vice versa. At least that used to be the case, and I think that has a lingering influence.
Jack, you live up here in the New York City area. You've been here a long time. You go back to local television. You've been a Rudy Giuliani watcher for a long time. I wonder if you could just share your thoughts right now. What happened?
Well, I think he made a big miscalculation. You know, everybody said that it was a gamble to take those first 4, 5, 6 states and not aggressively campaign and to go down to Florida and set up shop and say, well, I'll ambush everybody else in Florida.
Well, let me interrupt you for a second, Jack, because he did campaign in New Hampshire and Iowa, but it really wasn't working for him. At that point, he picked up his bags and left.
And he made it very clear that he had less than a burning interest in those states, and they got, frankly, a little steamed about it. What did he get, 4% of the vote in New Hampshire? You can't be president of 44 states. You got to be president of all 50 states, and you got to make people feel like they're included. And I just think it was a gamble that didn't pay off. The big mantra from Rudy is 9/11, 9/11, 9/11. He was a good mayor of New York City. Whether he's got the tools to be president of the United States, I certainly don't know, but he was kind of a one-trick pony when it came to his campaign. And I think the miscalculation with the early states is caught up with him, and it's going to bite him big time tonight.
Candy, what do you think?
Well, I think they took a look at this election. They thought it was different. You know, he sort of dabbled in Iowa. He sort of dabbled in New Hampshire. He knew that his particular brand of republicanism, particularly on the social issues, was not playing in those states. There are still hardcore conservatives inside the Republican Party in New Hampshire and Iowa. So they took a look and they figured, boy, if we could just make it, you know, sort of bounce off Florida to Super Tuesday, we go to all these states where Republicans are more moderate. But he took himself out of the conversation. He became like the asterisk. Everybody was talking about Romney and McCain's comeback and Mike Huckabee's boom. So there was no place for Rudy Giuliani in the news, and he just sort of faded down here in Florida.
Guys, hold on, Jeff. We got to run, but you know, you're not leaving because you're going to be with us all night. Could be a long night for all we know. Candy's certainly not leaving. Jack's got the Cafferty file coming up. All right, guys, thanks very much. Let's check in with Lou to see what's coming up right at the top of the hour. Lou?
Well, thank you. Much more, of course, on the Florida Republican primary and those Democratic votes as well. Most polling places in Florida will close at the top of the hour. The first results out shortly afterward. We'll have live coverage for you from Florida. All the results, reaction from the campaigns, of course, and the best political analysis anywhere. Also tonight, the FBI investigating 14 companies for fraud in the mortgage crisis. Did some of those companies use inside information to profit from this crisis that's devastating working men and women across this country? We'll have that special report. And a Chicago church is at it again, offering sanctuary to another illegal alien fugitive. The church once again defying courts and our laws with the full support of the pro-amnesty lobby and socio-ethnocentric interest groups. Of course, there may be something of an agenda here that is not being reported in the press, perhaps something like a left-wing radical agenda. We'll have that report, all of that, all the day's news, and much more. 7 p.m. Eastern, right here on CNN. Join us at the top of the hour, please. Wolf, back to you.
This will be a wild night. Exciting times for all of us who are political news junkies. Lou, thanks very much. You've probably heard of YouTube, but now one presidential candidate is taking advantage of a new site called GodTube. We're going to show you what's happening. Plus, the insider chit-chat you didn't hear at the State of the Union speech. Stay with us. You're in the Situation Room. Today in our political ticker, the presidential candidates are no strangers to the online video site YouTube. But now one presidential candidate is taking advantage of another site called GodTube. Let's go to our internet reporter, Abby Tatton. She's here. So what is GodTube all about?
Wolf, this is video sharing, but with a Christian message. So what you find is popular on GodTube is very different than what you find, for example, on YouTube. This is the most popular video online on GodTube. It's a 4-year-old reciting "The Lord is my shepherd" by heart to the camera. This is a website that launched last year. It claims 3 million visitors to the site every single month, and vying for their attention with a new video is presidential hopeful Mike Huckabee, Republican candidate, former Baptist preacher, who taped this message for the site saying that there should be more organized activity, Christian activity in politics. He's kind of preaching to the choir on this website. GodTube recently polled all their users to find out which presidential candidates they like. Huckabee was way out and ahead, but I talked to the founder of the site, who pointed out that Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton found support on the website as well, and he'd like all the candidates this cycle to be playing on the site. Wolf?
Abby, thanks very much. Let's come back to Jack Cafferty. He's got the Cafferty file.
Question this hour, Wolf, is what does it mean when the two frontrunners for the Republican nomination, Mitt Romney and John McCain, are calling each other liberals? Mike writes, what does it mean? It's the first truthful thing that either one of these bought and paid for government mules have ever said. Truth is, they're all big government liberals. There's only one true conservative, that's Ron Paul. Chris in Las Vegas, why are the Republican candidates doing the Democrats' dirty work for them? The Republicans need to stop beating up on each other and start putting forth a strong, consistent conservative agenda for the future of our country. Gio writes, the only thing liberal about these two jokers are their liberal use of insults. Franny says it means they are not aware that many of us realize we're never going to find a candidate we agree with on every single issue, and we're just looking for one who doesn't make himself look like an idiot with no manners. Roxy writes it means at a time when this nation most needs a rational-minded adult leader, we're made increasingly aware that we have neither adult nor rational-minded candidates. Ruth writes, McCain and Romney calling each other liberal reminds me of a 5-year-old who drops the F-bomb in front of his parents. He's not real sure what it means, but he loves the attention he gets from it. And Jim writes from Wisconsin, what does it mean when the Republicans call each other liberal? Simply this, Ronald Reagan is rolling over in his grave.
Well, thanks very much, Jack Cafferty. Behind the scenes at the State of the Union address, a most unusual look coming up next. President Bush seemed to be having a pretty good time at the State of the Union address last night, but was everyone happy on the Democrat side of the aisle? CNN's Jeannie Moos has a most unusual look behind the scenes.
Celebrate or mourn.
Madam Speaker, the President of the United States.
It's the last time you'll see this guy making this entrance, rubbing bald spots, signing copies of his speech.
It's about the third one I've signed for him.
Do not expect the next president to greet lawmakers like this.
You're an awesome dude, man. Thank you.
But already the spotlight was shifting to the new dude and his rival. Oh, they were friendly, just not to each other. But was it a snub? The same day Senator Ted Kennedy endorsed Barack Obama, Senator Kennedy and Hillary nevertheless managed to shake hands before taking their seats. But look who's not looking. Obama denies giving Hillary his back, saying he was just distracted.
Sort of me turning away. I was turning away because Claire asked me a question as Senator Kennedy was reaching forward.
One of our favorite things to do at State of the Union is to eavesdrop, to listen in on the chit-chat between well-wishers and the president as the president leaves the chamber. President Bush loves using nicknames.
Bad news, how are you?
You gonna come back next year?
I doubt it.
There was chatter about weddings.
How's the little bride doing?
That would be planning for the wedding of Jenna Bush, seen here in black at the State of the Union.
Mr. President,
how you doing,
you're
buddy?
my sister, Sarah Tucker.
Yeah, I do.
The president also joshed around with openly gay Congressman Barney Frank after Frank brought up his boyfriend.
I'm sure you'd appreciate it. I told him, absolutely.
All this touchy-feely stuff. Next thing you know, a guy will be kissing President Bush. Whoa, did you see that? Republican Congressman Christopher Shays gave the prez a peck. The last time something similar happened, Senator Joe Lieberman's opponents used it against him. And already, Shays' opponent has posted the kiss to YouTube as if it's the kiss of death. Forget the State of the Union. It's the state of their union and their union that seduces the press. Jeannie Moos, CNN, New York.
Must be something about those Connecticut lawmakers, Chris Shays, Joe Lieberman, and the kiss with the president. Only Jeannie Moos has these reports, and we feature her here in the Situation Room. You've helped, by the way, make our politics podcast one of the most popular on iTunes. To get the best political team to go, subscribe at cnnpolitics.com. I write a little column there as well. You can go to cnnpolitics.com and read what I have to say and offer me a comment of what you think as well. Remember, cnnpolitics.com. And please be sure to join us 1 hour from now when our special coverage of the Florida primary begins at 8 p.m. Eastern. That's when we'll be back with our special coverage. I'm Will Flitzer in the Situation Room. Up next, Lou Dobbs Tonight. Lou?